read our financial statements with just a single...
If you want to be wealthy and happy the rest of your life, just learn this lesson well. Learn to work harder on yourself than you do on your job. I have found in my experience that income does not far exceed personal development. Now, sometimes income takes a lucky jump, but sure enough, unless you grow out where it is, it'll usually come back where you are. Life has strange ways. If somebody hands you $1 million, best you become a millionaire quickly, so you get to keep the money. Otherwise, sure enough, it'll disappear. Somebody once said, if you took all the money in the world, divided it up equally among everybody, it would soon all be back in the same pockets. Success is something you attract, not something you pursue. So instead of going after it, you work on yourself. Personal development. Because true happiness is not contained in what you get. Happiness is contained in what you become. Now, if you're excited and you're ready to change, let me give you 3 steps to start life change that can change your life, your personality, your lifestyle, everything can change. Here's the steps. Number 1, find out how things work. To change your life, really, you need ideas. There isn't anything an idea can't change. And Schultz taught me the major problem is lack of an idea, not a problem. At first, I didn't have any money. I said to Mr. Schultz, I don't have any money. He said, that's not a problem. Now, see, up until then, I always thought it was. Right? I was confused. He said, no, the problem is lack of an idea on how to create money and wealth. It isn't lack of money, it's lack of ideas. So if you get the ideas, see, you can change anything. Now, to get ideas, you need a constant study of finding out. If you wish to be successful, study success. If you wish to be happy, study happiness. If you wish to be wealthy, study wealth. Don't leave it to chance. Make it a study. Some people just go through the day with their fingers crossed. See, that won't do it. You've got to study the things that can change your economic, social, spiritual, personal life. Now, Schultz also said, when you find out something that works, put the information in your journal. Don't use your head for a filing cabinet. Put it in your journal so that you can do the next best thing. Repetition, repetition, repetition. Go over it. And if you repeat it, go over it, sure enough, someday, some mysterious day, the idea takes root, starts to grow, and shows up in your bank account, and your dress, and your personality, and your lifestyle. Now, if you're curious, let me give you 3 ways to find out how to change anything. Any life direction, any dimension. Here's 3 ways to find out how to change anything. Number 1 is to read. All of the successful people I know and work with around the world, they're all good readers. Curiosity drives them to read. They gotta know. They just read. Become self-educated. Standard education will get you standard results. And you can check those numbers and see if that's what you want. But if you want to go beyond that, you now got to become self-educated. One way to learn is from your own experiences. But another way to learn is from other people's experiences. See, one book might save you 5 years if you read it. Did you know there's books on how to be stronger, more decisive, be a speaker, be a leader, have a better effect on other people, develop your personality? Did you know there's books on that? Did you know that hundreds of successful people have written their stories in books and they wrote down how they did it, and people don't read it? How would you explain that? Now, you don't have to read half the night. Put this in your notes, 30 minutes a day. 30 minutes a day, read something positive, something challenging, something inspirational, something instructional. At least 30 minutes a day. Become a good reader. Now, that's my opinion. Listen to the other lecturers, and listen to me, and make up your own mind. Don't be a follower, be a student. Here's the second way to find out how to change your life. And that's to listen. Get around successful people and listen. Now, you can also learn from unsuccessful people. Take notes on both, negative and positive. Find out what poor people read and don't read it. Right? That's good information. Learn from the negative. But now you can also learn from the positive. Get around successful people. Listen to what they say. Listen to how they say it. It's important. Now here's some of the best advice I've got for the whole evening. Poor people ought to take rich people out to dinner and listen. That's some of the best I got. But you're right. Poor people don't usually take rich people out to dinner. The guy said he's rich, let him buy his own dinner. I'm not coming up with any money. You're lucky to get your own supper, let alone running around trying to find a rich man to feed. And the guy's behind. If a guy's not doing well, one of the first things he ought to do is find a guy that is doing well and offer to buy him his dinner. Spend $50, $60, $80, $100. Go for the full 9 course. If you get a successful person to eat and talk for 2 hours, they're liable to drop ideas in your lap, change your life. Multiply your income by 2, by 3, by 5. But you're right. Poor people don't usually take rich people out to dinner. Poor people usually take rich people out to dinner. Now here's the third way to find out how to change your life. And that's to observe. You can pick up a lot of ideas just by watching. Get around successful people and watch. Here's why. Success leaves clues. Watch how the man shakes hands. Watch how the lady responds. People who do well do certain things over and over and over and over. And if you're clever, you can pick them up. Watch it all. If a guy's making $10,000 a month, I'd watch how he walks. Maybe that's it. Copy his funny little walk. Somebody says, well, that's kind of a silly walk. Say, it's 10,000. I haven't got the money yet, but I got the walk. It's bound to start somewhere. What I ask you tonight is to be unusual and be a good observer of what's going on. You can pick up ideas that can change your life starting tomorrow. Just be a more careful observer. Now remember, there's 2 ways to see. One is called sight. See with your eyes. The other one is called insight. See with your mind. See with your eyes, you'll see things. See with your mind, you'll see answers. Put your eyes and your mind to work. And the best advice on developing sight and insight is pay attention. Don't miss anything. Wherever you are, be there. Excellent. Now, we've lingered a little bit long on number 1 here, personal development. Find out how things work, but it's so very important finding out. And I've given you 3 ways to find out. Now here's the second step to personal development. Okay, number 1 was find out how things work. Here's number 2. Go to work. If there's one thing to get excited over, that's it. Get excited over your ability to make yourself do the necessary things. What could you make yourself do starting tomorrow that would change it all? No. Tell me. Now, see, that's exciting. On any given day, you can change the direction of your life. A little bit simple. Here's what else it takes for life change. Self-motivation. Key phrase, self-motivation. I don't know why we call it self-motivation. It's really the only kind there is. You got to motivate yourself. And you don't want to give self-motivation away to somebody else and make it somebody else motivating you. The guy says, boy, if somebody just come by and turn me on. What if they don't show up, right? See, you've got to have a better plan for your life. You must now take action on what you found out. Don't let your learning lead to knowledge. You'll become a fool. Let your learning lead to action. You can become wealthy. And there's many kinds of wealth, I understand that, not just money. Money's one of the least of all values. I know some people with a lot of money that are very poor. Now here's the third step in personal development, and we'll wrap up personal development. Step number 3 is just a little caution, and all through life we need little cautions. This one simply says, don't try to beat the system. Find out how it works, work it, but don't try to beat it. Some people learn just enough to start slicing it, shading it, thinning it, cutting corners, and looking for cheap answers. See, don't fall for that. You'll wind up with a cheap life. Find out how it works best and do it that way. Even though it seems to take a little longer, do it right. Don't compromise with right. So if I had a word with you tonight, one-on-one, just you and me, I think my personal advice to you would be, this year, 1981, reach down inside of you and come up with some more of those remarkable human gifts. They're there, waiting to be utilized. And then change anything for you want to change. And I challenge you to do that because you can change. See, you don't ever have to be the same again after tonight, only by choice. Starting tomorrow, what are you going to do that'll make a change in your life's direction? Good question. What are you going to do starting tomorrow that'll make a difference? Now see, if you don't do something starting tomorrow that'll make a difference, guess what? It's gonna be the same. And see, that way you can guess what the next 5 years are going to be like. Look at the last 5. Because the next 5 are going to be like the last 5 unless you made your key tomorrow, change it all. Or change a little, or change something, or don't change. It's choice time. You can do whatever you want. But it's nice to know any day you wish you can change your whole life.
Style this space.
A decorative print could balance out the sconce.
Oh yeah, something bold. This could use a little love.
Brighten up those shelves with a mix of books and decor.
You attended seminars, and you said your reason there was to learn more about yourself.
Yeah.
My experience has been people attend seminars, especially self-development seminars, to look for the answer. They want to know what is out there I can learn so that I can be more successful. That wasn't your motivation?
No, oddly enough, and I think probably you're right. I think that's what most people are looking for. I think they're looking for an answer outside of themselves, and they're never going to find it. I think by this time I realized it was something in me. I met a man here in Toronto. He was one that originally got me involved in studying this, Ray Stanford. And he told me if I didn't like the results I was getting in my life, that I was going to have to change me because they were my results. And he said, if you're going to change you, you're going to have to find out something about yourself. And that seemed to make sense. I don't think it was an earth-shattering idea. It wouldn't give anybody a brain hernia, but it made a hell of a lot of sense to me. So I started to study myself. I found most people don't know who they are. They really don't.
What do you mean? I mean, I know my name, I know my age, I know where I live.
That's not
what
you,
else
though.
is there?
You know, that's
what
just
size,
it. ask the average person who they are, they'll give you their name. They'll say, I'm Bob Proctor, but I'm not. Bob and Proctor are two words. My parents give them to me. They're called names, but it's not me. It's my name. Then somebody will say, well, this is me, but this isn't me either. It's my body. Like, you never phone down here to the studio and say, body won't be in today. It's sick.
Okay.
You know, we don't say am hand or am leg. It's my hand, my leg, my body, my name. Who am I? Well, that's an interesting question. And I believe if a person will start to study that and look for the answer, they'll find it. See, I think we live simultaneously on three planes of understanding. We're spiritual creatures, we have an intellect, and we live in physical bodies.
Okay.
But because we lack awareness or understanding of who we are, we're totally locked into a physical world, and we let things outside of us control us. 95% of the population are reacting to life. They're not really living at all.
Okay, and would you call that one of the barriers to success?
Oh, there's no question about it. I think there's two barriers. Success is a funny word. Yale had a great definition for it. He said a person's successful if they know where they are, and they know where they're going, and they're progressively moving in that direction. He said that success was the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. Anyone that has a goal, and they're moving towards it, they're successful. Most people think that you're successful if you have a lot of money. Quite often you have a lot of money if you're successful, but it isn't. I wouldn't say Mother Teresa has a lot of money.
Okay.
No, but she's a pretty successful lady. So it's...
okay, so that barrier to success...
well, there's a couple of them.
Okay.
I think there's two barriers. One is our conditioning. The conditioning that takes place in our subconscious mind from the time we're infants. All we can do is act and talk like the people around us. That's why we learn the language we learned. If there was 10 languages spoken in our home, we'd learn 10 languages without any trouble. There's usually one, and that's the only one we ever learn. And we grow older and we think, oh, I couldn't learn another language. We could learn 100 if we wanted to. You can do anything. But I think we're conditioned. We have a real strong conditioning, usually with not some very good ideas. And then that's the barrier that's inside us. The one that's outside of us is our environment. We have a tendency to act like everybody around us. And if you think about this, it does make a lot of sense. Because if you study statistics, 95% of the people live their entire life and never live the way they want to live. You know that 95% of the population in this country, let's say in North America,
okay,
the richest continent in the history of the world, they'll work productively, let's say for 40 of their 65 years,
okay,
and they'll end up with hardly any money. So there's got to be something wrong.
so there's not much...
5% of the people end up financially comfortable or independent.
Are you trying to depress us, Bob? 'Cause that's,
No, actually, I think it's quite an exciting idea, because you see, the idea behind it is that anybody can win, anyone at all. But if we start studying these statistics, I think we'll arrive at the conclusion, geez, I better start thinking for myself rather than follow everybody. Most people, they get a job, they look around, they see how everybody else is doing their work, and they start doing it the same way. They should stop and think, I wonder if any of these people know what they're doing. You know, is there a better way to do it?
but don't we have a need to fit in? I mean, we don't want to stand out. We don't want to get fired. We don't want to make waves.
Exactly. Just fall into line, you know, take a number, be like everybody around. You know, that'd be great in the animal kingdom. But human beings aren't supposed to live that way. I think we should make a few waves. We should maybe stand out, be different. Not for the sake of being different,
Okay.
but because we are different. We all think different thoughts. And I believe we should start to think and build images in our mind of what we'd like to do and then set out and do it.
Okay.
Emerson did that, Edison did that, Marconi did that, Samuel Morse did that, Buckminster Fuller did that. We could go on and on and on. Okay, we're different. They stood out. They made a few waves.
Okay, you started with you saying you started with a search for yourself to try to find out more about yourself, and you were somewhat successful along the way.
Well, I didn't start it like that at the beginning. I started out I wanted a lot of money. I figured if I had enough money, I was going to cure all my problems. I found that that wasn't true. I earned a fair amount of problems or money, and I seemed to have more problems. But I after working at this for a few years, I decided that the real answer is to get to know yourself a little better.
Okay.
And I don't think you have to go off in the Himalayas and become a guru to.
Okay. What did you do to learn about yourself? You said you went around as many
I
seminars.
attended seminars. I went and listened to different speakers who taught something about the mind. I think the answer's in our mind if we'll start studying and trying to understand our mind.
Okay. Let me get back to you if I can. What did you learn about Bob Proctor during that study?
Well, I learned that the biggest part of me you'll never see. It's non-physical. And what you see here in the physical body is nothing but the physical manifestation of the higher side of my personality. And of course that's true with you, and you know, Nancy's on the camera. It's true of everyone. And what we have to study, I think, is how does this non-physical part of my mind work? What happens when I think? Where do thoughts come from? How was this chair built? Somebody had to think. Thoughts are everywhere, and we pull thoughts into our mind and we build pictures or images in our mind.
Okay.
What we
So you're already using ChatGPT, and while that's awesome, there is one little problem. You're not making any money with it. And I'll tell you right now what you don't need.
Boost Mobile has an unlimited plan for $25 a month forever.
Forever? Really?
Forever.
Yes, forever for the rest of your life.
What you're suggesting here is something I think if I can read into what you're saying, it has implications for science and for the scientific community.
We're locked in this apparently solid, substantive reality. The universe has many, many levels of reality. We just haven't accessed the level that shows us how profound and magical that reality is. What I'd like to do next is I'm working on a book that is the practical application of this holographic idea and all of its various phases. We've got to understand that we have this enormous capability, but our conscious mind feeds it all kinds of things unwittingly and gives it all kinds of mistaken directions. And I want to write a book that really deals with all these things on all kinds of levels, saying, here are the practical applications. How it weighs it, you don't have to deal with the very sort of heady space-time aspects of these things.
Right after making that statement on TV, he died in a very strange way. His name is Michael Talbot, an independent researcher who had decoded reality, or multiple realities, something most people were never supposed to know. He passed away suddenly, and his ideas forced many scientists to question what they thought they knew. Talbot's central claim was bold. This world isn't the only one. There are parallel realities happening at the same time, but we can't normally see them. By the late 20th century, quantum mechanics had already exposed cracks in the traditional view of an objective universe. The double-slit experiment revealed that particles behave differently when observed, suggesting that the observer is not outside the system, but part of it. Rather than dismissing this as an anomaly, Talbot treated it as the foundation of understanding existence.
Reality in a hologram can manifest in two ways, as a concrete image or as this sort of indecipherable blur of energy. An analogy to this is when you're watching Johnny Carson television set, that's really, his image is encoded in two ways. One is as the concrete image on the TV set, one is as the blur of radio waves permeating the living room. And if the universe is a hologram of some sense, in some way, it suggests that there may be two very drastically different levels to reality, that the concrete reality we see, you know, when we look at these chairs and at the, you know, the trees and the clouds and everything like that, our bodies are just one way that reality manifests, and that at some deep level there's a level of reality where everything dissolves into an ocean of energy that is holographically interconnected, where every portion of the universe is contained in every tiny area of the universe.
From this perspective, reality is layered. Each level of perception connects to deeper levels, and all of them converge into a unified field where the division between mind and matter disappears. Within such a framework, death is not an ending, but a transition, a movement into another layer, similar to shifting frequencies. This wasn't presented as vague speculation. It was a coherent framework. Matter depends on consciousness, not the other way around. For ordinary readers, this was a shocking reversal of common sense. For certain institutions, it overlapped with secret research into altered states and perception.
If you take two subatomic particles like electrons, in certain instances, when you do something to one, it will always affect the other, no matter how far apart they are. It's kind of like stories that you've heard of identical twins where when one is hurt, the other feels the pain. And the problem is that we could find no process known to physics that explains how these could be sending a signal back and forth. In fact,
Because it would have to be faster than the speed of light.
instantaneous. It would have to be an instantaneous signal, and Einstein's theory of relativity said you can't have instantaneous signals because it would mean that you could violate the time barrier and conceivably call your grandfather and tell him not to marry your grandmother. And most physicists say, well, this would be just too troubling to incorporate into a rational picture of reality.
Think about identical twins. There are countless stories where one feels something the moment the other is hurt or in danger, even if they're miles apart. It's hard to explain that in normal physical terms. Talbot connected this with what physics was already finding at the quantum level. Particles that act the same way, linked instantly no matter the distance. And if matter itself can stay connected like that, then maybe our minds work through the same hidden network, connected in ways science still doesn't fully understand. If the universe is holographic, then everything we experience is interconnected, and every part reflects the whole. Time, space, and matter may not be absolute, but flexible, shaped by deeper laws we don't yet fully grasp. Talbot suggested that life and death are part of one continuous spectrum, where consciousness moves across realities rather than vanishing. Just as this message began to spread more widely, he died, and what he left behind continues to raise questions about the very structure of existence.
At a deeper level, a very holographic level of reality, every particle in the universe collapses to a sort of cosmic unity. They're not signaling each other. They're like that fish where there's the level of the aquarium. And so what that means, talking about words, is that there is no separation between electrons. Furthermore, there's no separation. One of which is psychic phenomena, like how could I get information out of your head and my head, as some sort of signal going back and forth. But if we're organized, if we live in a universe that's organized holographically, you no longer have to tackle it that way. It could be that I have the entire universe and every neuron, every cell, every atom, every electron in my head, and you do also. So when we can access that, we can access information that seems to be beyond our normal sensory reach.
This was one of his most provocative claims, that separation itself is an illusion. If every part of the universe already contains the whole, then the idea of being isolated, whether as particles or as people, simply collapses. What appears as distance is just part of the projection. In that sense, telepathy or intuition would not be about sending signals back and forth, but about accessing a field that holds everything, everywhere, at once. The real shock was how far this could go. If every person carries the entire universe within them, then boundaries between minds are only temporary filters. Under certain conditions, those filters could loosen, and experiences usually dismissed as paranormal might be glimpses of how reality truly works.
I don't have time for bullshit, so I use a no bullshit pan. I am Chef Sam Talbot. I've been cooking for 37 years. What the hell is a titanium pan? I'm gonna tell you.
Might be glimpses of how reality truly works.
Well, it also turns out that our brain uses Fourier transforms to translate visual information. This is a very unusual state of affairs. It's kind of like discovering Eskimos speaking Spanish. You know, it's not proof that the brain is a hologram, but it's suggestive that the brain is a hologram. And it turns out, in fact, all of our senses appear to rely on sort of Fourier transforms, that they all seem to use the same mathematics. So again, here's evidence that the brain uses the same mathematics to decipher the sensory world as are involved in making of a hologram, which is, as I say, not proof, but compelling evidence that something is going on there.
This was another piece of evidence pointing in the same direction. The mathematics of holograms seem to show up in the way the brain processes sight, sound, and other senses. If true, then our entire nervous system might be working on holographic principles, breaking reality into frequencies and reconstructing it into the world we see and feel. That would mean perception itself is not a window onto an external reality, but a process of decoding a far more complex pattern hidden beneath appearances. For Talbot, this was more than theory. His perspective was shaped by direct experience.
At a young age, I had an out-of-body experience where I left my body, and it became quite apparent to me while I was having this experience that I was thinking, but my brain was back in my body, which I could see in my bed. I knew it wasn't just a dream because I floated out over the ground outside my family's house, and I saw a book lying on the ground. And it was a book by the French short story writer Guy de Maupassant. And the next day, a neighbor said, "By the way, Michael, I lost a library book by Guy de Maupassant. Have you seen it?" I thought, well, I floated over here last night. I didn't tell the neighbor that, but there was the book. And I was always I'm still very scientifically oriented. I want to understand the world in scientific terms. But it was really the first time that I sort of had to confront, you know, the difference between my spiritual beliefs that we can survive, you know, our bodily death, and this deeply held belief, scientific belief of mine that it's the brain that's doing the thinking. And I realized I had a kind of epiphany where I thought it isn't the brain that's doing the thinking. So I am not entirely certain that it's just the electromagnetic interference patterns that is the brain hologram, because those obviously would perish when the brain perishes. I think there might be some subtler level, some subtler energy that we haven't discovered with our technology that's involved in this also.
If thought could continue outside the body, then the brain could not be the ultimate source of consciousness. Something else had to be at work, some layer of energy or order that science had not yet detected. This was the beginning of an unavoidable conclusion. Death might only affect the body, not the mind that animates it.
There's a device called a squid, which is a sort of electrical coil in which it looks like we may be able to demonstrate that the current, you say, which direction is the current going in the coil? It's going both directions at once, which is kind of an impossibility, but to simultaneously do that, that too is a quantum phenomenon, that these two realities are overlapping. So I think we will cross that barrier.
Experiments like this push the idea further. If a current can flow in two directions at the same time, then reality is not locked into one outcome. It means that different possibilities can exist side by side, overlapping until something forces a choice. That's not science fiction. It's a lab result pointing to the same conclusion. Our universe may hold multiple realities at once. And if quantum systems can do this, the question is whether consciousness itself is capable of moving between those overlapping states. The implications here go beyond physics. They touch everyday life, even medicine.
In medicine, people have used this application of the holographic idea that we respond to the model of reality. Say this may be why we respond more to the placebos, to fake drugs. There's a very famous example of a fellow who had lymphatic cancer, tumors the size of oranges all throughout his body. His doctor basically thought he had about 3 days left to live. The fellow heard about a new drug called Crebiozin and said, "You've got to give this to me." And the doctor said, "Well, frankly, I don't think you have long to live, and this drug takes several weeks to take effect." He gave the man Crebiozin, and 3 days later, the man's tumors melted, as the doctor put it, like snowballs in a hot stove, completely gone out of his body, faster than the strongest radiation treatment could have melted them away. The man is up or around, walking around his hospital room, resumes his normal life, seems to be completely cancer-free. Several months down the line, he reads an article saying Crebiozin isn't that effective. Boom, boom, boom, all his tumors come back. He's back in the hospital. The doctor starts to realize that maybe it wasn't the drug that cured the man, but the man's belief. So he lies to the man and he says, "Those articles are wrong. Crebiozin is effective, and in fact, I've got an even more potent version of it." He injects just salt water into the man's veins. Again, the man's tumors melt away. He resumes his normal life. Unfortunately, many months down the line, he reads final studies on Crebiozin saying it's completely ineffective. Boom, boom, boom, his tumors come back and he dies.
Stories like this reveal something we usually overlook. The body doesn't just respond to chemicals, it responds to belief. If the mind expects healing, the body can sometimes follow, even when the treatment itself is fake. That's the placebo effect, and Talbot saw it as another clue that consciousness is not separate from physical reality, but directly shapes it. Think about what that means. If expectation alone can shrink tumors, then our model of reality isn't just in our heads. It reaches into the body, into matter itself. The placebo effect stops looking like a medical trick and starts to look like evidence that belief can bend the physical world.
One of the areas you had mentioned earlier, that one of the exciting things about the holographic idea is that people have taken this and explored all different realms. That some have used it to say this is how acupuncture works, because it turns out that there are little micro acupuncture systems where you can find the entire body in the acupuncture points of the ear.
Recapitulated.
Right.
In the ear, yeah.
Right. So that we've talked about the placebo effect. Some have said that the holographic idea applies in near-death experiences. One of these individuals is Kenneth Ring, who is at the University of Connecticut, studies near-death experiences. And it's interesting because in report after report of people who have been declared clinically dead, go to some apparent other level of reality and then come back, they refer to this other level of reality with terms like frequency and energy, and even hologram, that it's a more plastic level of reality where thought seems to create things instantly. There are instances of people having near-death experiences where they think they're hungry and instantly food appears. Or perhaps an even better example, when people find themselves out of their body, there are cases where people look down and see that they're in a naked body and they go, "Oh my gosh, I'm naked." Instantly they have clothing on. Now we don't assume that clothing has a soul, that it has a spirit that survives.
Near-death stories take things to another level. People who go through them often say their mind kept going even when their body had stopped. What they describe sounds very different from normal life, more flexible, more alive.
This isn't just a bug, it's a rare find. There's something different about owning something almost nobody else has. That's why when Ridge dropped their limited Kintsugi collection...
Life, more flexible, more alive. Almost like the world around them was responding straight to their thoughts. Talbot looked at this and said, maybe this is a small glimpse of how reality really works, and the brain is no longer in the way.
I very much believe that our soul lives many, many lives and goes through these things. And I think at this point in our development that we have manifested in the physical because we don't have a consciousness that's developed enough to deal with reality with its full grandeur and plasticity. That for us it would be very frightening if there weren't solid rules, if everything started to slip and slide. I think as your soul goes along, it starts to learn to deal with more than this reality, with other levels on the holographic television set. And when you start to open those doorways, that's when reality, the plasticity of reality, starts to seep in. But then you go through a sort of shamanistic rite of passage, because you've got to go through, most people go, put an interpretation on it. They go, oh, this is an angel, or this is, you know, a demon, or a UFO abduction. And if you do that, you're missing the basic lesson of shamanism, which is that everything that you experience in non-ordinary reality of a shaman has psychological meaning for you. That you are entering a level of reality that responds so directly to your thoughts that your every thought helps what manifests. And in that instance, you can't ask what is there, but why hath I created what is there? And I think that's the lesson that our souls are learning as we evolve.
As consciousness evolves, those rules loosen, and we start to see how plastic reality really is. That's why strange experiences, visions, encounters, even UFO abductions might not be what they seem. They could just be the mind trying to make sense of another layer of reality that answers directly to thought.
When you encounter something that's truly of another reality, your perceptions and trying to pull it out of this blur of energy and make it into a hologram, don't quite know how to put it into form. And so I think that the reason there are many psychological motifs in UFO experiences is because there's something going on, but the surface appearance is a product of the person's own psyche.
In other words, a lot of what's going on in these various holographic realities are like ink blots.
Right. They can be interpreted like dreams as well. They have psychological symbols in them, but they're also something real there, because UFOs can be tracked on radar. They leave circles, on the ground. They leave traces of physical evidence.
The universe, in his eyes, wasn't a fixed machine. It was alive, layered, holographic, and deeply connected to consciousness. Death wasn't the end. Paranormal experiences weren't random. Even the strangest encounters could be part of a deeper structure we're only just starting to notice. Talbot didn't live long enough to see how much his ideas would spread, but the questions he raised remain just as sharp today. What if reality is not as solid as we think? What if our minds are part of a field far larger than we've been taught to believe?
This Olay hyaluronic body wash, and it's 10 times more vitamin B3 complex. Just one shower transforms.
I'm Treasure Wilson, aka Sat Baby, along with your hosts Mace and Cam. Y'all see the energies in the studio because y'all we got a special guest HB in the building. How you feeling?
Hey man, this shit crazy. I ain't gonna lie. I did not know I was gonna be on the show. But y'all good. Y'all got me. Y'all good. Y'all got me.
No, we got something for y'all though. We got some chance. You know, I keep saying when your services will not pause. Be here for free, absolutely. Bro. We know your time is money, man. Okay. But I know we usually start with football, but I want to start with the fight on Saturday. Do you mind starting with that murder, Stat? We went over it yesterday, but being that we have a champion in the building, especially a Cincinnati champion, one of my Ohio brothers.
Y'all know what's crazy though? Yeah, y'all know why I fuck with Terrence though? Damn, this shit gonna make me tear up, bro. He went to my coach's funeral, bro. I don't go to funerals. He went to my coach's funeral, so I'm forever embedded with him. He a good nigga.
That's what's up. What do you think about his performance on Saturday night? Did you see the fight going that way? Because it looked pretty one-sided from beginning to end. I mean, Canelo got some rounds in, but did you think the fight was gonna go the way that it did?
Of course, he got all the attributes that Floyd got. He got everything. He's a special nigga, bro. He a good nigga, bro.
man. That's what's up.
The illest nigga in Nebraska.
Literally. So, what do you think about this? As one of your homeboys, matter of fact, Tank fighting Jake Paul next month.
I think he gonna clip him.
Yeah. Cause I see you. I don't know what happened, but I remember I seen a video on your page. I followed you on the gram, and they was talking about you potentially fighting Jake Paul. So, why did that fight happen? And what do you plan on doing next? Because I know you got another running, of course.
I ain't gonna lie. This next one gonna be crazy. This next one gonna be crazy. I'm gonna dedicate this next three to 5 years, and you know I'll retire after that. But I'm gonna do it again.
That's what's up. Where do you see the welterweight division right now? Because nobody's fighting each other. You know,
I fought everybody.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. That's why we think about you, and we'll get into you after you answer this question. But we'll do that now. To me, you had everything.
cloudy. Highs in the... Tonight,
Do we even pity? Hey, good morning, alright? How you doing? Oh, gotcha. Right now we are in New Hampshire, headed to headed to Maine, and then back to Pennsylvania. Let's go.
Time I seen you, Floyd was in jail. You came out with the Floyd shit. Dancing, very entertaining. A lot of people don't know that.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. You gonna hype a nigga up. I like you, bro.
Yeah, yo, listen, I'm a fan.
I like you, bro.
Yeah, listen.
Hey, Mace, I might like him better than you.
Nah, you don't like it.
Hey, Mace, my bad, Mace. Hey, that nigga gonna hype a nigga up, man.
Nah, but Mace as well, but not only I'm a fan of boxing, I'm still a fan of yours, but I'm just saying my first time seeing you, you had the Free Floyd Mayweather shirt on. You was coming out dancing. Not only dancing, you was fucking niggas up. And
oh, for sure.
And a lot of people, what I really liked about you is that you know how to talk. A lot of people who can talk, but they can't fight. A lot of people fight, but they can't talk. I love the slogan, the can man. I like when them niggas used to get mad when you used to get your interviews after the fight and they be like, don't say this. Nigga, we on
Yeah, because it's cable. We say what the fuck we want to say. It's just like the show. We can say what the fuck we want to say.
Exactly, 100%. So when I see you taking off some time,
I'm mesmerized by style.
This nigga here, bro.
I did not know you looked that good in person.
Thank you. Because why does everybody tell me that? Like, I don't know how to take that.
Now you gassing it?
No. It's just like if somebody tells you that you look better in person than on camera, then it's like, damn, do I look bad on camera? Like, you would think that about yourself too.
No, but you look so good in person.
Thank you.
iExcel is helping 15 million students succeed in math and language arts. On iExcel, your child can stay on track or get a
look so good in person.
Thank you.
For
I
real.
appreciate that.
Hey, what do you think about the welterweight?
You like that singer.
What is this singer like, baby?
Hey, you look like that singer, and you know what I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure you heard it before.
If you're gonna say Coco Jones,
yes,
then I've been told that a lot.
Yeah.
Coco Jones?
You look dead on her.
Hey, the welterweight division. What do you think about it right now?
What you wish that?
I'm not gonna say my weight on camera.
That's really crazy.
I'm not gonna answer that. No, I'm the way I'm supposed to be. But the welterweight division.
Right. Stat. I love you. But God, I'm sorry. My bad, y'all. My bad. The welterweight division though is everybody moving up. Everybody moving up. I mean, you see Terrence, he just moved up. Everybody moving up. Everybody moving up. Everybody moving up.
You fought to get rid of the welterweight or 154?
40.
Go 40. Going back there.
I would not. Listen, I'm done doing favors.
Okay. I'm
not a 47 pounder.
Right.
I'm not. You know, I was just doing favors, but I mean, he from Ohio too, Don. You know what I'm saying? But
Cleveland.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm just done doing favors. My next fight will be at 40.
Who would you like to fight at 40?
Everybody. Everybody. And the crazy thing is that it's just, you know, they all hang with me, but fuck it. We just, I gotta get the money, man. Fuck them niggas.
Who you say fuck? What niggas you say fuck?
Everybody.
Okay, gotcha.
Fuck them niggas, man. 140 on. I gotta win everybody. I'm gonna win every belt. If you got a belt at 140 pounds, I'm coming to get it.
Who's at 140?
Everybody.
It's a good question. Like you said,
Name those that are still at 140.
I don't know, because like you said, everybody's moving up. And then the thing about it, that'd be a good question for Sin. And I'm pretty sure A knows who's at 140, because it looked like he got his eyes.
Yeah, name 3 for us.
Adrian Bronner, Adrian Bronner.
Mace looking up there at 140.
Yeah, I'm looking them up.
All right, let me see before we go, because we'll come back to boxing, man. I know we gotta get ready to get into some football. My last question is, where's your relationship at today with Tank and Floyd?
Tank always my baby brother. That's my baby brother, man. You know, last time I seen him though, that nigga made me cry, man.
Why's that?
He was he didn't know I was there. He was at the casino in Miami, and he didn't know I was there. I grabbed him and we hung together all night with pause. But we was together all night, and then he dropped me off. He dropped me off, and but before I got out of the car, he said, "Here." He gave me every dime he had on. That shit made me cry, because I used to do the same shit, fam.
That's what's up. Yeah, y'all had the TV show 25/8, all that shit. I know that shit, brother, absolutely. And what about with Floyd? Okay, I guess we can move on to football, then.
Stat? Oh my God.
Just that. Let's do the football. I guess that answered the question about Floyd.
Okay. Well, you ready for football? Today, we are joined with our analyst.
Listen, all right. You know, y'all want to know what's crazy, bro? I really love that nigga, bro. Hey, I love him, bro. You know what I mean? Our relationship probably not be the best, but I can really say that I love it.
That's what's up. Pretty sure he love you too, man. Sometimes it be like that, bro.
Yeah.
Like that. So.
I know the real Static. Though.
What is it?
Hey, Alicia Little here, and I'm excited to announce that the 3rd annual AI and Marketing Summit is here. This is the AI Marketing Summit 2025, and you're invited to attend absolutely free. If you've ever wondered how you can leverage artificial intelligence to grow and scale your...
What is it? What's the real Static?
Static.
I think you deflect when I ask a question you don't want to answer the stat. And try to go to stat because you don't want to answer the question. If you don't want to answer the question, it's cool, because you presented it, because we was going to move on, but then you said, I know the real Static, so now you're leaving a cliffhanger. I guess, can we talk about the real Static, or do we need to move on? Guess that means I want to talk about.
There ain't no commercial break, but it's okay. It's all right.
I I don't know.
I get it. I understand 100%. Sometimes some things don't need to be said, but you said what you need to say. I understand.
I mean, we'll talk though.
Yeah.
We'll talk. We'll talk.
All right, let's get it.
Okay, so let's get started with football. Today we are joined with our analyst, Arabia.
Arabia, what's up?
Hello, hello.
Arabia.
Well, hi, how are you?
Good, man. How you been?
Been really, really good. So I offer a new service now where people can book chats with me one-on-one to talk football. They have been very interesting. To everybody who joined the chat, thank you so much. Having good football talks. To everybody who showed their genitalia, it's not that. This is not an OnlyFans situation. When you get on the camera, just have some decorum. But really good football chats. I feel energized and ready to talk about week 2.
That's what's up.
Arabia, is that a real background?
Hey, Stack, could you stop?
Yes.
Can you stop smiling? It's you.
Arabia is.
Nah, yo, bro, some G, yo, bro, some G shit. We got to have boyfriend here, yo.
Oh shit.
I told you that.
My bad.
Nah, like it's all like. Pause the show for a minute. Like I love your energy and the shit.
My bad,
Not
my
your
bad,
energy good,
my
but there gotta be a limit with it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I mean? All right. Yeah. And trust me, I love you. You know you my brother. I'm just saying, it was cool, but her boyfriend here.
Cam just checked me.
Nah, you my brother. I'm saying like, yo, what type of brother? What type of brother I'm gonna be if her boyfriend here and like it's of course you know Stat look good. But it gotta be a limit, bro.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I gotta stop that shit.
Yeah, it's all good. All right. Sorry about that, Nick.
I'm all right.
All right. Sorry about that. And I ain't trying to come at you, but that's my sister too. So.
Yeah.
All right, yo.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll bring Arabia back in. Yeah, the Bengals put Joe Burrow in that position. If you think about your top 4 quarterbacks in the league in no particular order, most people have Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, in whatever order you put them in. 3 of those quarterbacks have some sort of offensive line, they have some sort of run game, they have some sort of defense. Joe Burrow does not, and it's been a problem since last season. This season, through 2 weeks, the offensive line is dead last in quarterback hits, the worst with quarterback hits. They are 30th in the league with quarterback pressures. That's just the offensive line. Move on to the running backs. They are the 2nd worst in the NFL in yards per carry. You know what that means? Once again, that's an offensive line problem. It's not a Chase Brown problem. It's an offensive line problem. That means the defense is getting in the backfield or to the line of scrimmage and not allowing the running back to get any yards per carry. Last but not least, that defense, 2nd worst in the NFL in forced punts. They did not give Joe Burrow the same tools that the other top 4 quarterbacks in the NFL right now also have. So unfortunately, this injury was inevitable due to the Bengals putting the cart before the horse, because you know what they do have? Probably one of the best receiving duos in the NFL. You can't get the ball to Jamar Chase. You can't get the ball to T. Higgins if Joe Burrow does not have enough time to throw it. If he's constantly on his back, getting sacked, getting hit, getting injured. So yes, Jake Browning came in and he did what he had to do. He threw 3 interceptions and ended up winning the game. But this Joe Burrow injury, unfortunately, a lot of it is on the organization.
Yeah, hey, because I'm a Cincinnati Bengal fan too, so you got it first.
I can't talk. I mean, all right, you told me to stop. My bad, bro. You're amazing.
All right, hey, we gonna have to actually go, my nigga. We have to actually go. I'm gonna pay you for your time, for being here. I appreciate you. I love you, my nigga.
I'm not doing it again.
Yeah, no. I can't. I asked you the first time. I don't have no problems with you. But I'm gonna pay you for your time. But you can't violate, bro. I told you that.
I'm not, though. I'm not.
Nah, I told you niggas boyfriends in here. You know me with my brother.
Oh, my bad, bro.
Nah. But I appreciate your time.
It's me.
If you want to wait for us outside, you could. But I'm not going to sit here and not value your time either.
That's why I love you, man. You a good nigga.
They his bills. You know, I want to be the one that, you know, give them back to them.
But you mean actually they're your belts? You took it, you won.
Hey, my belts, but you know, my belts is gonna come personalized. Like his belts is personalized. You know, them his. I took his titles. You know, the belts is, you know, going home with him. You know, the titles is coming home with me. I'm gonna get my new belts. You know, and those belts is going home with him. And I just felt like it was only right that, you know, I'll be the one to present them back to him. They his belts. You know, I want to.
Yeah, that makes fucking sense.
How was it possible that everybody that grew up in the Gen X era, we all experienced the exact same childhood? I'm going to break it down for you. In the summertime, you will leave outside the house early. You can be 8, 9, 10, 11 years of age. You'll be way across town someplace. Your parents isn't tracking you down. They're not looking for you. As long as you at home, by the time the street lights came on. Am I lying? We all woke up on Saturday mornings. We watched these particular cartoons. We watched Jam. We watched the Smurfs. We watched Mr. T. We watched Scooby-Doo. We watched the Looney Tunes. And we ate our bowl of cereal, whether it be Captain Crunch, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Lucky Charms, you name it. We all did. We played in the fire hydrant and we ran behind the ice cream truck because we was trying to get our ice cream. We all had penny candy and we'll have $1 or 50 cents, and that would last us an entire day, sometimes 2 or 3 days, because the candy was actually 1 cent a piece. The girls played hopscotch. The boys used to always build like clubhouses and slingshots and homemade go-karts and things. We all played tag. We all played hide and go seek. We all used to pass notes in the classroom. We used to always, when we used to try to talk to a girl, we ask her on a piece of paper, do you like me? I like you. Yes or no? We all rode in cars without no safety belt on. We used to roll down hills. We used to jump over gates. We used to make homemade ramps, jumping on them. The girls used to be outside playing cheers. Old Mary Mac, all dressed in black. We all played any, mini, miny, mo, catch a tiger by his toe. If he holler, let him go. Any, mini, miny, mo. We all played in the sandbox. We all drank from unsanitary water fountains because they was absolutely everywhere, in every park, in every place we used to pay either a quarter or a dime to make a phone call. Most of the girls had the Huffy bike with the pink seat on it. The boys, we used to play with racing tracks and used to have the BMX bikes with the mags on. Now there's a million more things that I just can't touch on right now. But isn't it amazing that we all had the exact same childhood? How was it possible that How was it possible that everybody that grew up in the Gen How was it possible
stop letting them increase your rates. I used to let them raise my car insurance every year until I found this huge loophole that insurance companies don't want you to know about. I was paying over $150.
I've been away for a couple of weeks now, and since then, the alien situation went to another different level.
¿Quién corre? Ven a ver. ¿Quién?
So this man named Ken in Panama saw what he at first thought was just a meteor falling from the sky. He records this thing, runs over to it. The next day he finds it and takes it home. So he takes this thing home, and guess what he does? He starts experimenting with it.
No me preocupa es que algún día se desprenda de la roca.
Turns out that after experimenting with this thing on the microwave, throwing chemicals at it, he finds out this thing isn't just a space rock. Something started growing from within the rock, something that he believes to be an alien-like creature.
Como de pensar que esto nació de un meteorito.
For the past couple of weeks, this bizarre story has been taking over the internet, and obviously people are freaking out over it. On September 13th, Kobe posted this. Honestly, this kid might be sitting on one of the biggest discoveries of mankind. This UAP is alive. Just a few hours ago on September 15th, John posted this to Twitter. So now this guy is driving around scared, no sleep, in Panama with the alleged whatever alien that is growing out of the alleged meteor that he found inside of a burning hole. Fiction or not, it seems that a lot of people are invested in this story. So I decided to deep dive into this bizarre situation and try to find out what exactly is going on down in Panama, and why are we seeing more of these meteors falling all over the place. And what I found out is actually quite disturbing.
Look, it stopped. That has to be the. Oh, it did stop. It stopped and looked at us. Little measure.
What the hell is that?
Going deeper into this rabbit hole, I found out that it's been around 7 months that strange things have been going on in the sky and in space.
Gente, o que é isso no céu? Um monte de negócio abóbora. Que isso? Um monte de barulho. No, I thought that was the bat signal.
Just this last week, there were dozens of really strange sightings all over the world. And just 7 months ago, I don't know if you remember this, satellites started falling from the sky at a very alarming rate. And then we had the airplanes, and now we have what appears to be comets or meteors that are apparently falling all over the place.
Harvard astrophysicist Avi Loeb has suggested that 3-Eye Atlas is actually some type of alien technology.
Is this all just a coincidence, or is there actually something going on up there in the sky? So I decided to deep dive into this, and I guess the first place to start is Ken Panama's profile. So this is Ken's profile, and he's been uploading videos, normal vlog type videos ever since, so he's always outdoors, and this is something I observed. And around the month of August, September, he starts uploading these kind of freaky videos where he found this object.
¿Quién corre? Ven a ver. ¿Quién?
So just after that, he takes this thing home, and I guess a lot of people would do the same.
Nigga, that's a spray painted potato.
Están siendo testigos de este hallazgo aquí en Panamá.
Seems like a pretty normal rock.
That's a potato.
como tocar también una universidad, la Universidad Internacional.
So I guess he actually took it to the university. Let's take a look at his next videos.
Todo ha cambiado de color y me di cuenta que destruye todo lo que es planta. No se puede acercar a una planta porque la mata. Miren ustedes.
Is he actually touching it with his bare hands?
Totalmente a lo que es orgánico, como que lo destruye. Pero cuando tú lo agarras, como quema. Eso lo extraño.
So at this point, a lot of people are still skeptical about this, including me. But that same week, he starts performing a series of tests and experiments on this thing. And like anyone else, he's pretty curious about the place where he found this.
Les voy a enseñar algo de otro mundo. Aquí en el lugar donde cayó el meteorito hace varios días, cuando yo apago la luz, miren cómo se ve. Es algo totalmente increíble. Es un material que brilla, un mineral, no sé de qué es lo que está brillando ahí, es una locura, me da miedo ya. No sé qué material es esto, es increíble.
Bro, if this is really a meteor, you should definitely call authorities.
No tiene una explicación que yo sepa.
So at this point, a lot of people in the comment section are asking him to do more experiments with the rock, and thinking that maybe this is just a space rock, why not? This is what happens.
Ahora que lo he puesto a tomar sol, veo que le están haciendo una especie como de orquídea o planta parásita, pero crece muy rápido, pero es bajo el sol.
What the hell is that? That is really weird. Does not look like maybe a fungus? So in his next videos, this thing starts growing rapidly and actually moving by itself.
The practice you are about to learn is almost never described publicly.
So in his next videos, this thing starts growing rapidly and actually moving by itself.
Para los que me han escrito que quieren comprármelo, no está a la venta. Estoy esperando a las personas correspondientes para que le hagan su estudio. Estoy tratando de buscar los contactos o los contactos que me localicen. Hoy voy a llevármelo. Y algo me preocupa es que algún día se desprenda de la roca. Pero por ahora no. Por ahora le mantengo su crecimiento paralizado, pues no lo dejo tomar mucha luz. Cuando toma luz solar, crece. Por eso que lo mantengo en la oscuridad. Esto no se alimenta.
Oh my gosh.
Esto no respira. Esto no toma agua. Solamente lo que recibe energía es como de la luz.
Look at that. So there's people in the comment section saying that this is what this thing is. Let's check this out. Okay, maybe it is not red. So after this video, and this was about a week ago, King's life turns upside down. This thing grows really fast, and turns out it's not the fungus people thought it was.
Miren. Baby, ¿qué pasa? Ahora le enseño el frasco que antes era, ya necesito ponerlo. Desde hoy le estoy colocando eso. Yo nunca había hecho live.
More and more, this thing started looking like something out of a sci-fi movie, and Ken started doing live streams of this thing, which would mean that if this is fake, it would be a very, very elaborate hoax. But several people in the comment section were trying to prove that this was actually a hoax. Some posted pictures like this one saying that this is a wire. I don't see it. If you do, please do leave a comment. That's for the video. It seems like he's trying to avoid this region with the camera, but then he pans over. Yeah, I don't see a wire there, but I could be wrong. If you see one, leave a comment. What I do know is that by now, he's got millions of views in these videos and people are watching, including people who might be interested in taking samples of this thing. And this is what happens. Where is it? What? What is that?
The light out. The light on that shit.
Oh my gosh, this thing is huge. A few days later, something really strange happens and he posts this video. All of a sudden, Ken goes from making nice videos experimenting with this thing to actually running away with it, saying that TikTok is actually censoring and deleting his videos. In his next video, he makes it quite clear someone is following him.
Yo estoy bien. No se preocupen, yo estoy bien. La cosa es que no se lo llevaron, yo lo tengo. Yo lo tengo, no deje que se lo llevaron. Me va a apagar el celular, pero no se preocupen.
So not only is he apparently running away from someone who's trying to take this thing away from him, he's also having this thing where TikTok is blocking and deleting his videos simultaneously. This all sounds pretty sketchy, and this was uploaded a day ago.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please. Save the videos. Save the videos.
Now why would TikTok delete his videos? I mean, there's a bunch of fake stuff there. Why delete his? In his next video, something bizarre happens.
Una amiga me está ayudando y me está dando refugio aquí. Aquí no vive nadie. Y lo que tengo, yo creo que no ha crecido tanto. No permito cargar luz. En esta ventana sí tuve que poner unos cartuchos.
What's going on?
Ahí me están esperando. Me trajeron un maletín y quieren que le dé las muestras y voy a entregar meteorito.
What, are you kidding me?
Espero que estén bien resguardados en buenas manos.
Were you sexually abused by staff, guards, or other adults in a juvenile detention center? Many victims have already received.
Espero que estén bien resguardados en buenas manos.
So Ken isn't exactly very clear, but it seems as if he's being followed around and he stays at a friend's house without giving much information. While doing so, he gives a sample out to an anonymous source that apparently contacted him in the beginning of this entire thing. Maybe he's feeling pressured by all of this and he just doesn't want to have the entire thing with him anymore. The problem is, Ken's videos have already drawn a lot of attention and right now he is basically on the run. No one knows where he is, he's not staying at home anymore, and he's basically driving this thing around and feeding it. And this is one of the reasons people are freaking out. So I understand this is the place where he's got this thing now. Do not show your license plate.
A ver cómo está.
my gosh. Is this thing actually breathing? This is so bizarre. Yeah. Can I urge you, if this is real, and I'm guessing it isn't, but if it is, you should contact someone.
Unos cartuchos en la ventana.
What are you doing, Ken? Totally understand, having an alien for yourself is like maybe one of the coolest things after watching a bunch of alien movies, right? But I don't know if this is a smart move. Oh my gosh, Ken. That does not look fake to me, but... So this is basically his last video for now. But the question that everyone's asking is this real or not? And I'd say that this is possibly fake. Let's just say that it's real. Is there any evidence to back this thing up? I would start with the 3i Atlas comet.
It's just a matter of weeks before the unique interstellar comet known as 3i Atlas is expected to pass closest to the Sun between the orbits of Mars and Earth. Harvard astrophysicist Avi Loeb has suggested that 3i Atlas is actually some type of alien technology.
3i Atlas, 60-second update. If you're like most people and going, what the hell is happening? One, it's producing methane. You know, I don't remember the last time a comet, a meteor, or an asteroid produced methane. Two, it's producing its own light source. And it's producing it from within. Did that. Three, it's speeding up and slowing down. It's changing course and then correcting its course. I don't remember when an asteroid, meteor, or comet ever did that either.
Yeah, so I get it. So this 3i Atlas isn't a comet, and this is being said by this guy.
Harvard astrophysicist Avi Loeb has suggested that 3i Atlas is actually some type of alien technology.
Wait a minute, so if this thing is actually an alien comet, it's going to be around in about 2 weeks. It's pretty possible that this thing is... There it is. Manhattan-sized interstellar object, 3i Atlas could release many probes that hit Earth, experts warn. Oh my gosh, so this was on September 5th. This was like a few days just after Kim saw the meteor falling. It could either visit us or release some mini probes that arrive to Earth and appear as UAP. Oh my gosh, so this could literally be what's going on with Kim. But if this is the case, there should be more of these mini probes being spotted on Earth.
There's this myth that addiction is just lack of willpower. That's not how the brain works.
Opioid addiction affects millions of individuals and families, but recovery begins with one choice, and no one has to face it alone. QuickMD connects patients with a doctor online for opioid use disorder. Start medication-assisted treatment backed by science. No judgment, no stigma, and no insurance.
But if this is the case, there should be more of these mini probes being spotted on Earth. Oh my gosh, I found this one. On September 13th, a UFO was shot down in China. Residents of several areas in China found this mainland China rare aerial phenomenon on the night of September 12th across the sky. So there's a bunch of videos. Let's take a look at this. Oh wow. Several videos actually. Yeah, what was that? So this was apparently posted by a Chinese military who is very active on Twitter, and she shared a video showing the incident. She says it was an interception of something without saying exactly what it was, so this is like one of those mysteries we will never know, I guess. but I remember seeing more of these things falling around. Yeah, this was 4 days ago in Saudi Arabia. This actually looks like the same thing in China. This is kind of creepy. So apparently there's something going on first week of September, and this was posted on September 1st. It's apparently in Brazil. Yeah, they look exactly like the same thing in Saudi Arabia and in China. I saw one of them blinking up there. What is going on? On August 13th, this account posted a video. People are saying this is a real TR3B. Let's take a look at this. Where is this? Looks like one of those drones. Yeah, that was not a plane. 3 days ago, posted by Larissa Jones. I'm not sure where she is at, but I'm guessing the US.
No, I thought that was the bat signal, bro. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Pretty sure that's not a UFO or anything like that. That's just most likely a strobe light coming out of a building. Anyone confirm it? I think this is what's going on. And then this was posted on August 22nd, even though this video was not originally posted this year.
Right. What is that? That's a fucking UFO.
Oh shit, yeah, it looks like a... Oh!
What is that? Wait!
What the
Oh, that's a tornado upside down?
That's what it looks like an upside down tornado, dude. Alright.
And it's moving.
Then August 13th, also in Mexico, coming from Lucas La Cabra. Let's take a look at this. Video too short, looks a bit AI, just double checking. Yep, just what I thought. Yeah, so this is an AI, so this is not a real video. Let's skip to the next one. Okay, so a meteorite just fell in Brazil a couple of days ago. This is getting really frequent, isn't it?
Rapaz, acabou de cair negócio aqui, ó. E fez coisa, e fez coisa não. Eu vi daqui, né? Eu não sei o que é.
And just 3 days ago, posted by Portal Agora CE. I'm guessing this is
Liga, mas é plano. Cada posto ali, ó. Parede.
So I'm not sure what to say, but the entire Panama situation could be a very elaborate hoax. But I wouldn't say the same thing for this alien situation. Here. There's something pretty weird going on in the sky, and it's like there's a party and we're not invited. If I find anything else on the situation, I'll let you guys know. Don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe to the channel with notifications on for more videos like this, and tell your dogs or cats, you know the rest. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Copilot, make an exclamation.
So the other day I got a text message from a viewer, friend of mine, that there's a bike available sitting in the weeds in his development. Apparently this gentleman was a bit of a hoarder. Unfortunately he passed away, and they're starting to clean things up around here. They got a dumpster out here. There's just stuff places. He sent me some pictures of the bike, and he said, come and get it before the scrap man does. That's why we're here. We're gonna save it from the scrap man so that ultimately we save it from the crusher. They look pretty neat in the pictures. Let's go see what it is. Come on, Darren, see if we can find this. What is it with abandoned motorcycles and hot tubs? It seems like they just go hand in hand. I'm guessing it's this, yeah.
I think it has more to do with hoarders and hot tubs.
This is it. I'm excited. I'm excited. Oh, shoot, man. This just looks like picks and snakes. You can see where the hole was, and then the seat cover's worn off. But we got turn signals. Yeah, like. He said there's a title to this? Oh, look at that. The cool thing is he said there's a title for it, which means we couldn't put this thing on the road because it would be a street legal motorcycle. The problem is, I think he said the title says it's a 74. It's not a 74, and I could tell right away from the pictures because, well, here, Dan. Can we move this? This would be a great thing for an Onyx. You ever go out in the woods looking for motorcycles? Use the Onyx app. That's what I do. Anyway, where were we? We got a lot to talk about this bike because it's kind of very similar to some things we've done before, but it's also different. Look at this. So normally these DTs, they had twin shocks, one on each side. In 1977, they went to the monoshock design and they ran one shock in underneath here. So looking at the pictures, I knew it had to be a 77 or newer, but I'm not sure after that. My guess is, oh my, is that stuck?
No, it's tied to it's locked onto a brick.
It is locked to a brick. It's locked to 2 bricks. Look at that. Well, that doesn't understand why the front doesn't turn. But anyway, back to what I get to see what it is. Okay, looking at tank decals, my guess is a 1979 because it has 2 black stripes under the Yamaha. 77 was different, 78 was different, but 79 had those 2. And I just confirmed that. You can see, blah, blah, blah, vehicle conforms to EPA regulations, da-da-da, 79 model. So, I'm going to say it's a 1979 Yamaha DT250. Wow, thing's got some miles on it. It's got 10,715 miles on it. It's got a bungee cord with a knot in it.
That's probably important.
Yeah. Does the throttle work? Hey, the throttle works. Should we look in the tank now or should we look in the tank later? Let's look in the tank now. There isn't a dent in this thing. Dude, if this tank looks anywhere nearly as good on the inside as it does the outside, this yard took really good care of it. Okay, we might not be able to look at the tank right now. Nope. I'm not even kidding. Okay, well, we got ourselves a fairly complete motorcycle. What do you think? Is this front tire going to hold air? The back tire looks like it actually has air. Look at that. Where's the valve stem? Oh, let's see if that's enough to get it to the truck. The back doesn't work. Front doesn't work. Did he text me something about a key? I did. We got a text message. He said the keys are underneath the side cover. Hey, look at that. This is actually working out pretty well. Scrap man, he wouldn't have known what to do with those keys. I never got a full set of keys. There we go. Our first major hurdle. De-hurdled the hurdle. We de-hurdled that hurdle. So this is locked up tight. Let's see if we back this off a bunch and see if we can get this rear wheel to move. Did I bring a hammer? Probably not.
You guys gotta have something that uses a hammer.
Now will it move? Oh, biscuits. Oh, the front doesn't move either. Dan, this bike is like 270, 280 pounds. Whoa. What do you think? Do you and I, do we just lift it? Do we carry it out of here?
We can try to lift it.
Dude, this is awful. Yeah, let's do that. Hand Amanda the camera. Dan, time to get to work. Okay. Just take a quick inventory, Dan, of where we're at. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. The wheel is completely locked up. Can't get the gas cap off to check inside the tank. The rear wheel is completely locked up. The title may not match what the bike actually is.
Hey, this turns the whole way.
Yeah, I unlocked that once I found the keys. We got that to turn.
Here we go.
What do you think about the engine? Oh, the good news is, here, look, throttle works.
Are you saying that locked up is a theme?
I'll be honest, I hope it's not locked up, but if it is what it is. What do you think? Should we try? I'm curious now, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yes.
There is hope yet.
Yes. Fantastical. All right. Let me go get the truck. Don't go anywhere. Nailed it. Now my truck smells like foliage. This is gonna suck a little, Dan.
A little?
Yeah, a little.
Only a little. Actually, that's an optimistic take on how I thought this was gonna be.
Oh, jeez. Don't. Didn't account for the cinder block.
Since I know the wheel's not gonna turn.
Where's the front don't fall off? Oh, it's spin wheel. Oh, come on. Drag! Freaking ran out of silicon. Alright, ready? Oh, freaking gosh. I got the bike, hop up in. Drag. There we go. That was easy. Oh, good job, Dan. Thanks. Man, this thing's not bad.
All your Y2K favorites are back for only $3 or less. Only at Taco Bell.
Since its approval 10 years ago, Chagrisso has offered a decade of research, a decade of partnership, and a decade of commitment.
That was easy. Oh, good job, Dan. Thanks. There we go. I ain't going nowhere. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Get out of here before we get in trouble drowning on the grass. That ADS suspension handles that curve no problem. Don't hit the YZ. Don't hit the garage door. There we go. There are a few things in life better than getting your money's worth. And there are even fewer things that are more fun. How does it go? See, they said it perfectly. There are a few things in life better than getting your money's worth. And few ways to do it that are as much fun as this 1979 Yamaha. Good job, Craig. You nailed it. Gosh, for crime and enemies. I want to do that one a little smoother. Anyway, here we are. Now that we have slightly better tools than we had out there when we were picking it up, because really all we had was cinder blocks, a couple pieces of wood, and snakes. We're going to see if we can get this stuff to move, so we don't have to plague ourselves. How do you think you're going to move these wheels? Well, I'm going to jack it up a little bit. So normally what I would do, first step is going to be hosing this thing off because there's ants running all over it. I just saw half a dozen spiders run out of there. I would hose it off and get this thing clean and then start working on it. But the wheels don't. So what I did, you saw what we did. But what I did then was I just spraying everything down. Everything I think I'm going to have to touch or loosen to get these wheels to spin freely. We're going to just jack this up at the moment. That is so tight. What do you think it is, Dan? Do you think it's in the brake? Yeah, the brake's locked. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I think we could go through and clean the carburetor, evict the mice that I'm guessing live in your box, shoot some stuff in it, whatever, get this thing to fire up. But it's no fun if it doesn't move. So let's see here if we can we gotta put pry bars on the list. And maybe they're already on the list, but maybe we should take the list next time we go to the place to buy the stuff that the list is on. What I'd like to do is get this brake line out of here, but everything is locked up tight. So when I spin this adjuster, it's twisting the cable. You don't want it twisting the cable because it won't be good. But I don't want to just go taking the wheel off because if things get stuck and this piece here side loads, then there's a good chance that's going to break, you know? Okay, should we come back next week when I have this done? Dang, people are going to be able to tell how much I care about the bike, but how genteel I'm being.
We're being carried in Chile.
It's like when you get that package from France and it says fragile, you can't just be not fragile with it. There we go. We're breaking this disconnect. Okay, when you're buying an adjustable, pro tip, I always like to get the ones that are both standard 12-inch, 10, 12-inch or whatever, and also metric. So this one here is 12-inch, 300 millimeters. It's just handier, that way you don't need two adjustables. If you get the one that's both standard and metric, it's one less thing you need in your toolbox. Many people do think you're going to think that's right.
I think what?
It's moving. And that is a good sign. It's fantastic. Put a little more juice in it. It's tight. You don't want to break this. Piece here and that is just cast aluminum, so we gotta be careful. At the end of the day, if you have to get new brake shoes, you have to get new brake shoes. There should probably just be like an O-ring, kind of seal around this, and I think that's what's getting hung up. So I can only take a little tiny bite here, or else I'm into that O-ring groove. So I gotta stay like just on the very outskirts and just catch the very side of that lip. Getting places though.
Boost Mobile has unlimited plan for $25 a month forever.
Forever? Really?
Forever. Yes, forever for the rest of your life.
Getting places though. Starting to lose interest. Maybe we'll just let that sit for a bit. If we move it away, we can maybe think about it. What do we got next? Rear wheel. Jeez. We're stuck. Maybe we should spray that with some WD or some UV blaster. Oh, maybe we should spray this too. We're gonna need this to move. I'll just hose everything down good. Hose that down good, hose that down good. Hose that down good. Knock the axle out, pull that rear wheel. Hold the bike so it doesn't fall off the lift. Oh. Nice, it backed off. That's kind of a win. I'm gonna say it's enough of a win, and here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna knock this back in. What are the chances there's any yellow left?
Looks like underneath all of that it is yellow.
You know, if we'd be able to find it or if it all chalked through. It's not bad for a couple minutes worth of scraping. We got nice side panels. This bike is super complete. 6-hole. We got a 6-hole battery. Oil injection. Look at that. We got a full tank of oil. We got
spider eggs.
Spider eggs. That's why I want to wash it. It opens up that flap.
What's in there?
Vehicle emission control information. That's where the mud daubers live. Airbox is going to be in behind there. Pop this thing off. That's the worst part about this bike right there, that little tiny crack in the side cover. Ah, it's a shame. It is a shame. Well, right now the tires don't even turn, so we'll come back to that. Look how nice that rear fender is in underneath there. So we're going to get this pulled off.
Get that out of here.
Dude, this is fantabulous. This is as nice as it gets. We haven't had a bike this nice in a long time. If you think about it, got a lichen growing on the exhaust pipe. If you're ever stranded out in the woods, you can eat that. You get hungry enough. Put a bunch of this stuff on here in case we need to mess around. Does the choke work? Choke moves? You know, we can do it. Let's see if we can open up that gasket cap. The old shitty wrench. Damn. So dramatic, I don't know. Flashlight. Moment of truth. You know what? It is not all bad. There's some crust right here on the top.
Considering how well it was sealed up.
Right. Dude, that is not bad. That is kind of exciting. I'll fix it right up. Well, I guess while that's soaking, and that stuff is soaking, pull the carburetor off and get that soaking. Yeah, I got a spider crawling up my arm.
Was it a baby spider?
I don't know.
Mommy spider? Uncle spider?
Uncle spider. There we go. Oh boy, I don't even know if I want to open up the airbox.
Let's get the hose ready first.
Why? In case mice run out?
In case I'm ready for all kinds of living things to run out. Mice, spiders, scorpions, ferrets, dingoes.
Any guesses what it's going to look like in here? Is it going to be like absolutely atrocious? Or are we going to be like, huh, it's actually not bad? I'm going with the second one.
Show it to me. I don't recall seeing one looking like that.
It's not awful. We've definitely had worse. We do have calcified mouse urine right here. It's not really what you want in your carburetor, but I think we saved it in time. Floats are doing floaty things. If I can get these passages clean, this carburetor is a saver. So we're gonna get that soaking as well. What else do we need to get soaking? I know. Let's pop this spark plug out. Looks like it's been a while. Next step. I'm guessing this is air filter in here, so. Oh, that's never good. This bottom screw is nothing but rust. And when I'm gathering on a bike like this, the only time we're gonna find rust is when we find, you guessed it, urine. Got the urine thick. That's how they should come out. We're gonna get a little creative.
How creative?
I don't know. I know how creative. About this creative.
Oh! Hey, Craig. For a second there, I thought you were screwed. Oh no. You can just put that back. You just put that cover back on, Craig.
Fuzzy wasn't fuzzy anymore, was he? Because all of his fuzzy was in the airbox.
Horrifying. Oh, wait, they come out with one clean chunk?
Yeah. One nice, clean.
One more thing that wasn't as awful as we thought it would be.
Amazing.
Turns out the rat's nest could have been worse.
I think it's a good time for us to
break and let the PV settle.
Yeah, I do believe. Okay, I messed around with the front wheel a bunch last night. I still couldn't get it to free up and turn. So I decided what we're going to do is just drag everything outside the way it is and give it a bat this way. Because I want to give it a bat and get to working on it. Let's do that. So picked all them spiders. I'm kind of curious. Look at that. That's the spot I scraped with the razor blade real quick. That cleaned up pretty decent. I think the pressure washer will do. Find out. Look at that. Ow! Oh man, this bike is going to clean up really good. Right back at us. Take that, Dan. Dan's really getting in there to get you guys these shots. Those eggs off. Yeah. They probably all hatched and are now infesting our office. I'm super excited with how this bike.
Wait, Craig. All right, go ahead.
I'm super excited with how this bike is coming out. This thing is really, really clean, and it's really, really complete, and it seems to be really, really original. So I'm excited about it. I'm gonna finish getting this cleaned up. We have the tank, a couple side panels to get cleaned up. So let me buzz through this here real quick, and then we're gonna regroup, and you guys are gonna see how this bike looks.
Yeah.
Cleans up nice. Days like this, I love my job. And then I hit spiders. I just wash the side panels in my coffee mug all the time. And I clean this coffee cup after sitting in the seat for 30 years. This is a complicated piece. This motorcycle only costs like 800 some bucks new, I think. This piece here probably cost them $8 to make. It was probably 10% of the cost of the motorcycle. Now, normally what I would do is get my leaf blower out and blow that bike off, but I don't have my leaf blower here. Guess we can use air if we get it back into where the hose reaches. Or what else we could do, Dan? We could let the sun do its magic while you and I feed our faces full of meat sandwiches. All right, we're gonna let the sun dry and we're gonna eat. I had the carburetor in the bug box. It's been soaking for a while, and it's getting better, but that's where all the mouse pee was hanging out. I'm gonna see if I can clean that up a bit more. Always with the mouse pee, Dan. You don't like mouse pee, playing old motorcycles isn't fun.
Oh, is that your secret? You like mouse pee?
I am sorry.
Who wants to hurry up and check spark?
Oh yeah, we never checked spark.
We never checked spark, right?
Well,
We talked about that battery a lot.
we did talk
Whether or
about
not we need it.
We don't need a battery. So this is a CDI ignition, magneto-based CDI ignition. So this battery is actually only for the lighting circuits. What's going to happen here is we kick this thing over, or flywheel spins, there's a pulsar coil in here. That pulsar coil is sending voltage to a capacitor. Then there's a trigger. Once that thing gets to the volts it needs to, opens the gate, releases the chooch up here to the ignition coil, and then that sends the lightning down to the spark plug. So this battery, like I said, is just for the lighting. We don't need that. We get it to start, to spark, so we're good there. But we are going to want a cleanish carburetor so that it'll do carburetor things. Pop this pilot jet out because that's going to get stuck shut. Here's the pilot jet. Front wheel. And release juice because that is locked up. Alright, looking good. Carburetor is
If you or your loved one were at Northwell Sleep Center or STARS Rehabilitation between August 2022.
alright, looking good. Carburetor is just metal tip needle, that's always nice. Okay, we have a clean carburetor. However, we do still have two stuck wheels, but at least now we can do other things. Dude, this is like working on a new bike. That's fantabulous. We got an old spark plug. Let's see if this sparks before we get a new spark plug. Opening keys. Engine run. Put that to engine run. There we go. All right, Dan, you ready for this?
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Nothing, man.
Yeah, looks like nothing.
Oh yeah, investigate kill switch.
I guess that kill switch is really killing it.
Never stop, don't stop, with the kill switch. Spark plug. This one you can do the plug we want. It's a little shorter. Put it on a longer plug. It'll tell us whether or not we get spark. New plug, do we get spark? So why would that be?
It's possible that this is why it was out in the yard to begin with.
It's possible. That wire there is cheap. Yeah, I would say it's very possible that's why it was sitting out in the yard. I don't know. This orange wire should be running up front here to our coil, which it does, and our grounds around there, which they are. It's headed up here correctly. So, what did we get this? Oh, okay. Hold on.
Caught something?
Yeah, I did. I was right.
What mouse chewed through what?
Our rectifier is absolutely cooked. Like that cooked.
That's just like chunks. What are we supposed to do with that?
Hopefully our CDI doesn't look the same. It's pretty good.
Okay, so that looks okay. So what needs to work here?
Well, I don't know if we need that rectifier or not as part of our ignition circuit. This wire is so crunchy. How are there still spiders and ants on there?
They're taking refuge in that rectifier.
Yeah, maybe. Like I said, I don't think we need a battery in order to get spark. Well, I'm pretty certain we don't. But we are probably going to need to, I don't know, I got to look at this diagram a little. But this red wire, I'm going to stick it in here the correct way. Because we're
Alright, send that over. I'm gonna eat my grapefruit and listen to that. Yeah. Switching it up in a minute. You understand me? Let's get your healthy right. You know what I'm saying? Get that gut right. You know what I mean? Hey, yo, did that dude just try to spin kick the shit out that dude? Put the reverse roundhouse in a mosh pit, bro? Word, you throwing roundhouse kicks in a mosh pit? That's what it's come to? Yeah, they ain't playing around. You're right. This nigga's throwing roundhouse kicks in a mosh pit? The fuck?
Terminal West Dark Wolf is presented by Genesis Motor America.
Just because I have my own family doesn't mean I betray the team. Sadly, Shepard is using Hatfield for his own agenda. That's what I'm going to find out. Let me come in.
That's that get out your aggression music, yeah. That shit's worse than rap. I don't know what they saying. I don't know what type of spell they put on niggas. get shot trying to do an entrepreneur hip hop show. You get beat the fuck down. You ain't gonna come out there like you was in a hockey match and y'all got to fight. When the refs was breaking it up after y'all was scuffling a little bit. Nah. All hell breaking loose.
Well, Mama told me when I was young, come sit beside me, my only son, and listen closely to what I say. And if you do this, it'll help you some someday.
The Iranian delegation agrees that the GAEA will add additional cameras and online enrichment monitors to ensure that Iran's nuclear sites in Fordo, Natanz, and Arak are being used for civilian work only, limited to medical or industrial purposes.
Yeah. That's why I don't have faith. Everybody's, they got their own views. I don't know how you're going to align yourself with someone that doesn't align themselves with you, but...
Yes. Next month, as agreed.
What it is.
And we expect the oil sanctions fees at the same time.
Get home, get some work done. What's going on?
Cameras, more oil, more money for my country. It is what this is all about. No?
So what's up, love?
I thought it was about clean energy, Cyrus. The common bond between man is not the exchange of suffering, but the exchange of goods. Are one of your philosophers or some famous Persian trader? That is Ayn Rand. I would have thought it required reading for the country of perfected candidates.
Back to our agenda and the motion on the table, please. Thank you.
از چه خبر؟ امروز عملکرد قابل تحسین بود.
نه متشکرم آقای وزیر. این کار وحید به همان اندازه مهمه.
برای همین قیمتش بیشتر نگران کننده است.
ولی بعد برای مرحله آخر معامله‌مون چرا خاموش بود؟
چرا خاموش رفتن آدمای دور و بر برادر یکم فراگیر شد.
ما اعتماد هست که فردا هر روز حرکت افغان شما بگوییم شبکه خاله مسئول باشه.
میدونم برادرته، هم خونته، ولی تو واسه آدمی که شیفته غربه خیلی اعتماد داری. از ما گفتم منو نگاه کن، اگه از پس این مسئولیت بر نیاد میدونی دیگه برای بالانس کردن کف ترازو چی رو.
بله دارم به کار درد میکنم.
مطمئنی؟ تقبل میاره.
euros bitte. Danke. Danke. Reports from Hastings. Nothing. What about town? All got lucky. They weren't straight through. Last guy I saw get gut shot. Stomach swelled up like a watermelon. Good shit right for 2 years. Hatfield told us about Elisa. You were with her? I'm gonna ask you a series of questions. How we proceed depends on your answers. Elisa and Abe are being played and she's dead. That's not a fucking coincidence, is it?
He was right. I was being played. The first time in 20 years, my assets sent me bullshit intel. As soon as I heard about Elisa, I contacted Mossad. I let them know that Shepard had used us.
Used you for what?
The bearings in that briefcase, they're not the same as Momar's, are they? Ask yourself why they're different. They're fake.
We weren't conducting an upstream disruption. We were stopping one. It wasn't the Gandhi network inside that tunnel. It was German intelligence. And they were making their own play against Iran. And we have 2 sets of fake bearings to prove it. We hid friendlies inside that tunnel. And now the only question that matters is who the fuck played us.
Look, if you want to know who played us, it's the same person that killed Elisa. He's here. If you care to see him for yourself. Rahimi. Shepard. Supposed to lead his flock to the west. His brothers, Kudos, the lead negotiator on the nuclear deal. Shepard was supposed to help us stop him. Instead, he stabbed me in the back, fed me bullshit, then used us to stop the Germans' upstream disruption.
What about the Iranian teams outside the tunnel? The ones who came after Elisa and I.
Got fucking spooked. Found out a hardliner. Yusuf Saidi was onto our comms network. He panics. Unleashes the Quds force to wipe out everybody on the fucking map. He found out our plan because of me. He gave us up. And our Elisa's dead. Saeed. Saeed, you with us? Yeah. Despite your fuck-ups. Still on the same side, right? Now you tell them what you told me. How are we gonna finish this operation? Love. That's right. Brotherly and love. Yeah. Brother Kudos will finish the deal. Nobody will know about Vahid's fuck-ups except us. Okarin Shatzet. Basit de Mundagi.
You're claro, don't forget about me.
driving across country.
Come here. Hey. Hey. Hoity.
خطتك أنا
چه خوبه؟ کجایی؟
مهم نیست انجامش دادم او برینگا جاشون دارم یوسف بگو که پیکای خاله فهمیدن خوب باشه
خیلی برات کردم
بعد ساعت 11 صبح آنهم را بلایی که توافقی
باید
جونم
یادت باشه میگم خدا با ما
اول خوش از برادرم چی گفتم
جان
محترم بزن خواهش میکنم
It's for Lisa. Tomorrow your pose is highly curious. You take massage bearings, deliver to the minister. This operation, Iran's nuclear gambit, will end on that tarmac.
This is November of 22. As follows. They're in the hotel room in Geneva. And you're the mobile. Agent Parrish is KIA. Be advised I have secured the encrypted note between Haverford and the Shepherd. And I'm looking for the Shepherd's location.
Copy all. Hold your position, do not pursue.
Say again?
Haverford has identified and terminated the Shepherd. Maintain your location. A team is en route to Missouri for cleanup, with a follow-on to Geneva for your extraction.
Believe that Parrish is KIA. Do we trust the intel source?
We are shifting mission. Operational requirements. And by.
Where's Haverford's team? I need to contact them.
Negative. Stand down.
But I have the communication port with Haverford and the Shepherd.
Bring all biolog info with you. I repeat, your mission is complete. Prepare for extras. Do you copy?
Copy all.
Glad you chose mine.
My head in the clouds, so I'm all find a place within on in my mind. The old that takes wine.
There's more room for imagination in the 3-row GP80. Welcome to Genesis. Oh, it's mesmerizing.
I can't.
greasy mess.
And not even scrubbing.
Well, fluff my feathers.
Dawn Platinum is bringing it.
You know it. It cuts through the grease better than their old dish soap.
Keep quacking.
Platinum breaks down the slimy stuff it would leave behind, removing 99% of grease and food residue. That's why only Dawn is trusted to save wildlife.
Yeah.
I'd fly south for a clean like that.
Dawn Platinum, the better grease getter.
Chevy makes America's most dependable trucks. Like the rugged Colorado, the highly capable Silverado 1500, the powerful Silverado HD, and the uncompromising Silverado EV. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
It's Chevy Truck Month. Well, qualified buyers can get 2.9% financing for 72 months on Silverado 1500 models.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
2-minute warning.
One more catch. One more catch. One more yard. One more yard.
No more yards. No more yards.
3 more points. 3 more points.
No more points. No more points. No more points.
New customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win.
Forget I brought gifts. This is from my dad. This is wrist compass from Mom. You boys need to hear it that what we're doing out here is appreciated. I'm proud of you.
I thought we were sharing a joke.
Still another hour before we shoot. I'm here for watch. I'm leaving. And I need you to come with me. You're coming out. Right before we finish this mission. Which mission is that, eh? Is that the one where we got walked into a trap in Budapest? Or the one where we attacked friendlies? Motherfucking heaven. More coming, brother. It's time to go. This the fucker who betrayed us is dead. Executed. Fucking right. Executed. The fuck you want? The shooter statement? Is that what you need? This ain't the teams anymore. There's no cuffs. These are the teams where the code. The code which allows us to maintain the moral high ground. We far exceeded that territory in bit. You know, my family's seen the agency play its games in Africa time and time again. And no matter what the rules, you have to remember we're not the players here. We're just pieces on the board. No, we're not. I ain't leaving. Not until we finish this job. Then we wiped out a convoy of 7 allied agents. I tortured a fucking friendly. I let him bleed out from the pieces of ceramic lodged in his gut, which were from your rounds. That's not who we are. That's not us. Fog of war, brother. Yes, sir. 2 sides trying to do what's right. It's shitty, but it happens. You know, I never thought I'd see this day. Great Rafe Hastings afraid to finish the fight. I'm gonna let that one go.
think your mind's made up? Why the fuck are you still here?
The same reason I came in the first place, but... Because you are...
Then stay and fight. With me.
It's the wrong fight, but...
Stay and fight! Both want answers. And they're out in that airfield tomorrow. The only way out of this is right fucking through it.
This isn't about answers anymore. This isn't about Duran or Elisa. Or even protecting Reese and our boys downrange. This is about you, Ben. Isn't it?
What the fuck are you talking about?
The fight. It's no longer in front of me. It's raging inside of you. My father used to tell me that some men will go to war to fight the enemy. But others will seek war to fight themselves. And maybe you're both, mate.
You know, I'm gonna miss that old Rhodesian wisdom. I really am.
Reese was wrong about you. The road ends here for me, but I can't go down it anymore with you.
Long live the mother, eh? Hey. You know the difference between you and me? I'd rather come home in a fucking box than do what you're doing right now. Remember that?
And you will.
Slipper duster traps 4 times more dust. 4 clean, even Mom approves of.
Better reach.
Making hard to reach.
So easy.
Now with dust-busting strips, it removes even built-up dust. Swiffer Duster Heavy Duty. Love it or your money back.
With wet AMD, I worry I'm losing sight of the world around me. But now, I can open up my world with Vabysmo. Vabysmo is the first FDA-approved treatment for people with wet AMD that improves vision and delivers a chance for up to 4 months between treatments. So I can do more of what I love. Vabysmo works differently. It's the only treatment thought to block 2 causes of wet AMD.
Vabysmo is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection, active eye swelling, or are allergic to it. Vabysmo could cause eye infection, retinal detachment, temporary increase in eye pressure, an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke, or severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. Report changes to vision or eye pain to your retina specialist right away.
Open up your world with Vabysmo.
The #1 prescribed treatment for wet AMD. Ask a retina specialist about Vabysmo.
FanDuel Casino is the home of Huff and Puff. And 500 bonus spins for new players means you get to go for buzzsaw boosts on Huff and more Puff. Bring spins to Huff and even more Puff for even more shots at jackpots. Or find Mega Hat Magic on Huff and lots of Puff. So come on over to the home of Huff and Puff. New players get 500 bonus spins plus up to $1,000 back in casino bonus on FanDuel Casino.
guys want to leave, fucking leave. What's the plan? Plan stays the same. Private airstrip is here, just outside Geneva. We go unarmed. Move the fake bearings, like the paper. We haven't always seen eye to eye, have we? But you put yourself in harm's way to get all off the X. As far as I'm concerned, you've earned yourself a seat at the table. Welcome to Charlie Platoon. All what's left of it. One more time.
Just remember, doing it is about the power and the good. Without restraints. That's gonna echo through time. Anybody know anything about this? But you be goddamn sure that the world's gonna be safe. Hell yeah.
This is November Alpha 2-1.
Byron.
Shadow.
Your extract is 3 hours out.
I'm not calling for my extract. When did Hereford say that the Shepherd was eliminated? What time?
You were told to stand down.
Date and time.
2100 yesterday. Confirmation of identity and death. November Alpha 2-1. What's your status?
Awaiting an extract.
Merhaba ya. İlk hocam. مسؤوليات الرئيس تريد معاملة مستنسمة وزراء إنتاجيست. And if it's all the same to you, Minister, I'd appreciate our dialogue continuing in English for my associates. Hearings. If the bearings are authentic, you'll get your fee. $1,500 revolutions per second. Ensures a green light on this centrifuge tachometer. You've given me no reason not to trust you. I hate on the other hand. I can't offer the same. $1,507 revolutions per second. Bearings are good. History is being made today, gentlemen. Be proud of that. And be thankful for the three of you for standing on the right side of it.
That's the life, my friend. Not playing basketball. Hard choice to make. But you made it. The right one. Just know that, it wasn't easy for me, you know?
Everything has a price. But more importantly, so does everyone. You now know yours.
Thank you.
America. Selling out your country. The price should have been much higher.
Look. As many years that we've been working together. Probably guys that we've eliminated. Yet it was my own fucking brother who threatened our goal.
So he
You,
gave
my friend, you'll usher Iran into a new place with the West. Arush, look at me. That's what Vahid would have wanted.
Somebody want to tell me what the fuck just happened?
We just helped create a nuclear Iran.
How the fuck were those bearings reading?
No, take your time.
آقا وزیر سلام. برادرم اسمسش برای من؟
الان معامله انجام شد. من شما رو تهران میبینم که شیرینیشو با هم بخوریم.
متشکرم. خدا حفظتون کنه. من میبینمتون. It's done. The road behind us, the road ahead.
It'll do well on behalf of the agency and for your people.
There's green.
That's your fucking... I mean, we gotta get someone on the horn. Chief of station or fucking someone. President, come on.
You can't do nothing. Except for finish this shit.
Wait. Shepard's alive. What the fuck does that mean? Fucker. We now know who played us. What do you want to do? Even a pawn can take down a king.
Say it.
Oh.
Fish in the fucking barrel. When?
Andre, take the tires.
Yep.
آقا وزیر بله. الو آقا وزیر.
They're coming to kill you. They're coming to kill all of you. And I hope they do it expeditiously. Yo, have a steak for breakfast. Something else delicious. Some grapefruit coffee. It was a good day. We pushed out this video for you real quick. Let's over here watching Dark Wolf. This shit was amazing. Good boy, Steve.
Fair winds, brother.
We're getting married this year. Woo! Time to save wherever we can. So we tried a different detergent. Seemed like a good deal.
It was not. The detergent was so watered down it left our clothes with stains and dinge.
My favorite shirt became my PJs.
And I'm not risking that.
So back to Tide now.
Yeah, Tide's the real deal. With double the cleaning ingredients, you get more clean in every drop.
Clothes are cleaner, brighter, and fresher.
For the record, I'd marry you in PJs.
Pajama wedding?
Yes. Stop paying for watered down detergent. It's got to be Tide.
New customers spend $5 and you get $300 in bonus points. Fair. Play your game.
Dad, this guy says that we act like Gillette Labs is some miracle, but it's just another razor?
Gillette Labs ain't a miracle, but it sure as heck ain't my old razor. It's Gillette's best shave. And with up to 30 shaves per cartridge, I'm spending less. Its ultra-sharp blades last 50% longer and give you a fresh blade feeling time after time after time after time. Gillette Labs, the best a man can get. Get it on Amazon.
His car's the deal. She's looking at her embodied mousetrap.
So she gave me that bias thing. So I've been watching something, so I just canceled my cable and I just kept my internet. And then I changed over because I was paying like $27.99 and I got it for $17.99. What you call through them Netflix. I switched my Netflix account. Like I didn't even have my sign up for it under them and not and use the same email address. So that I was like, we saving money. Let's do it. Weird. I was like, this is not the time to be playing games.
No, I'd rather get some beers, but
Listen, it's getting weird out here, y'all. You gotta hold on to that coin. Hold on to all the coin you got. Hold on to every single shekel.
Fucking, just get blowed up.
I just had some factor meals last week for the first time. They were delicious. I'm thinking about doing that, just stacking my fridge up with the meals and don't gotta worry about cooking shit. Grab me a steak or a piece of chicken here and there, and that's that.
All clear. Director Brennan, please be advised of a mission conducted by rogue operators that I had recruited to Mosul, Iraq. Ben Edwards, Mohammed Farouk, Jules Landry, and Rafe Hastings are responsible for the death of Allied forces for turning over illegal nuclear technology to our enemy, Iran. These men are traitors. They still have the technology that could make Iran nuclear power. They should be considered armed and dangerous.
Friendly.
What happened?
Okay. Is he here?
He left this guy. Burned us. Oh, fuck that. It's our word against his. There's Hall's evidence, right? Tell him.
I don't have evidence. I have encrypted messages from multiple IP addresses. It's why I use the portal. Unless I catch him real time.
How about the photo?
Photo of Haverford with Iran's chief negotiator for the nuclear deal. Assad will do everything we can, but
Fuck. You're these fucking puppets now. These fucking patsy. What are you thinking, Chief? We're still in the game.
Viewers like you make this program possible. Support your local PBS station.
That was what it was, wasn't it? Masterpiece of the inside. First episode of Gen V. Oh shit. The first episode of Gen V. I'm gonna have to block this whole thing out. I know this video ain't getting monetized. This shit gonna be crazy. Let's go.
I was gonna get on Saturday first, and because of problems with that. I was like, okay.
You know, getting into God U was the best day of my life. Marie, most kids around here with a history like yours. You killed them. They get sent to the Bot Adult Facility in Elmira.
Jordan!
What the fuck?
What happened to you don't own anything and to leave you the fuck alone?
Do you like Jordan? Do you want to put your mouth on their mouth? I like them.
I messed up, Emma. You should be with someone that isn't.
Well, maybe I want to be with you. Sam, do you want my help?
Yeah.
Feel nothing. I risked everything for you.
You would do anything for everyone to like you. You're not a hero.
What the fuck?
God, wake up! You believe every time your father uses his powers, a micro tear occurs.
I knew about the woods. I stayed quiet to protect you. I'm sorry for everything.
Turns out the school is a fucking Mangala health clinic.
Thomas Godolkin built this place to figure out what makes soups tick.
I want Marie. She doesn't understand how powerful shit it is.
The powers are badass. You can sense things in blood.
We killed a soup.
So the virus worked?
What the fuck is going on?
She wants to wipe us off the face of the earth. We're gonna free the woods. You're superior to them, and it's time we showed it. Now. You have to stop this. I'm trying to save you.
You like attacking your own kind? Stay back!
There's no doors.
Where are we?
Oh yeah, that's right in the room.
You're just too good to be true.
So Gen V is back on. So now I'm going back down the rabbit hole. It's a wrap for me. All in.
Can't take my eyes off you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much.
All right, gentlemen. Here we go.
It's not ready. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you. Do you feel anything?
That's how this shit started, yeah.
In a nation rocked by chaos, division, and outrage, superheroes are under attack. Victoria Newman was the victim of a deep state conspiracy hatched by the treasonous Robert Singer and Starlight, who still remains at large. But Victoria Newman did not die in vain. Her death inspired President Calhoun to entrust the safety of superheroes to Homelander himself. Godolphin University is where you can join the fight. A campus where you can find freedom from human constraints and the woke agenda, and display your powers with pride alongside students who are just like you and under the guidance of an all-super-abled faculty. A place to be exactly who you are, extraordinary. So join us this fall and become the hero our world so desperately needs.
It's a fucked up story. Shit is so out there.
On your knees. Now.
Wait. Where are you taking me? What the fuck? You okay? Me? Shit. What the fuck is going on? Where are they taking us? This is it. It's... No. No way. Who is that bad machine he fired?
Hey, you guys! Welcome back. Come on out. It's all good. Better than good.
What's going on?
I got you out. Where's Andre?
I could already fucking know.
No, what? Where the hell is Andre?
Why don't you read my mind, cunt?
But, when did it happen?
Fuck you.
Jordan, Emma, I didn't know. I would never.
Fuck you. Where's Marie?
There they are. The happy reunion. Rebecca's school. Gloucester Cave. She ball tickled like 11 people at fought to get you released in time for move-in day. I'm Stacey Ferreira, head of student life, class of 13. Oh, no one took those off. Kate, Earth Decay. Yeah, can you figure out who has the keys or whatever? Just a quick little presser. Your statements are on the notes app. You can have a little loop-de-loo in hair and makeup.
We're not doing anything. And we're not saying shit.
So then, back to the van, is it? Do you need to pee first? Say it.
I don't care what it says. We're not going back to Elvira.
Follow moi.
What the fuck is that? You knew you got a dick sticking out of your ass.
Oh, watch the stinger. I'd hate for that thing to get set off. Die a horrible death. And I would too. Lols.
You gotta learn to pace yourself. Not just like everybody else.
Put you on my minute so I can break off. You're just happy you're out.
They got your ring.
Your left circuit side. Chin down, eyes up. Emma. Yeah. Thanks to the tireless work of the Godolphin Commission, the world now knows the real roles we played in the Woods tragedy. We liberated our peers from sadistic imprisonment and torture at the hands of Indira Shetty and her vicious human administration. And though it's a blessing to be exonerated after being wrongfully accused, we will continue to question why this abuse of young heroes ever happened. Thank you.
Where's Andre Anderson? Where's Marie Moreau?
That's it, you guys. Thank you so much. The Guardians have to move into their doors. Seriously, where's Marie? She broke out. That's all I know. That was months ago. Bot hasn't found her yet. She disappeared. She didn't tell you where she was going, did she? You're in my head. You know the fucking answer. Jordan, I'm trying to help. You're full of shit. I'm serious. As long as you're on campus and don't make any trouble, you're safe. That's the deal I made. Marie is in danger, so if you hear from her...
Oh, let's go. Fuck Kate.
I got you two out. They had just waited. If Andre had just been... Come on.
I'm Cypher, your new dean. Look, let's just call it like it is. The previous human administration was full of shit.
Fuck me with a red hot poker.
Last I checked, safe spaces didn't include secret torture labs dedicated to creating a virus to wipe us off the face of the earth. But thanks to our brave guardians of Godolphin, that program was exposed and shut down. And luckily, every trace of the virus was destroyed. But we cannot rely on luck anymore. And we can't trust humankind either. That is why, as your new dean, I will be preparing you for this brave new world. Because it is high time that humans and race traitors like Starlight learn that what runs through our veins is true thought.
You never saw that Cypher guy fucking Elmira? I'm sure you did. More than once. He was a doctor or something, and now he's the dean? I mean, who the fuck is this guy?
Okay, I looked him up. He spent a couple years at the Gloucester City office. But before that, I can't find a single thing about him.
What are his powers?
I don't know. I'm telling you, the dude's a blank slate. I mean, the name Cypher's a little on the nose, honestly, and I doubt he's really got the juice to spring us out of jail, so... Do you think he brought us here? Like, what the fuck does this all mean?
It means we went from one bad hellscape to another.
Where's Marie when you need her?
Come on.
I don't need her. So, I don't know if I should tell Hunter's dad. God, he thinks his son's rotting in prison. Come on.
Come on, just stay out of it. Nothing good will come of this.
Because nothing ever does.
Looks like talking to your friends went well. Wild guess. You got nothing on Marie Moreau?
Did you know about Andre?
Andre Anderson? Yes.
He was my friend. How could you not tell me?
You could always peer into my noggin and find out. Well, fair warning, you might not like what happens when you do.
How did he die?
Honestly, you're already kind of fragile. Probably best you don't know. Cheap day.
Tell me what happened.
Just because Cliff did 19 million in his opening weekend, you think you can boss me around? You got smoked by the Garfield movie.
How about I call Homelander?
Do it. I'd like to see how that goes. Look, Kate, I like you, but let's never forget who controls who. Now, if you'll excuse me, my lunch hour is really my only me time. And, if you really want to be a help, find Marie Moreau.
Oh yeah, I did hear it was smashed. I wonder what they're gonna do this one. And one of the characters, he got killed in a motorcycle accident, right? I gotta watch it.
Damn, you be knowing what happens to people on the outside lounge, outside TV? Not having a clue. Maybe.
$2 short.
I got it. Oh, you don't have to.
Come on. You need that Brave Maid Pride bar. Fair warning, there's enough fiber in there to cause kidney failure.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi. This is Vanessa with New York Child Protective Services. This is Shirley with the EEOC. Susan with the IRS. Is there an Annabeth Moreau enrolled there? I'm looking for an Annabeth Moreau. M-O-R. No record of her at all. No record of her at all. E-A-U. There is? Her 84. No, not the Annabeth I'm looking for, thanks. Anyway.
Sam had nothing going for him until fate stepped in, and he and Kate got split. Now streaming on.
And big news today out of Gloucester ME. And Emma Meyer rematriculated after being exonerated by the Shulgin Commission. We liberated our peers, sadistic imprisonment and torture at the hands of Indira Shetty. And though it's a blessing to be exonerated after being wrongfully
This is not random country. Sure as shit. We don't want any troubleshooters. You're going to a fucking rally for a wanted terrorist and child molester, aren't you? Hey, that hurts. Let go. Amanda's right. You're all monsters. You probably douche with the adrenal gland.
Hey! You need to back off and go home.
Fuck off.
I'm serious. You don't want this to go any further.
Aren't you?
I'm nobody.
Hello? Mr. Anderson?
Friends with Andre.
I know who you are.
You already know, don't you? About Andre.
I still have a few friends at bar. So if that's all, thank you, but I'd like to be left alone.
I'm so sorry.
I said leave me alone!
Frank was there! The new dean.
He was at Elmira.
Jordan saw him working there. And now he's at fucking Godolkin, so something's going on, but we don't know what.
Have you heard of him? Or maybe you draw someone at bar.
I don't fucking care! I always told Andre he was made of steel, but he wasn't. He was flesh and blood. He was my flesh and blood. And I'm the one who shoved him into the fucking thought machine. And you need to worry about school?
It's not your fault. Fuck this.
It's a little place. Leave that school. And stay as far the fuck away from it as you can. Including me.
But you can do something. We can do something.
He was all I had! Now get the fuck out! Please.
You know, maybe I didn't know Andre for that long.
But I do know you wouldn't have given up.
Whoa. Dognot? I love your show, man. I'm out, little bitches.
Because right now, we got everything we need except for wheels that spin. In a motorcycle that doesn't have wheels that spin, what's the point? There we go.
Oh, there.
Right.
It's a roller now?
Oh. It's rolling. So to break that brakes. This thing was swimming in penetrating oil since yesterday, so it looks like it helped. So now we have at least 2 wheels that spin. That's better than when we started. Okay, now, hold on, Dan, what was I doing? I forget. Oh no, we gotta put the carburetor on. Oh, look at that, it's like a goldfish you bring home from the carnival. So it is. Let's call him Fred.
How long will Fred live?
Probably 36 hours, if you're lucky.
Give me fuel, give me spark, give me compression in the engine. Crap.
So what do you think? You like this bike now? Much better now that it's yellow again, right? Pretty cool.
It does not make me want to throw up, so yeah, it's a vast improvement. You remember, that's how disgusting the whole bike was. Man, this takes me back.
All your Y2K favorites are back for only $3 or less. Only at Taco Bell.
If you or your loved one were at Northwell Sleep Center or STARS Rehabilitation between August 2022,
Throttle work.
What's our next step, Craig?
I think we're gonna drain the oil. No, let's do that now. Look at that. It's not bad at all. Is that right?
That sounds like wind. No, windows open?
Of course.
Of course you. Oh, dang. Craig, close your windows. We'll go by. Craig doesn't keep the windows open while it's raining. He has rainwater from every rainstorm because of it. Shit, it's an interesting fact about Craig. You good?
Yeah, it's raining. Dude, that came from nowhere. Well, I tell you what, Dan.
What?
I told you I'd tell you what.
Sure did, Craig.
Here's what I'm thinking. I don't know if I can contain myself anymore. And I kind of want to see if this bike will run. I know, right? It's got that tank. I lubed up the petcock, and the petcock seems to be working. I'm going to be careful here that I don't just rush myself through this because I want to hear the bike run. So
I want to hear the bike run too. You can move at a brisk pace.
Yeah, we're going to move at a brisk pace. As Adam Sandler would say, medium pace. This tank is an absolute masterpiece. Look beautiful, my friend. Just like that. I like it. Feeling good. You feeling good?
I feel pretty good, yeah.
Awesome. Well, should we put a little fuel line to it and a fuel filter? For your arrow, fuel flow is this direction. And now, if I'm not mistaken, this here is going to be our oil line. And I didn't see any sort of oil or remnants of oil out of here. So I think we need to put oil up in the tank. Look, I'm almost at the point here where I think what's going to happen, fellas, is we're going to get this bike to fire up. But I don't think it's going to ride because we still don't have wheels and brakes that actually work. They'll spin, but they don't work right. We're missing a chain, I'm missing an air cleaner, and the clutch is stuck. But that's all right. That's all easily addressable stuff, especially when the plastic cleans up as nice as it did. It just, excites you. So let's get this bike started. But as far as riding, it could be a little tricky.
We'll get it running. We'll figure that out later.
What time it is?
Get this stuff off the workbench. Let's go.
Shame for that seat. Let's turn the fuel on and see if it flows. Look at that. Fuel is flowing. It has been a hot minute, I believe, since anyone has sat in this bike and tried to start it. How many kicks, Dan?
Well, now you got me all optimistic, so I'm going to say 3. Yeah. Don't disappoint me,
Three's a good number.
What's your guess?
I'll go 4 because it's my favorite number. Couple primers. Oh, we started off good.
Do you have the switch in the right spot?
I do now.
All right.
I'm gonna take this off. I'm gonna pop this off because I don't.
Oh, it's dripping.
Oh shoot, you're dripping gas?
Yeah, I think,
Yeah, coming out of the overflow. So you know what you do? Start a flooded bike, turn your fuel off, you hold your throttle wide open, and you kick it till it starts.
That's beautiful. Wow. I love it. Not even smoking.
Unreal, what a great bike. Now we obviously have a little bit of work to do to get this thing out on the road and make it a fun bike to ride. But I think we're gonna call it there because we got a lot of stuff done. This bike was sitting in the, well, you saw the video. It was in the thing, in the backyard next to the hot tub, and we dug it out, now it's yellow again. And it was a lot of fun. Thanks for watching. Find yourselves an old bike and start wrenching, having fun, and learn it. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and throw the videos up here. You guys have a great weekend. We'll see you later.
Welcome back to It Is What It Is. This episode is sponsored by Underdog. The app's an easy way to make some cash just by making picks on your favorite players. Underdog is available in more than 30 states, including California, Texas, and Missouri, just to name a few. So Underdog is dropping awesome promos all week long, so make sure y'all check the app to see what's next. If you're new, use code ITISWHATITIS when you sign up and play $5 and they'll drop $50 in bonus funds your way. I'm Treasure Wilson, aka Stat Baby, along with your hosts, Mace and Cam.
Killer, what's good, man?
How you doing, man? You alright?
Yeah, man. Today I almost cried thinking about you, man. For real, how you doing these days, man?
I see you every day. I literally see you every day, so just this morning you about to just this morning you gonna cry for me?
Yeah, man.
Right, man.
Yeah.
I hear you, man.
You never told me about you and Big L and Dane being in the car.
Well, yeah, yo, I seen that. I seen that. I didn't know me, Big L, was in the car together. I didn't even know that me, Big L, and Dame have ever been in the car together.
Oh, man.
You know what's I was going to save that for my show because I didn't want to get into this. I really didn't want to get into
I was going to mind my business, but I saw Mo with the popcorn. I said, so he's taking my part.
I've never, forget Mo got
I'm not going to talk with Flea.
No, I'm going to say it totally, but I didn't know that nigga was such a liar. Like, you know how your man is your man, so you probably don't be annoyed. Like, you got your man, you be like, nah, you just hate us. I didn't know this nigga lied like that, man.
Yeah.
First of all, let me tell you something. And I'll last up to say, talk to me, but makes no.
Yeah.
Yo, listen, bro. Big L is not your man. This whole shit don't even make no sense. First of all, I'll say this real quick because we gotta move on.
Me, you, and Big L going to get drugs or riding around Harlem. Don't even sound right. Big L didn't fuck with you. I tried to plug you into Big L when you wanted to sign him when he started his own label, Flamboyant. And y'all was trying to sign him. But Big L brother, Big Lee and Reg, they didn't like you. If you had 3 bricks in the car, or you was on the way to get 3 bricks in the car, or on the way to get bricks, whatever fucking lie you told, story you told, you wouldn't have made it home. Big L lines niggas. Mace, right?
Yeah. You lied me.
No, Big
you
L.
got a point there. Yeah, you quick on your feet.
Big L lines niggas like barbers, my nigga. You wouldn't have made it home, my nigga. Stop that. Yo, it's really, you going out bad, bro. Stop lying, my nigga. Me, you, and Big L have never been nowhere to get no work or had no work or stopped in a checkpoint or nothing, my nigga. You going out bad, but I'll just sit on top of Fleet Murder. But yeah, man, you might need to say a prayer for me.
Yeah. Yesterday I was so taken aback. Pause. I really wanted to pray for Adrian Broner. Next time I see him, I'm gonna do that. I missed a great opportunity.
Yeah.
Well, make sure y'all tune in for Talk with Flea. But today we are joined with our analyst, Maurice Claret.
Mo, what's good, man?
Hey, it's a lot going on with you.
There is.
Yo, Mo, it looked like you, our first 2 weeks of the season, man, it looked like you trying to run for something. Some Susan is looking, let me straighten out my shit. What you running for council out there, son? You been looking real clean, man. Everything, the suit's looking good, the background, you got your microphone this week. Yo, you looking real good, man.
Well, I appreciate it, man. Well, the fans wanted me last week or 2 weeks ago. You had some resident Ohio brothers over here, Pac-Man and AB. They caused some criticism, so I just wanted to show a civilized version.
All right. Oh, yeah, Columbus. There you go. A Columbus version of Ohio, man. I don't know if they too civilized over there, and the young
That makes sense, Mo. It looked like you running for like city council or something.
Yeah,
I know the colors.
That's what I was saying. Like, did you know, Murder, with that council shit, all the colors mean something.
Yeah.
They be mean the same. Yo, Mo, let me ask you a question. Go ahead.
No, the tie was for solidarity for you.
Okay.
He was going through a whole lot on the internet, so this is a pink tie.
Oh, it's the pink shit. Okay. I thought it was red for me. I got my shades on. They pink. But listen, let me tell you something. I know y'all my brothers. Don't worry about me. I got clip after clip after clip, my nigga. I don't shoot strays. I'm a sniper, so I'm always good, bro. Yo, I want to ask you though, real quick. What do you represent more, Youngstown or Columbus?
I'm from Youngstown. So I represent Youngstown.
Okay.
I'm a Youngstown until the day I die, but I live in Columbus. So I've had half my life in Youngstown and half my life in Columbus. And most people know me from playing football at Ohio State, but at the core, it's just like you from Harlem, I'm from Youngstown, but I live in Columbus, and they've treated me well in this town.
Gotcha.
It sounds like you're trying to rep both, Who am I to say that?
Well, you're from Jacksonville.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Thank you.
Right?
I'm about to say. I was just about to say, who is he to say where he's from?
Who am I to call the pot?
Call the ghetto black.
Okay, well, Maurice.
But I had a question for Cam. Like, it's timely that you asked that, right? So somebody asked me something, right? So they was like, I got a question for Cam, but it was a question I didn't know the answer to, right? So, obviously I listened to your music and I understand why you was in Ohio, right? It's clear why you was here. But they said, how did Cam get to Ohio? And I couldn't ask him. And I was like, why did he choose Ohio, to trap out of? And I just thought I asked that for the person who asked me the question.
That's a great, that was a statute of limitations, so I can talk about it. Well, but it didn't pan out like that anyway. So this is what happened. And that's a great question. So I know a female that lived with this. She lived in New York, but she was from Ohio. And I was going back and forth to Chicago anyway. When I was driving Chicago, like Ohio, got to ride through there, not through Columbus, but towards that way. And I always seen the signs. So I had a female lived in New York, and she was from Columbus, and we was having a conversation one day, and she was like, yo, you know, a gram of heroin is $350 out there. I said, yeah, 350? She said, yeah. I said, I don't believe it. She called her cousins, and they verified it by phone. So I sent her out there to get everything situated, because a gram of heroin in New York at that time was probably, if you knew somebody, 60, 70, maybe $80. So the turnaround was crazy. But she went out there, fucked the money up and everything else, and it never panned out. And so I met somebody else who has stomach issues with me. So a lot of people don't know I have IBS. I met somebody else who had IBS, and we was kind of talking about this shit. And he was like, yo, give me a call. And when he gave me his phone number, it said 614. There you go. I was like, hey man, you be in Ohio? Because this girl just told me that motherfucking a gram of heroin out there is so-and-so, so-and-so. He was like, just stick to the stomach, bro. Just stick to the stomach. So then we talked for a while, just about medical shit. And I ended up stopping in Columbus on the way to Chicago, and I bought some weed with me. And they bought it all. I had like 3 ounces to smoke for myself, and them niggas just ate it up. And the dude I'm talking about was like, see, you can make some money out here with the weed. Leave that heroin shit alone. That's me. So don't bring that shit out here. And I didn't sell weed. I was just throwing weed parties because I didn't want to go to jail. So I was charging niggas $1,000 to get in a party to smoke the best weed and everything else. And, you know, I ended up meeting some good people. You know, shout out my man Pop Joe. R.P. Chubby was out there. A lot of people don't even remember my nerd because he went to jail before Pop Joe. But yeah, I met some good people. But it was over a conversation about heroin, which I never indulged in. But
there we go.
That's how I got.
Well, I listen.
But the weed
that's
was
the history of Cam being in Ohio.
Yeah, that's how I went.
Wow. Well, you were always a businessman.
That was good.
Damn, but girl, you gotta think about that turnaround. Because listen, I don't know if y'all people know the movie Traffic and everything else. And it's based, you know, it's really kind of realistic. It's kind of based out of Cincinnati, some of it. And no disrespect, I'm not talking about the athletes or anything else, but a lot of these kids that go to these schools are functional heroin addicts. And a heroin is an early drug. So you can have it, you could be working at 4 in the morning, be finishing at 8 in the morning and make $90,000, especially at those prices. If you're buying it for 60, you think you got a decent connection, and you keep coming back, you might get it for 50, and you sell it 1 gram for $350 stack. You know how many grams is in a kilo?
I don't know.
You went to school at least.
I don't. All
right, so it's 1,000 grams. So it's 1,000 grams in a kilo, right? So
yes.
If it's 1,000 grams in a kilo, and you're selling at $350, and you're selling it in like a week and a half.
Yeah.
You would take the chance to. Maybe not you, but I'm just saying, depending on your situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. He putting stat in the trap is crazy.
Even weed back then, you buy a pound for like 6,000. You know, it's cheaper now. What I'm saying, it's 5,000-6,000, and then you could get it off out there for like 10,000-11,000 because niggas they didn't have good weed. Then if you break it down, the ounces will just be selling $1,000 ounces. You know how many ounces in a pound?
It's like,
oh my God.
y'all, this is not chess. I don't know.
I'm just saying. I don't know if they teach that in school too.
Yeah, but I went to school I haven't taken math since 10th grade.
See, me and Murray went to school for science and mathematics. I said, fuck the science. I'll focus in on the math. That was actually the name of our school, man. Center for Science and Math.
Oh, dang. Yeah, fun fact for me, I'll just say this so people don't think, dang, how you went to Miami and didn't know this. I stopped taking math in 10th grade because I did all my academics in middle school because I was too advanced. So by the time I got to junior, senior year in college, I was taking college classes. I just want to make that clear. It's not, off the top of my head, it's not clicking, but English and stuff like that, cool. The math, I can discount because I shop a lot, but that's about it. So.
You stopped taking it in 10th grade?
Yeah.
That's lit.
It was calculus, and so then I did AP, and then I did college credits. I was done.
You did calculus in 10th grade?
Yes.
I gotta call Cap on that.
It's literally written down. You can see that I had my college credits done in high school.
Ooh, that's deep. I thought I was the only one that passed the SAT with flying colors.
Well, I'm just saying, for me, the thing about it, for me, I stopped doing math when letters got involved. I can't do nothing with it. Once C plus D equal H to the ninth power, I said I can't do nothing with this. Not saying that people out there can't do nothing with it. It just, I knew it wasn't going to resonate for me in life.
Yeah, this is hilarious.
I couldn't. I'm not doing math with numbers because I knew I couldn't pay my rent with that. I knew I couldn't buy no work. I couldn't buy no sneakers. It just didn't make sense for me to do any math with any letters involved. Just me personally. So congratulations to y'all. I'm glad y'all killed it, man.
Okay, let's start actually with Miami. We're gonna get into college football. So Carson Beck succeeded at the grass being greener on the other side by going to Miami after he left Georgia. So Maurice, gonna let you go first. What's your thoughts on Carson Beck in Miami? And then have you ever had a similar situation where you left and then it ended up being better than you thought, or maybe even worse than you thought?
There was two things. Stat, you can't hate on Carson Beck no more.
You're correct. Yep, you are correct.
Remember Cam said last year when he started balling.
Yeah, I'm glad you're bringing up receipts for me, Mo. Thank you, bro. I'm glad I'm taking with my glass. So thank you, Mo, for pulling out the receipts, because sometimes these people up here act like I never said any of this stuff that I say. Thank you, man.
Yeah, I remember. No, Carson Beck is he's doing an amazing job down there in Miami, and it looked like the Hurricanes are rolling. But my situation where I thought the grass was greener on the other side, I don't know if you call it the grass being greener on the other side, but it made me think of when I thought about I got suspended from football, and I thought that hustling was better than me continuing with my path on football. And I jumped into the streets, and I thought the grass was greener with like with street shit. And it didn't pan out. Yeah. So that's all the example.
Man, when I think of Carson Beck, I would have to say that the grass is probably greener for him. When you think about it, you know, he leaves Georgia, he goes down to Miami. The weather is better, everything is better. And he finessed it. He took Hannah on a ride. You know, it looked like he was gonna date Hannah, the influencer, and then he broke up, right?
Yeah, the Cavender twins.
And he broke up with her in March, right before spring break. Anybody's hearing what I'm saying? He gets down to Miami, he breaks up with her before spring break. This is what he's talking about. He's not even talking about football. He's talking about the ladies.
Stat, you could go. This a nigga you should know, okay?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna deny that I didn't have faith in Carson Beck because I really thought it was situational based, and I was like, when he's gonna go to Miami, he's gonna fuck it up. But he didn't do that. So shout out to Carson Beck. I mean, we're doing really good. We play Florida next. Florida is not doing really good, so we're probably gonna stay undefeated for a little bit of games, and I can't be mad at him. But yes, I had reasonable doubt. I was proven wrong. Thank y'all for holding me accountable. That's what this is.
I mean, his NIL deals went up. The team is playing good, and you know, he's a free agent in Miami as a young man. Gotta be crazy.
And he's a Heisman frontrunner.
Yeah, he is. I've seen that.
And Miami's ranked number 4.
I'm excited though. I don't dislike. This is great. We should be winning. I just didn't know that's what was gonna happen.
Stat, everybody is quiet. Everybody is quiet because you act like the guy was no good.
I didn't say he was no good. I didn't think he was gonna be good for Miami.
Well, I'll say this because I want to ask more number question before I even. Well, I don't really have much of a take on this because we already know who this is really about. You know what I'm saying? So,
the grass is green.
Yeah, but I will say this that before I ask Mo the question. because it's kind of not pertaining to this, but I want to ask the question anyway. I'll say this is that I believe because of Cam Ward's success last year and how good he played, and then he went #1 overall, is that people like Stat are racist because they was feeling real black last year. Michael Irvin on the field, Stat on the field. Yo, we winning and we got a black quarterback Juneteenth every day, nigga. That's how they was feeling. And then when Cam has to leave and you get a white quarterback, you like, he may be all right, but we was just on Soul Train, nigga. That's what it felt like. I don't hear you talking about getting ready to go to no Miami games this year. If you're going, I haven't heard it.
I will. Homecoming.
Okay, but yeah, you're not excited.
I am excited.
Cam Ward was there. I'm just telling you, because it felt black. It felt like we was winning. That nigga behind the offensive line, tennis chains, all type of shit. And I get it. I felt black. I was proud of Cam Ward. I think on ESPN said, niggas can't fuck with me. Oh, my bad. He get up there and curse. It was a black situation. And you don't have that anymore. That's what I really feel.
Now they're back to Arby's.
Yeah, that's what I feel. And that's what I think Stat probably was, even though she will never admit that. But I think she was feeling real black. The fist was in the sky. And now you're back to a white quarterback. That's how I feel when he even announced he was going there, because the hate came before a game was even played. I just don't think it's girlfriend only fans. I'm like, I don't know. She knew more than me. All y'all know more than me. But what I want to, as far as Miami's concerned, but what I want to ask you is this. So the other night, and I know we plugged it before, Mo has a great 30 for 30 episode on ESPN. If you haven't seen it, please go make sure you check it out. It's called Youngstown's Boys. Sensational. And I was in the house flipping the channel. I've seen it 100 times. And it actually was on ESPN maybe about 4 or 5 nights ago. And it was part of part of the documentary, because we all see what you came in and did at Ohio your freshman year, et cetera, et cetera. And then we see the trouble you got into as well. But Ohio kind of turned their back on you when you started saying you wanted to be one and done. Now that you see all these other players in the future talking about one and done. When you said it, it was like a crime. Like, how dare you disrespect Ohio State like that? How dare we the ones who made you famous, this, that, and the third. How do you feel about being a kind of a trailblazer for the one, even though it didn't pan out the way you want to, but even that slogan saying you want to be one and done, and then maybe 10 years later, everybody, oh, one and done, I want and done, I want and done. How's that make you feel?
Yeah, well, it used to bother me in the past. I went through that whole depression of like, sometimes you're just ahead of your time. Right. And, I happened to be very good at a young age, and I was probably, one of the best players in the country. And I thought that I should be able to be in a position to go make money in the NFL. But the fact of the matter is that they didn't let me, just the rules were what they were. Excuse me. And, I wasn't able to go. And now, I see kids in college that make, millions of dollars, and sometimes it's just how things shake out, where, you happen to be ahead of your time and you mentally have to get over it. But on a more serious note, that was what had me depressed, where you feel like, you should be able to make money and take care of yourself, and you have a talent and a skill that you can market and potentially go to the NFL with and, do whatever. But those 2-3 years I was kicked out of football, that's what had me drinking, drugging, and you feel sorry for yourself, and you keep on replaying, what coulda, shoulda, woulda happened, and that's the shit that sent me into the streets. But eventually got over it, like sometimes, no pun intended, it is what it is. That was what happened with me. I was like, man, it is what it is. You gotta, rebuild this stuff without football, and that's basically what happened with me.
No, absolutely. I was just more amazed that phrase is, it's regular. It's regular, and we thinking about 2002. It was 2001 when that slogan. 2002. Yeah, 2002, and I'm like, yo, niggas was like you said, you was ahead of their time. Mace has some bars. Mace has some bars, and he said, "I treat girls like Kentucky. I'm one and done." And
hey, my treat today. I don't think they'll take that here. Of course they take Discover. You're stuck in the past. unlike me. You look rad.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places nationwide.
Totally.
When they say it like this, here's the coffee. You even went down to the roots. Look. Here, you can believe this one. Look. Yo, guys, this wasn't shown for you to see. Look. Here, look. Hold up.
Treat girls like Kentucky, I'm one and done. And because you go to Kentucky, you're one and done. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that's his real lifestyle. I'm just saying musically. You know what I'm saying?
Clarify.
Nah, you know, it's bars. You know me just being clever. But I think that was a very, very clever bar. I treat girls like Kentucky, I want to know, like, oh, nigga think he hot. Boy, that was a tough bar. But I seen that slogan of it, and I just wanted to ask you that. But that's you're right now compared to what you went through. All of us. Exactly.
Okay.
This might be but for anybody, I will say this, 'cause I think it's important. Like, for anybody who go through shit, like, people just, sometimes you can stay stuck in those moments mentally. Feel sorry for yourself and keep on reliving the past and keep on talking about the past. And, the irony is that, like, when I look at you and what you be going through on the internet, it's kind of like people acting like that, stuck in the past.
Yeah.
And until you get out of that stuff and start to move forward with life, and I don't mean that, I don't take no shots at anybody any type of way, but all that stuff is the same. Like, when you just mentally stay stuck in the past or talk about the past, keep
Yeah, right there. Okay, so Arch Manning, he has a lot of pressure, as we know, because of his last name. So he's really been going through it, not even just on the field, but also on social media because of some of the games that he's played. Maurice, what are some unknown challenges that kids who have famous family go through that others may not know about?
I think the one thing that's obvious, the pressure of the kid not really understanding who they want to be versus who other people expect them to be. And I already thought about this with my daughter. I got two young boys. One is 2, one is 5, and then my daughter, she's 19. But when my daughter was growing up, like, her trying to find herself, and I can only think about this, if your last name is Manning and you play football, her trying to find herself and what she wants to do versus what other people think that she should be doing because she's my child. And, like, me trying to get her to navigate that and her trying to find herself and me trying to say, like, okay, is she an athlete? Am I making her be an athlete? Am I forcing her to do something that she doesn't want to do? And when I look at Arch Manning or anybody who has like famous parents who has fans and friends and people who expect the kid just to come out of the womb and do the same thing, I ask myself, like, is that something that he suffers from? But then I also, like, with Mason Cam, I ask myself, like, like with them having older kids and them being older than me, how have they seen that play out in their kids' lives? So that's my take on it, but I was more interested in hearing them.
For me, it's real simple. I think I learned very early that my kids weren't me, I think some people, they force their kids down that road to try to make them similar or quite like them, and I think that's a real travesty because every time, like, a child is born, they're like wired certain ways to do certain things. And if you pay attention to it, you could actually maximize it. I recognized early my kids were intellectual and they wasn't athletes at all. And it was heartbreaking at first because they both of my kids are like 6'2", 6'3", or he was 6'3", 6'4". So I was thinking, I know I got 2 pros. I'm guaranteed to have 2 pros. You know what I'm saying? 6'2", 6'3". I'm looking like, man, if I was 6'2", I'm in the league still probably right now at 50, but,
You always go too far, man.
Nigga from Harlem, he gonna go too far. You read the internet, nigga from Harlem, he gonna go too far. You can almost rest assured, you a nigga from Harlem, he gonna go too far. You can't give him no credit, but I recognized that early, you know what I'm saying? And it was a beautiful thing. The moment I embraced it, the earlier you embrace it, the better.
Yeah, that's a great point, Mason, because you know why? Is that, and for my situation with my son, is that my son used to be like me till about the age of 8. Not like me, of course you can't be like me, but he wanted to get the fur coat, he's wearing the chains and all this. And 8 years old, and it just changed, and he just became super duper proper educated. Not saying he wasn't going to be educated, like very intelligent, and you know, it's to the point like with me, like even my son, like I'll be like, yo, let's get some bitches, nigga. He be like, yo, stop. Stop. I don't want that. I say, yo, bro, I'm telling you right now, you turn 16, you going to Vegas, I'm getting you some prostitutes. I don't want to. No, you're not. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm like, bro, to the point where it's like, it's not. I said, what happened to you, man? We was on the way to do something. He said, things change. And the nigga, like he said, my son is nothing like me. He actually doesn't want people knowing that I'm his dad because he doesn't want people being his friend because I'm his dad. You know, even his Instagram or Facebook or that shit, it's just say, I cannot get your record deal, I'm not from Harlem. And it's that in the bio. So I agree with Mace 150%. You can't want them to, you have to let them be who they're going to be. You see, and we go to athletes, you can see a lot of athletes who's under pressure because their father may have been a superstar, you know. I don't even want to say any of the names or
but that's no, that's what I was saying. But like, do you, like, from having a famous son, can you identify what Arch Manning might be going through? And then you talking about Peyton and Eli, both of them won Super Bowl separately.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I think when you got that storybook last name, you gotta almost be a daredevil to take on that same sport. I really feel pause for all of the kids whose parents are really great at the sport, you know, and you desire to go down that field. You almost like really got to be cut out for it and really give in. I think one of the mistakes that they make is not giving in to everything it takes if you're going to go down that path. If you're going to go down that path, you're going to get all the accolades for it, but you're going to get all the scrutiny for it. So you might as well use all the trainers, use all the strength and conditioning, do everything that they tell you to do so you could be a lead in that area. Because I believe there's some kids that they listen to their parents and they shoot up even past their parents. So that's what I would say to that.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. It still depends because Mace made a fabulous point. But it's just, it's different scenarios. Yeah, okay, so you think of, let's just use Manning. It's top of the top. As a family, you got you got the grandfather, Archie Manning. You got Peyton Manning, a 2-time Super Bowl winner. You got Eli Manning, a 2-time Super Bowl winner. Only reason Archie's father didn't make it to the NFL is because he got hurt.
Yeah.
So now you're looking at, potentially his father could have been a pro athlete. Both my uncles are Super Bowl champions. My grandfather's a Super Bowl champion. You have to be top of the top at what makes it saying, because how much better can you be than the family? You get what I'm saying? It's like the family already achieved the highest of the mountaintop. What can you do but just add on to the legacy? And if you're not adding on to the legacy, then it looks like you're underachiever. Let's think about, we could go Bronny. You get what I'm saying? You sit there. Your father is considered the GOAT to a lot of people.
Yeah.
So if you don't average 20, you're not Bronny. I mean, you're not Braun. But 20 is a great number for certain people. You know what I'm saying?
16 is good.
Yeah. If he get 11 and 6, some niggas live off that.
Yeah.
But because you're LeBron's son, it doesn't make. It's not good enough because of who your father is. Let's use another example. Now you can sit there and say niggas who was very good NBA players, but they wasn't superstars, and their sons kind of fall under the radar until you be like, oh, that's so and so son. Like, it's many times I looked up and watched the NBA game, be like, hey yo, you know Kenyon Martin, that's Kenyon Martin son. Kenyon Martin son is playing. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, Carlos Boozer has his son's. One of their name is Cameron. You know, number one nigga in the country, Cameron Boozer. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I told you all them niggas gonna go too far. I told you, man, all them niggas gonna go too far. Go ahead. You cooking.
Cameron and Caden Boozer. But what I'm saying is, Carlos Boozer, outstanding player, but he's not on TV every day. He's under the radar. You sit there and be like, oh, he got the number 1 and number 3 kids in the country. You sit there and think about Gilbert Arenas, great player. You like, oh, but Thomas Son get Timberland great. Like, oh, he that nigga cooking, he nice. Oh, I didn't know he was that nice. Because you got to think about it. When LeBron James was, it's a big deal when LeBron James goes to the game. You're not really checking for Carlos Boozer to go to the game until his sons start kicking ass. Like, oh, Carlos Boozer now still came to watch his kids. You think about Cayenne, Carmelo Anthony comes to the game. Not only Carmelo Anthony, Lala comes to the game. You have 2 famous parents, so now the spotlight's on you.
Mm-hmm.
So, to answer your question, you have to live up to expectations. If you want to go, you don't have to. The people expect you to live up to expectations. If you're a Manning, a James, a Jordan, look at what we do. Not we. I'm talking about the media. To Michael Jordan, so we just posting I'm not posting. What you can say posting, highlighting his cocaine habit, who he's dating. It's Michael Jordan's son, so now it's not even pro sports no more. Yo, why the nigga just sniffing coke like that? Because it's with your kid. With your kid, and I don't mean to just throw anybody's name out there, but would you care that much if it was John Paxson? Nah, they wouldn't zooming in on the cocaine on John Paxson's son. It's Mike's son, so they want to. That's what comes with the last name. So that's my take on that.
So basically, I feel like in that situation, you just can't win.
The best bet is this.
Yes, you can.
Let me give you an example. Sorry, Murder, go ahead.
Yeah, that boy grew up in that big house. That 23 house in Chicago. All that money, get to run Jordans, get every Jordan you want. I mean, it had to be a fun life.
It's 2 things. You can win because you know what? Dale Curry could be your father. And you got a son named Steph Curry. And then you can end up being better than what your father was.
Yeah.
So it's definitely.
And then your brother is Steph Curry.
Yeah. So
both brothers get to the league.
Right. Exactly.
And the sister get a boyfriend in the league. You know?
Exactly.
Everybody wins.
Right. But if you're talking about as far as athletes is concerned, is that and we all know this is no disrespect to Dale Curry. Steph surpassed Dale Curry.
Yeah.
Dale Curry's a pretty decent player, but you can outdo him. Like, it's gonna be hard to outdo.
Took the shooting though.
Yeah.
He studied his dad shooting.
Yeah, but it's gonna be hard to outplay an Eli Payton, man. It's gonna be hard to play a LeBron James, top of the top. Steph Curry came and changed the game. Think about this. And not even an athlete, Mo. I'm talking about just famous last names. It was a time when Paris Hilton was just running around DJing everywhere in all the clubs under my wing and a few other niggas' wings. You understand what I'm saying? And they like, yo, you're a Hilton. You know we own all this shit in the world, all the hotels, right? Like, why are you running around with all these niggas? And I don't know this for a fact, but she just kind of started DJing for only techno clubs and then you stopped seeing her. She was everywhere. But he's like, we're gonna cut you out the world, keep hanging out with them niggas. Hanging out with them niggas. You're not gonna get none of this chicken money. I'm telling you that right now. So the best way to do it if you don't want to be popping or don't, try and stay under the radar as much. The reason I brought it up is try and stay under the radar as much as you can. But if you have a famous father, mother, whoever, and they want to come to them games, it's going to be hard to stay under the radar. I remember this true story. My son was my son. Niggas like, yo, I actually cried behind this. This word right there, I actually cried. They was like, yo, we may not, because my son elementary school was connected to the middle school he's going to go to. And it's going to be the same niggas there. And I really ain't pop up the school because all the shit I go to. Niggas ask me not to come to graduation. I say, yo, bro, niggas is valid. Now they gonna see you, and these kids gonna know who you is. I think it'd be more safe. And I'm like, yo, is you serious? Because it ain't like I'm no nigga that's not my son. Like I want my son from the very beginning to today. Don't come to graduation. All right, man. What up? You know.
Yeah, when they go to college, they don't want you to walk them in the dorms.
Yeah,
Like, man, can you stay in the car?
Yeah. You know
Stay in the car.
Now, it wasn't my son. It was like a family, like, I'm not saying his mother, no, I don't want to get into specifics of who. But the fact niggas even said that. Like, yo. But then if something happened to him in middle school, see, I told you so.
You made it hot.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is.
Yeah, well, good point. Okay, y'all, we're going to go to break. When we return, we will discuss Geno Smith. We'll also talk about the 0-2 and 2-0 teams. Don't go anywhere.
Here you go, Stab.
Okay, y'all, so it's been a minute, but it is back. So every Wednesday during the NFL season, we're calling Underdog to discount a player's projection. So just for y'all, we're locking in one player every week. We pick a guy, we'll lower his number and make it even easier for y'all to win. So Cam, who are we looking at this week?
When I was looking at it, pardon me, I just put my iPad down. Underdog has Tyreek at 67.5. I think it should be 50.5. Let me make the call. What's good, baby? It's Flake. Yeah, look, y'all got Tyreek Hill at 67.5 receiving yards. Yeah, that's what I'm calling you about. Make it 50.5. You let niggas eat, man. So I love you, my nigga. My Caucasian, either way. I love you, nigga. All right, we good. We good.
So y'all heard it just like that. So Underdog moved Tyreek Hill's projection from 67.5 to 50.5. The discount is live right now until kickoff tomorrow night. So new and existing customers, make an entry with that. Just make sure you guys sign up with code ITISWHATITIS. So next week, it'll be a new player, new discount, same deal every Wednesday. Welcome back. Now we're going to get into Geno Smith and the Raiders. So the Raiders lost to the Chargers 20-9. However, ahead of their matchup versus the Chargers, Geno said, Vegas is perfect for me. Me being a Miami kid and how I was raised and act, I really didn't fit the culture in reference to Seattle. So far, Maurice, how good of a fit do you think Geno Smith is for the Raiders right now?
Yeah, I just think it's early on in the entire process. Obviously, Geno Smith and Pete Carroll have a history from being in Seattle together, and I think that's why he brought him down. But with Chip Kelly being the offensive coordinator and him probably just even getting used to what Geno Smith does well, and just the entire team, they were in shambles a couple of years ago. I just think it's a process. You know, I know a lot of people are down on Ashton Genty right now, and you know they shouldn't have picked him with the 6th pick overall. But you know, football just isn't a game where you can just get a bunch of random players, put them on the field, and within 1 week or within a couple of weeks, you just have a bunch of success. And so I think that they'll be good, you know, come long term. I think that the success that Geno Smith had in Seattle, he'll find it with the Raiders. But right now, I think it's too early just to throw the towel in on Geno Smith and Ashton Genty.
I like Geno and I like Pete Carroll 100%. The only thing I would say is that well, first of all, you know, he wasn't on the show. The nigga fucking Pac-Man said that Geno Smith is top 5 quarterbacks. Which is just fucking ridiculous. Nigga got 1 touchdown and 4 interceptions. I like Geno, I'm just saying. For a nigga to put him top 5 quarterbacks is crazy. But I agree with Mo. I think it's time. Look, the Raiders haven't been good for a little while. You got the right pieces. It's not going to happen overnight. Not only that, you got to think about the division that they're in. I like the Chargers in the division, actually. You know, I was the one talking about their quarterback. It's crazy that the Raiders and the Chargers and actually the Denver Broncos have a better record than the Chiefs. The Chiefs are 0-2. We'll get to that next time. But give them some time. The only thing I didn't like about this statement was that when people say that city wasn't a good fit for me, or I didn't like it there, because you never know when you got to go back there, not necessarily for a vacation or to visit anything, you may get traded back there. They may put you there, but you may end up back somewhere. You just never know. And I'm not saying it's less likely that he will, but I just think that people shouldn't disrespect the cities that they were in, whether they like them or not. Just keep that opinion to yourself. Because the city didn't do nothing to you. If it wasn't a good fit for you, tell your niggas. It doesn't need to be publicized.
Okay. Now let's go through the 0-2 teams first. So,
You say that.
Maurice, which teams do you think so far can make the playoffs? I'll just read them out for the viewers. The Browns, Jets, Dolphins, Titans, Panthers, Saints, Bears, Giants, Texans, Chiefs. Maurice?
She couldn't go alphabetical order. She went through all of that to save the Chiefs for last.
Exactly. That was intentional. Maurice,
Go
what are
ahead,
your
Mo.
thoughts?
Mo, play into this foolishness. Go ahead.
So what was the question again?
Yeah, starting with the 0-2 teams, which teams do you think can make the playoffs? Or like, which teams do you favor?
Weren't the Ravens in there?
0-2?
Nah, Ravens won.
Yes.
1-1.
You know, Ravens 1-1. Well, I would naturally say the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs, out of everybody, they have the ability to, turn around their championship program, a championship team. But I was surprised that they're 0-2. I think a lot of people are surprised they're 0-2. So I would say Mace's Chiefs are, become victorious.
We on the move, Mo. Paperwork is already
Where
in.
you at now?
Huh? We're negotiating. We're negotiating. We're talking to a few people to see if they want to get their act together. I mean, I don't think we're going 0-3. I don't know if the stats really going with that, but if you think we're not making the playoffs, y'all tripping. I say a lot of that just to play around with y'all. If y'all think we're not going to be in the playoffs, I don't know what to tell y'all.
So are you saying the Chiefs are your team this year?
Mo, you can't move.
I'm just trying to. I'm trying to tie you down to
Mo, you can't move heaven that fast, Mo. Heaven don't move like that, you know. I got the Chiefs, and Stat gave me out. She said, "What's your second team?" So I got two teams, Mo. I got the Chiefs over here, and I got the Commanders, and we looking pretty good. So I'm sticking with the red and gold. That's how I came in it. That's how I'm going out. Pause.
Yo, Mo, your team is the Browns, right? Cleveland? Yeah, man. I respect the loyalty, man. Be a Cleveland fan. Tough.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Cleveland Indians.
You gotta be tough, man. So, I respect it. But you like me, you gonna go down with the shit, Mike.
Yeah.
You ain't waffling. You ain't jumping
going down
around.
with the shit, Mo.
Oh well, look, Misery Love Company. You see, he had to preface and say your team was the Browns.
No, I brought that up because your team is always the Browns since we've been cool. And I'm like, yo, because some niggas will be like, yo, I can't deal with it no more. I gotta get a backup team just because. Like, yo, the Browns ain't been good since I don't know when. Like, it was a shining light for a little minute when Baker Mayfield was there, and then y'all had OBJ for a minute. It looked like something was about to marinate, and it just didn't. So I just say that, man. I respect it. I respect that you're going down with the ship. I have to agree with Moto. If anybody on this list can make it to the playoffs still, it's the Kansas City Chiefs. It's not even a hard option of all the teams that are 0-2. If I had to pick a team after that that make the playoffs from this list, I'd probably go.
So now looking at the 2-0 teams, which teams, even though they're 2-0, they're doing good so far, are you not buying the hype for? So basically, I'm going to name the team and you say yes or no. Starting with the Packers, Maurice.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah, I believe it.
Okay, the Bills.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah.
Eagles.
Yes.
Yeah. Of course.
Yep.
Chargers.
No.
Absolutely not.
Yes. Justin Herbert.
Oh my goodness, Cam, you sticking with him?
They run the division, Murder.
All right. He reminds me a lot of Alex Smith.
That's nice for you. He beat Patrick Mahomes in Brazil. Killed them niggas, actually. He's 1-0 against Patrick Mahomes this year.
You know who Alex Smith is?
Yes.
Who is he?
He's your quarterback before Patrick Mahomes. And actually he played for the San Francisco 49ers before that, before then Kaepernick took his spot. Do you know him?
I just brought him up to bring up Kansas City.
The reason why I know you're not that familiar with him, because I asked you several times who was the quarterback before Patrick Mahomes.
That's why I brought him up today.
Yeah, he finally, after 3 seasons, he finally learned who Alex Smith is. It's only 3 seasons I've been asking you who Alex Smith is. So I'm glad.
I do it when I want to, though. I had to bring it up when I want to. I can't bring it up when you tell me to.
Not a problem, no problem.
Yeah,
I'm happy.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know.
All right, cool.
I've been doing a little studying, you know?
Good. You should know about your team.
Okay.
What you do.
I'm informed.
The Rams, Maurice.
I'm not buying the Rams. No.
Nah, I'm not buying the Rams.
It's a good one. That one's pretty tough, man. Nah, I gotta go with no.
Okay.
Like Sean McVay, but no.
Okay. The Bucks.
This might be my third team. This might be my third team. I'm not gonna pick a third team. I really like what the Buccaneers are doing. Baker Mayfield is up there. Pause. I gotta go. Yeah, I'm going with the Bucks.
I'm gonna say yes because they're in a weak division. Every year that division is so fucking weak. A lot of teams, with somebody they can't kill. But that's the only division that I can think of off the top of my head that you don't even have to be 500 to make the playoffs, because everybody knows. Because everybody knows that no matter who wins the division goes to the playoffs. But teams in that division don't even be 500. But I do like what Tampa Bay is doing. I love Mike Evans. Chris Godwin isn't even back. Bucky at running back looks really good, and yes, Baker Mayfield. So I do believe in Tampa Bay, especially in that weak ass division.
Okay, Maurice, the Colts.
I'm not buying Daniel Jones. No.
You not? I gotta show Daniel Jones some love. Pause. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm buying it.
Only reason I'm gonna buy it is because the division again. Think about it. If you think about who would usually win this division, is the Houston Texans, and the Houston Texans haven't been looking good in the last year. They didn't look that good, and they're not starting off this year looking that good. Stroud had a real good rookie season, but it's not looking like the rookie season last year, and it's not looking like the rookie season in the start of this year. And I'm looking at the teams in the division. We're not thinking about Jacksonville Jaguars like that. Houston Texans, like I said, they are the team that we thought might win it, but let's think they started off 0-2. And we got a rookie quarterback. We all rooting for Cam Newton. Pardon me, not Cam Newton. We all rooting for Cam Ward, but what does he really have around him? It's going to take a little bit of time for him to get that team off the ground because he needs more weapons. Defense needs to play better, so on and so forth. So I am going to go with the Indianapolis Colts only because of the division.
Okay, Maurice, the 49ers.
I'm not buying the 49ers.
Man, what happened to the 49ers? They was just hot a year ago. No, I'm definitely not buying it. What happened to the 49ers?
That's a good one. Well, you got to think about this. So I'm not going to buy it solely because of injury. Brock Purdy is out.
They lost Debo.
Yeah, we absolutely lost Debo. And damn, what's OJ man name that he used to always say? Ayuk. Yeah, Ayuk is still injured, and like he was out most of last year, and he still hasn't played this year. So only because of injury. But I look at the division again. You don't believe in the Rams. You don't believe in the 49ers. Only 2 teams left in the division. So do you believe in Arizona, which I believe Shaq's probably going to ask us because they're 2-0, or do you believe in Seattle? I would believe the most in the Rams in the division now, only because San Francisco has injured.
Cam made some good points right there. But no, I don't believe in the Cardinals.
I don't, but I would have to, according to that, the teams that Killer was talking about, they definitely could come out of there. So I'm buying it.
Yeah, I don't believe in the Cardinals, but then we're sitting here, right? And we said, stat name 3 teams, because there's 3 teams in the division that's 2-0, sitting here looking at it. If we don't believe in the 49ers, and we don't believe in Arizona, and we don't believe in Rams, who the fuck do we believe in that division? Because somebody's going to the playoffs. And Seattle is in that division. So I want to rearrange one of my answers to that. Okay. I'm going to say I believe in the Rams. Because we have to pick somebody in the division, even though 3 teams are 3-0 and 2-0 in the division. I'm going to change my answer with the Rams. I believe in the Rams because of the injury to the 49ers.
Okay, and then the last one, Maurice, the Bengals.
I think it's obvious, Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's out, and I don't know if they're regretting playing him early in the preseason. I know injuries happen, and I don't know if it was just too much mileage on his foot, which caused a turf toe. I don't know, but I don't think the Bengals are going to fare well with Joe Burrow's being out again. I think this is like year 3 or 4 of him consistent. Missing parts of the season, and it just takes a lot. They're in a tough division too.
Mo, according to Killer, we don't get Tom Brady without Bledsoe getting hurt. So maybe this is a great moment for the new quarterback. I kind of agree with that. So I'm gonna support Ohio. With everything I heard today, I'm gonna support Ohio since we got the 2 Ohio natives here today.
You sound like a politician right there.
Yeah, Mo. I gotta get my kick back,
Yeah, listen. I'm going with Browning, man. We gotta go out with Browning, man. You're gonna do it, man. Listen, and with all these teams that Stat just brought up to us, this is a tough division. You gotta think about it. We're in the division with the Ravens, potentially Pittsburgh, Cleveland, whatever. But Aaron Rodgers, you see how he was acting last week, inconsistent. Very well the Ravens could be 2-0, barring a Derrick Henry fumble. They could be 2-0, but it's a tough division. But gotta believe, man. You gotta believe, man. I'm going with Browning and the crew, man. Come on, just throw it to Jason Higgins, nigga. Yes, I believe.
That's what a diehard fan looks sounds like.
That's why I'm laughing.
I don't want to jinx
All
it.
his favors in this too.
Yo, because if I don't want to jinx it, look, let me tell you something. This is another day.
Hello? Hello? Hey, what's up? 808? Alright, cool. Allentown to Lewiston. Which Allentown spot am I picking up at? Brooksville? Is that, how much is it? The rate load, yeah. Okay. And, is that a drop and hook, like usually, or? Drop and hook in Allentown? Is it a drop and hook in Lewiston, or? Okay. That'll probably be better, because, yeah, I don't know what the time is going to be like. Okay. Thank you. It delivers Friday. Oh, well, yeah, because it picks up tomorrow. All right, thank you.
With another one of our spectacular analysts on the show, where I'm the only person with a
I know who Jesus Christ is.
2-0 team.
Oh my goodness.
It's a beautiful week, man.
There was 3 different Jesuses in the Bible.
It's a good week,
You
man.
never about to change my mind.
It's a good week, man. What can I say?
Well, I'm thinking Brown ain't gonna get it done. Pause for real. I'm really sensing it. He might get it done. It might be the changing of a new era. Now, if he plays well, Killer, if he plays well, let's say they're 2-0 right now, and he takes this team, let's say to what's doable, 7-6, or 8 let's say he gets his team to 7-6. Are you believing it if he keeps it at a 500 with his first year playing?
What are you saying? Like, believe?
Like, not the whole season, but let's say they make it to where he gets 5 more wins. Are we believing that he could play better if he had more time?
This is where it goes. Like, this is a Jimmy Garoppolo situation. He could go 12-0, and Joe Burrow is coming back to say, "Thank you for going 12-0." That's just the way it is. Joe Burrow, nigga. See, people, a lot of people, because, Mo, you made some points, and like I said, I'm on the record for saying the best ability is availability. But let's think about this. You just said that Joe Burrow consistently hurt. I think he played the whole season last year. He went to the Super Bowl, and before that he got hurt. But let's think about this. He has 142 touchdowns as opposed to 46 interceptions. He has the all-time completion passing percentage in NFL history. Whatever quarterback, whoever you want to name, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, everybody. So at the end of the day, Joe Burrow comes back, Browning, you nice, thank you.
If he gets to 14-3, I don't think they're making that decision.
What you mean?
If he,
That's a hot take.
Yeah, if Jake Browning get that team to 14-3, They'll have more to consider.
Well, what I'll say is this.
Man, they paying.
What I'll say is this, is that maybe they'll sit Joe Burrow out for the rest of the year, but if you think Browning would start next year, they'll just be like his injury. They paying it. Mo was about to say it. $275 million. Nobody's picking that up, nigga. He gets paid $275 million. But what happened is, to me, the same scenario with Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo with the Patriots been playing super duper good. When Tom Brady got hurt, Tom Brady didn't get hurt often, but when he did get hurt, Bill Belichick running around talking about, yo, yeah, this is the quarterback of the future. I got him. Tom said, well, this is where, to me, their relationship with Sal. Tom said, hey, yo, Robbie, all the craft that is to the people that don't know. It's like a Bill Wallen talking about he's staying there and he's the quarterback of the future. I'll be ready in 2 weeks to tell Bill son. And Tom Brady came back, even though Jimmy Garoppolo is winning games. Not only that, I don't want him in the building no more. I don't even like the backup situation. See what you can get for the nigga, and we'll work from there, because I don't even like him. I feel uncomfortable with him around here. It's the same scenario.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so even if Browning plays good, what would happen is Browning would get a contract offered with another team next year and be like, yo, you could be our starting quarterback. It will not be in Cincinnati. But if May said 14-3, what I think they would do is let him ride into the playoffs, Browning that is, and finish it out and say Joe Burrow is getting healthy and getting himself together and he's going to start fresh next year. But if he goes 14-3, then yeah, they going to let him ride into the playoffs, absolutely, and they'll say that Joe Burrow is getting himself together, and Joe Burrow should get himself together, because what you don't want to happen is this. You don't want them to say, let's say he go, like you just said, 7-6, and if they win their next 2 games, they can make the playoffs, and Joe Burrow is a little bit healthy.
Yeah.
And you be like,
he get hurt.
He get hurt again. So I think scenarios play out in this situation.
Well, y'all, in the comments down below, let us know which teams you're believing in. But that is all the time that we have for today, Maurice. You know, it's always a pleasure to have you on the show.
Likewise. Love being here.
Yeah, Mo, looking good, man.
Maurice.
Thanks for the solidarity today, man. I appreciate it, man.
Okay. Thank y'all for watching, and as always, it is what it is.
It's good to see you. You know, I gotta tell you, it's a bit overwhelming. I gotta say, I feel it. Just a good loss from Jake. We're really thrilled to get back on the camera.
Co-pilot, make us claymation. Dude. Co-pilot, make us statues.
Hello, firstly and most importantly, thank you for being here. This is Shredders for Science.
Can you do this?
Don't pretend you're not about to run to your kitchen to get a banana. I'll be right back. Didn't work. Introducing baby food.
Baby food, lock it!
Because lifting like that will turn your spine into mushed up apples.
Nice, I told you. And you had to hold it there.
Here comes a train, open wide.
Baby food, lock it!
Coaching him right into physical therapy. When your spine looks like a banana charger, stop the ego lifting with Coach.
Baby food, lock it!
And look after your fitness journey. Baby food is the best lifting t-shirt idea ever, however.
Baby food, lock it!
Talking of barbells, here's the most satisfying video you'll see today. Now let's get our grubby hands on them. Derek from More Plays More Podcasts has been showing off his slimmed down, leaner physique, and there have of course been some people online making fun of him, but again, I just think it's a good thing.
Check out this rock situation. He is being called a pebble now. People are shocked.
Here he is making a video about The Rock's new physique, and here is a comment under his video. Derek needs to do a breakdown on Derek. Yeah, where those Death Star delts go, Disney probably ruined them. To be fair, he looks significantly healthier and isn't gasping for air when speaking anymore, so I respect it. Excellent comment, I feel the same. This is what he looked like in his 20s as he shows in his YouTube profile picture. Clearly on PEDs, significant hypertrophy, carrying a lot of mass. People evolve and change, and I just think good for him. Forgoing a bit of ego and public image for now carrying a healthier body composition. I wish him the best, and I think it's a good decision, but to be clear, to still resistance train, still to build muscle and get stronger, but just to give up on those Death Star delts, aka enhanced muscle mass for his short and long-term health. Talking Rich, Shia LaBeouf recently revealed what he did to get yoked for his film roles.
How much weight did you put on as well, just out of interest? They told I was about to die, and we had a cardiologist tell me you gotta stop. I was on like all kind of weird steroids, like it's called SAR. I was doing everything.
And it's very common for film stars to take PEDs to increase muscle mass for roles. The Rock, Chris Hemsworth, all of them do it. Career supporting actor Frank Grillo is now 60 and recently talked about it in an interview. His takeaway comment is, they all do it.
How much were you weighing? What was it? I was like 28 pounds.
I shipped out, I was 220, 220, and now I'm 165.
Shia LaBeouf taking those research chemicals is of course stupid for his health, but luckily he changed course.
You were extremely irritable. You were depressed. Your skin looks unhealthy when you're like really peak bulk. Your downstairs area doesn't work.
But sometimes people get lost in the PED maze. I'm a dad just like you. And I coach guys who want to show up better for their kids and themselves.
Not that good.
Unfortunately, you can see where this is leading. This isn't just about abs. It kind of is though, or numbers on a scale. It's about abdominal distension in bodybuilding. Having energy at the end of the day, feeling confident in your body again, being the example. DM me coaching. Distended abdomens from elite bodybuilders are widely discussed and can be attributed to many things such as GH, such as eating large amounts of food and other PED factors. This guy is taken to turning himself into a human sausage to solve the issue. Waist trainers on male bodybuilders is not something you see every day, but he is brave to show it. I think they're a waste of money, but that's enough skeptical puns for today. You can see in all his photos how he's struggling with the effect of PEDs. I'm not sure this is the best advert for online coaching. Let me know your thoughts.
You were extremely irritable. You were depressed. Your skin looks unhealthy when you're like really peak bulk. Your downstairs area doesn't work.
I'm only taking here because I need to get big as and actually compete with people who are already on steroids.
No, Sven, you are 22 and suffering from the effects of PEDs. Stop what you are doing. It is ridiculous.
The good side effect is that you're extremely, extremely strong and you feel like you're on top of the world. And that no one's doing anything, and then you get irritable.
For any of you who aren't familiar with this guy putting the pedal to the floor, he's about 21 years old. Here's an example of his videos. This guy's on a road to destruction, and hopefully he changes course soon. This is why we don't take our safety lightly. He was not respecting my space whatsoever. The gym is for lifting, not lurking. Says a person filming herself with a tripod and complaining about a guy not disturbing her while she's not lifting. Just tell her manager. But not Ruben Amorim. Not only did he not look at her, he never even glanced at her for a second. That is literally a guy just walking around a public gym not disturbing anyone. Maybe he's just finished his workout and is messaging people. Maybe he's choosing his next song. It looks like some type of track for running or sled pushes, so maybe he's in his set break from those. Who knows? And she went and got the gym manager to tell him to stop. You can see he was still stood there because he never even noticed she had left because he was not part of this delusion. But I'm not surprised. I mean, this is social media now, so... And that is why I'm glad I'm bold. Right, 12-hour flight. Who am I going to be sitting next to? Just going to get some sleep. I always say the key to skipping leg day is electrical muscle stimulation. And I think the results speak for themselves. This is where we are now with how desperate people are for social media attention and fame. Because everyone wants to be a fitness influencer. Unfortunately, that job's already taken by some wonderful individuals.
We actually just rolled out our brand new V-Shred Ambassador program, where you can turn these normal daily conversations into act.
Delivering safe, clean, reliable, and affordable water to your family and ours.
Honey Stinger, sports nutrition built for performance. Great taste, ideal ingredients, real energy. Trusted by over 2,000 pro and college teams. Honey Stinger, the fuel teams trust.
Into act.
I have a video on my other channel where I look at weird internet videos, including this lady teaching a dolphin to talk. And that's enough for today. Thank you so much for watching. The new babysitter's here. Brilliant. Does she come with references?
Charlie Kirk, we didn't know, we're what, 7 days after?
7 days.
Greg David. So. Oh, you guys cracking jokes? Yeah, that's what we do. I think the easiest way to start this video, and I think the thing where most of us agree, is that political violence should never be acceptable. The idea that you might have the most reprehensible views, the most disgusting things, you should have the right, and you should be safe enough to be able to espouse those views without losing your life. After his assassination, the main thing I took away, most of what I've seen after the fact is folks trying to figure out whether or not this guy's right-wing or left-wing, so they can, pit blame on the other side. I've seen people call for violence. I've seen people have this rhetoric of us versus them.
Good to fight back against evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail.
I know we don't have a lot of time. There's so many good speakers tonight. This is a battle between good and evil. I wish we could compromise, but you can't compromise with evil. You can't compromise with evil. Compromise, but you can't compromise with evil. You can't compromise with evil.
I've seen people be like, well, the other side is the one that does it. And I think all of that really defeats the purpose of trying to make the world more safe, right? Because we got here, I feel as though this was a long time coming. And what am I saying? We've been here for a long time. There's been a lot of political crime, a lot of political killings over the last 8 to 7 years. Bombing of abortion clinics.
An Irvine man has been sentenced to 6 years in federal prison for the 2022 firebombing of a Planned Parenthood clinic.
Different politicians who've been attacked, either attempts or assassinations that were completed on both sides, be it Democrats or Republicans.
Sources telling ABC News that 2 Minnesota state lawmakers have been shot in what law enforcement officials say was a targeted incident.
There have been extremists and crazies who've gone out and murdered people on a semi-regular basis for the last 9 to 10 years that I've been looking at it and paying attention. Anybody who sits up there and goes, well, the lefties are the danger. In fact, this year I feel like you guys killed quite a few politicians for that matter. There's been Trumpers who've done that.
Over the past 24 hours, I've seen some in the media, some of the very same people who intentionally stoked murderous hatred against people like Charlie Kirk, and Charlie Kirk specifically, now saying that we need to turn down the temperature and start having conversations. Well, Charlie tried to have conversations with you on the left, and you killed him for it.
The same way some Trumpers decided to go kill those Minnesota senators. Right? They weren't out there advocating violence. They were at their homes, and this guy showed up to kill them and try to kill more of them. Doesn't mean you shouldn't tone down the rhetoric. But apparently Matt Walsh disagrees. Let's hear why.
You're killing us in our churches. You tried to kill our president. You killed one of our greatest advocates in Charlie Kirk. You have been openly cheering for and celebrating and encouraging and committing political violence for years. Antifa, BLM, you made a hero out of Luigi Mangione. And you celebrate Charlie's death even now. It's too late to turn the temperature down. This is not a time to hold hands. It's a time for justice. It is a time for good to fight back against evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail for the sake of our country and for our families and our children.
Most guys over 40 think they're still in great shape until they're put to the test. The truth is, strength, endurance, power, and even balance start slipping away long before you notice. But there are clear benchmarks that can tell you exactly where you stand, whether you're ahead of the curve, just average, or falling behind. In this video, we'll run through a series of tests across 5 key categories: strength, muscle endurance, power, cardiovascular fitness, and balance, so you'll know exactly how you measure up. Now, without further ado, let's jump right in. Category number 1, maximum strength. Muscle strength is one of the strongest predictors of all-cause mortality and overall quality of life as you age. When you strive to maintain strength standards, you not only add years to your life, but quality to those years. These benchmarks aren't elite, and they aren't from a single study. They come from decades of strength coaching, adjusted to what most healthy people can still get in solid training. That said, context matters. If you're brand new to lifting, you're less likely to reach these numbers right away compared to someone who's been training consistently for several years. In that case, treat them as targets to work toward, not as a pass-fail test. Age also plays a role. While these numbers are realistic for many men in their 40s and early 50s, they may not be achievable for someone in their 70s or 80s. You can still use them, but it makes sense to adjust expectations so they're age appropriate. A simple way to do this is to knock 0.1 off the benchmark for each decade after your 40s. For example, if the benchmark is 1.5 times body weight in your 40s, it would be 1.4 in your 50s, 1.3 in your 60s, 1.2 in your 70s, and so on.
Donald Trump calls Jack Ciattarelli 100% mega.
I support the president wholeheartedly.
Ciattarelli support Trump's Medicaid cuts, targeting 300,000 in Jersey. Jack Ciattarelli 100% mega, wrong for New Jersey.
This is the abandoned truck, and if our subscriber Dylan begins starting in 2 hours, he can keep it. Start the clock!
Welcome to our barn. This is the truck.
Holy shit. Our truck is a 1971 Ford F-250. There are several issues that Dylan will need to diagnose and fix in order to take it home. Problems common to vehicles abandoned in barns like this one. Let's see if he can do it in time.
I'm nervous. No wheels on there, no rear end. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
Think you can do it in 2 hours? I can certainly try. 2 hours. Let's get to it now. Okay.
Ooh. I got a car this time. Well, I see a rat to make me think I'm gonna have to do some wiring. How do you still have my 19. I'm from Burbank, California. I'm pretty familiar with classic and carbureted vehicles. My first car was a 73 El Camino. Now I have a 71 Firebird. I've learned everything from YouTube, online media, Chris Fix, Just Another Car Show, who was a contestant on Free Ride previously. I'm nervous as shit. I haven't been able to sleep in the past 5 days. Let's see if my online YouTube education can stand up to the real world. Let's do this.
What's your first task here? Where are we going?
I saw this bucket of keys, so I'm assuming I'm gonna have to find my keys. I'd love to serve it this one.
That's a lot of keys. The secrets these keys might unlock.
You're real cute.
Oh God.
How are you?
You must be Dylan.
I am. Nice to meet you. Can you tell me what the key looks like?
I remember it being some sort of odd color.
Yeah? My name is Old Farmer Jim. That there's my Ford Ranger.
Jimmy, old farmer Jim owns this farm, and poor Dylan is gonna have to try and work with him to win this truck today.
You still looking for this key? What color is it?
Maybe it might be some sort of fruit.
What sort of fruit? What do you grow on this farm?
Beetroot. What's over the beetroot? It's some sort of plum. I don't know. They all look the same to me in my old age.
A plum or a beetroot, huh, Farmer Jim? Well, looks like we've really narrowed down a lot of keys here.
I think I'm gonna start testing. The light's turning on though, so no crank. I'm gonna check the...
This is the new 2025 Ford Mustang GTD, and it's a very special Ford Mustang. This is essentially a street-legal version of the Mustang GT3 race car with over 800 horsepower from a supercharged V8 and a starting price of around $325,000 for a Mustang. This is the most powerful, most expensive, most special Mustang ever made. And today I'm going to review it and show you all of its quirks and features. Before we get started, are you ready for your next cool car? Sell your enthusiast car on Cars and Bids. Trading in your car to dealers means you aren't getting market value for your car, leaving you with less cash for your next fun car. Just look at our recent sales of these cool cars compared to current trade-in value. This is a trade-in offer, and this was the Cars and Bids result. This is a trade-in offer, and this was the Cars and Bids result. This is the trade-in offer, and then look. And today I'm going to review it and show you all of its quirks and features. Before we get started, are you ready for your next cool car? Sell your enthusiast car on Cars and Bids. Trading in your car to dealers means you aren't getting market value for your car, leaving you with less cash for your next fun car. Just look at our recent sales of these cool cars compared to current trade-in value. This is a trade-in offer, and this was the Cars and Bids result. This is a trade-in offer, and this was the Cars and Bids result. This is the trade-in offer, and this is the Cars and Bids result. Get started now on carsandbids.com. Sell on Cars and Bids and join the best community to sell your enthusiast car.
Boost Mobile has an unlimited plan for $25 a month forever.
Forever? Really?
Forever. Yes, forever for the rest of your life.
Rest of my life. Oh boy.
Community to sell your enthusiast car. Alright, time for the quirks and features of the Mustang GTD, and we start with its craziest quirks, and that means talking suspension. This car has inboard suspension, so it's not mounted right at the wheels, it's mounted like further inside the car. There are various advantages to inboard suspension, but it also gives this car an amazing party trick. There is a window in the interior, in the back, that is looking at the suspension suspension, and you can watch it move up, down, in, out, whatever you want to say, while you drive around. So you literally watch the suspension articulate as you're driving. Of course, you really need to be paying attention while you're driving, but if you want to pay attention to the suspension, you can. A window into the suspension, watching it actively move as you drive. That is so amazingly cool. And if that's not crazy enough for you, how about the rear wing, which is mounted not on the trunk lid like every other car, but instead on the C-pillar next to the rear window, with these giant wing mounts sticking out and going all the way back to the rear of the car and holding up this massive rear wing. The wing is obviously huge and insane and a major focal point of the view of this car from basically any angle, but the other crazy thing about it is it has hydraulically actuated flaps that move around and adjust their angles constantly when you're driving in order to provide the maximum amount of downforce in basically any situation. And when you look in the rearview mirror, you can see the flaps like moving up or down depending on whether you're cornering or going straight or how fast you're going. They're always moving if you're in the drive modes where the hydraulics are activated. Crazy to look back there and see that huge wing and the moving flaps. And another quirk, you might think that a rear pillar mounted wing would get in the way of accessing the trunk. And indeed, you're correct. In fact, the trunk in this car is not to be accessed. It is certainly not for storage. In order to get into the trunk, you press the little trunk button fob like in any other Mustang, but then you have to undo two locking pins at the top edges of the trunk, as you can see. You undo those, and the trunk is not hinged to lift up. Instead, you remove the trunk body panel completely from the car, and only then do you gain access to the trunk. But as you can see, when you're in here, there is no real need to gain access to the trunk because it is completely filled with mechanical components. In fact, back here you have a cooling system for all of the hydraulics in this car, like the wing and some others I'll discuss soon. There's also various other mechanical components back here, the most important of which is the transmission. This car has a dual clutch automatic transmission, although it's called a transaxle technically when it's mounted in the same place as the drive wheels, but either way it's back here in the trunk rather than up front next to the engine like in normal Mustang models, and that too is taking up your trunk space, meaning you don't access the trunk. There's no cargo storage space back there, and you're not really supposed to open it with any frequency, so no problem blocking it with a big wing since you don't use it. And if that stuff hasn't already convinced you that this is the craziest Mustang ever, let's talk about what's under the hood. First, let's talk about accessing the hood, the engine bay. You go into the driver footwell, you pull on a latch like you do in a normal car, and when you do that, nothing happens. There is no beep, there is no pop of the hood, there is no confirmation that you've done anything, but you have started the process. Next, you come around to the front of the car and you see two more locking pins, just like on the trunk in back. They're buttons you push on either side, both sides, and then you unlock the hood, and then you still have a separate latch like in a normal car where you open up the hood from there and you get access to the engine, which is wild. In this car, a 5.2 liter supercharged V8 with 815 horsepower and almost 670 pound-feet of torque. Massive, unbelievable numbers in this era, especially from a big old school V8. In fact, this car has more than 300 horsepower more than the race car upon which it's based. 300 horses more than the race car in a road car. So, since I mentioned the race car, I probably should explain a little bit more about what this car is and why it exists. So, it exists. So, Mustang GTD, that stands for Grand Touring Daytona, which is a race class in the IMSA racing series where Ford races a Mustang GT3 race car. But while the GT3 race car is limited to 500 horsepower due to various racing classifications that allow it to fit into its specific class, the road car has no specific specific limitations. And so Ford took the race car and they thought, we want to take this to the street, but we want to make it even crazier than the race car, and so they did. Now, I asked Ford why. Like, you make the Explorer and the F-150, volume vehicles, hundreds of thousands of sales. Why are you making a car like this? And they told me that Jim Farley, the chief executive of Ford, was looking at the Mustang GT3 and he was wondering, hey, can we make a road-going version of it? Because he's into cars, he's a performance car enthusiast, he likes this stuff, and they figured, why not? And the GTD is the result of that kind of cool whim, sort of an extracurricular activity compared to what Ford is most known for. And so, with a little background info in mind, through the rest of the quirks and features that make this car so interesting, starting back under the hood where you can see stainless steel for the coolant tank for this car as opposed to traditional plastic. That's obviously an upgrade intended for track use. This car could get really hot in a racing application, and so that's like a beefed up part to help make sure that it won't overheat. Same deal, by the way, with the hood. You can see, first off, this is a vastly different hood than what you get in a regular Mustang. Of course, the hood pins, but it's also bulged out, and there are two openings in the center, sort of like nostrils. These are screens to again allow with heat dissipation for the engine to do its best with cooling down, and Ford tells me that these screens can be removed very simply with just Allen wrenches. You can take them off to maximize cooling at the racetrack. If you're really starting to overheat, you can get a little more cooling by removing them. The other important thing to note about the hood panel in this car is that it's carbon fiber. And in fact, all of the body panels in the Mustang GTD are made out of carbon fiber with the exception of the doors. The entire body of this car is entirely carbon fiber, which is obviously very different from the regular Mustang. And also different from the regular Mustang, since we're talking body panels, let's talk about the wide body stance. Holy crap, this thing is wide. These flared out front and rear fenders serve to give this car an unbelievable stance. Makes it much more aggressive looking than the regular Mustang, which is already a pretty aggressive looking sports car. You can see this wide track fueled by these big tires underneath. You have a massive stance, and it gives it kind of a race car feel when you're taking a look. And speaking of the fenders, probably the most noticeable design item on the outside of this car, aside from the wide body and the giant wing, the vents over the front wheels on the front fenders. Massive fender vents here, like you have in a Porsche GT3 RS, but way bigger, way more pronounced, way more obvious. Ford says that these vents help channel the air as they kind of go over the front and the fender area of the car and improve this car's overall aerodynamics. And they are certainly a piece that gives it a very distinctive look on the outside, combined with all the other stuff. And indeed, aerodynamics are big story with this car. Obviously, I mentioned the wing and the vents on the front fenders, but there's more than just that. This particular Mustang GTD is equipped with the optional performance package, which adds a bunch of cool features, including, probably most importantly, all the hydraulics. So I mentioned before, the wing has that hydraulic flap where it goes up and down while you're driving, pretty cool, but there are other hydraulic flaps underneath the car that also handle airflow, and if you get the performance package, you get those hydraulic flaps as well. You can't see them when you're just sitting here looking at the car, but they're there and they're improving your racetrack lap times. The performance package also includes some other benefits too. Up front, you have these dive planes in the front bumper area that again help with your aerodynamics, and GTD models equipped with the performance package also have a larger, longer front splitter, which again improves aero for this car. But my personal favorite upgrade that comes with the performance package is lightweight carpeting. None of that heavy interior carpeting you get in the regular GTD. No, lightweight carpeting in here, which surely saves lots of weight and makes you considerably faster. So you might be wondering, what, pray tell, does the performance package cost? How much extra is it as an option? The answer is Ford won't reveal that. In fact, Ford is not announcing any options pricing for this car. That information is strictly limited to the it's not being released publicly. The only thing Ford will say is that the base price of this car is Huge money. 325 grand for a Mustang. You're thinking, well, yes, but as you've already started to discover, this is no ordinary Mustang. And indeed, the GTD has many more upgrades compared to a standard Mustang beyond what I have already mentioned. For example, you get a carbon fiber ride, have a titanium exhaust, again, to save weight, a big benefit over the regular Mustang. And there's a lot more. Check this out. The trunk I mentioned is full of cooling equipment for the hydraulics and other stuff. But what you can't see with the trunk panel off is that there are actual cooling ducts mounted on the top of the trunk lid in order to draw in air for the cooling system for the hydraulics. You do not often find cooling ducts on a trunk lid. That is the situation with the GTD. In fact, rear cooling is a bit of an important part of the GTD. Obviously, it's a big deal since they got rid of the trunk so they could do it, but it's more than just those trunk-mounted air intakes. You also have vents back here on the back side of the trunk, as you can see, 2 mesh vents, which of course do not appear on the standard Mustang. They also help for rear cooling. And you have air intakes on the side of the car. You can see here air intakes in the back. This is not something you typically see on a front engine vehicle, but again, here it's necessary to bring air into the trunk area and cool down your hydraulics, your transmission, and all the mechanical stuff in back. And it goes further. The GTD also comes with carbon ceramic brakes, like you might expect on a track-focused car, especially at this price point, and Michelin Pilot Sport Cup 2R tires, which are very sticky and very, well, they're road legal, but just. They're really intended for sticking to surfaces where you're going fast around corners, aka the racetrack. This car also has a tremendously complex and advanced adaptive suspension system. I don't get into those kind of complexities on this channel, but it is really impressive, well done, created by Multimatic, which is the same company that built the new Ford GT. Obviously, I already showed you how some of it works. You can see with that inboard suspension window in the interior, which I still think is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. But beyond that, the other cool suspension trick is that this car can lower. If you go into the racetrack drive mode, the car automatically lowers 1.5 inches, and it does so practically immediately when you go into that mode, gets all the way down, and then it's ready, lowers center of gravity for driving on the track and optimizing lap times. That's pretty cool. And in addition to all of the fantastic mechanical upgrades this car has over a standard Mustang to help justify its price tag, it also includes some cosmetic changes that I think are worth pointing out. For one, in back, the badge says GTD. Makes sense, that's what this car is, and it's in carbon fiber, which is pretty cool. Also badging on the back, you might not notice right away, but on the underside of the rear spoiler flap, the word Mustang is written out, printed in massive letters going across the entire width of the car. Now, of course, this is only visible in certain rear wing flap configurations, so while you're driving, it might say Mustang, and then nothing, and then Mustang, depending on how hard you're cornering. Now, speaking of badging, up front, of course, you have the famous Mustang running horse emblem. It is also made of carbon fiber, which is a pretty cool touch up there as well. And another cosmetic upgrade on this car, of course, you have distinctive wheels compared to any other Mustang model, and they are offered in optional magnesium for even more later weight, which is especially important where the wheels are located in the car, saving weight there. So you have a very distinctive and special wheel design that again helps give this car a special look compared to a normal Mustang, as if all the rest of the stuff didn't already do that. And then there's the personalization. Ford told me there are not that many options with this car, but there's a huge range of personalization options that people can do, including various trim differences and style changes and interiors and colors. And in fact, Ford is offering on this car an optional color color and then pay extra to lock out the color so that nobody else can have it on their GTD. So not only are you paying for a special color, you're paying for the exclusivity of being the only person who got a car in that color, which is a pretty cool idea that contributes to the personalization and the specialness of GTD. And since we're talking options, let's move on to the interior of the GTD, where Ford is offering one of the craziest options of all in this car.
Copilot, make us claymation. Copilot, make us statues. Oh, come on. Make us anime style.
Car, it would be 3D printed paddle shifters and a 3D printed gear selector that come from a retired F-22 fighter jet. That is an optional extra. This car, this one, does not have that option. So I don't exactly know how it looks, but if you want, you can choose fighter jet derived paddle shifters and a gear selector dial, which is a pretty crazy thing, and again speaks to just how special and interesting this car is. But anyway, once you get inside, you start to discover quickly that there are quite a few GTD specific quirks and features in here. Of course, the most noticeable, I've already showed you, that rear window for the suspension in the back, but there's a lot of other stuff beyond that. For one, in the back, you no longer have rear seats. Obviously, regular Mustang models have back seats. This car does not. They're removed both to save weight and to let you see the window for the suspension because you know you wanna. But even before you notice that the rear seats have been deleted, just when you're climbing inside the car, you see on the door so it says Ford Performance, welcoming you into obviously a more special Mustang than you might be used to, and the little puddle lamp that projects the light from the bottom of the doors when you open the doors, that is a GTD. You can see the silhouette there is not a regular Mustang. It has the distinctive GTD rear spoiler, and so even the little puddle lamps that turn on when it's dark show that you have a GTD, as if people couldn't already tell. Now, beyond some of that stuff, I will say when you get in this interior, other GTD specific upgrades are surprisingly subtle in here. In fact, a lot of this interior is straight out of a Mustang Dark Horse. Ford told me there's a lot of sort of basic Dark Horse stuff in the interior, and that's fine. The Dark Horse has a nice interior, already pretty focused performance car, and indeed a lot of the stuff you'll see here is pretty familiar Ford Mustang. In fact, even the key is just a regular Ford Mustang key, which I find funny because that's something that I have always been mocked for about my Ford GT, that it just has the key from a regular Ford model of its era. Well, that's also true of the very special Mustang GTD, despite how, well, very special it is. Now, in spite of similarities with other Mustang models, you do have some nice upgrades here. The seats are these very heavily bolstered sport seats, as you can see, with holes in the backrest so you can put a racing harness through for track use, and of course it says GTD imprinted onto the leather on the headrest. You also have a lot of carbon fiber in this car. You can see the center console around the gear selector, carbon fiber. Same deal on the dashboard over on the passenger side, carbon fiber. You also have carbon on the wheel, on the door panels, and in various other places in this interior, more than a standard Mustang. And by the way, speaking of that dashboard, on the passenger side, you can see there is a plaque here that says GTD with some numbers. The numbers are the last 4 digits of the VIN, which is kind of unusual. Instead of like a production number or the number in sequence, the last 4 of the VIN. So this, which must be a very early production car, since it's a press car before they're on sale, gets 5963. I guess then these cars are numbered, but not in any way that'll be discernible to most people. Now, beyond that stuff, there are a couple of other interesting quirks and features in here. For one, this button in the center control stack, you can see the front of the car with an arrow. That is the front axle lifter in this car, and it is standard on all Mustang GTD models. You press that and the front lifts up so you can clear kind of lower curves, which is especially important for the performance package models with their longer front splitter. The GTD also comes with its own distinctive gauge cluster display orientation. You have some of the regular Mustang displays in here, but then there is a GTD specific display that you can use to cycle through a
Mustang, which is pretty cool to see. Now, speaking of that gauge cluster, it's worth mentioning something cool about this car and all Mustang models is that it changes its shape and its orientation depending on what drive mode you're in. So you cycle through the drive modes and you can see you have a different gauge cluster orientation in each one, including a very special one in a race track mode. You can see it heavily emphasizes your revs, gives you more vehicle info that might be pertinent on the track, and that's a pretty cool thing that Ford has. Now, on the steering wheel, you can see these red buttons over on the left side. That is where you adjust your drive mode up, down to change through the different modes. And it's also where you adjust various other performance characteristics of this car. You can see a suspension button here that will firm up the suspension or make it more comfortable. Over on the other side, this steering wheel button will adjust the sharpness of the steering. And you also have an exhaust button here. You press this and it turns on the exhaust, that titanium exhaust, all extra loud. Take a listen to a couple of revs in this car. And as far as other interesting quirks and features, in the center control stack you can see a group of different buttons in here, pretty standard on the Mustang, including your bright red engine start-stop button. But you also have here a race button. You can see there's a track and like a checkered flag. You press that and it pulls up the track apps for this car, and there are various apps that you can access in here for track use, like if you want to measure your drag racing times, your braking performance, or a lap timer. It's all located in here. And there's a few other important things in here too, like for instance launch control. You can turn it on and off in this screen, and line lock, which is a drag racing feature, can also be turned on and off in here. And you can also use this screen to turn off the active aerodynamics if for whatever reason you don't want them on. You can lock them out in this screen and turn them off completely. Otherwise, if you have them enabled, they will automatically start doing their thing every time you go into sport mode or one of the sportier drive modes. Now, beyond the track stuff in this infotainment system, this is largely a typical infotainment system from a typical Mustang, which means you have all the usual stuff and it's pretty good. Responsive to your touch, it's obviously high quality, high resolution, full color, works well, does what you want. It is a great infotainment system like in other Ford models. Unfortunately, that also means that it includes the climate control. So you don't have a distinctive button or switch set up for the climate control separate from the infotainment. It's all integrated into the screen, so to change stuff, you got to go into the screen to do it. Fortunately, the climate controls are placed along the bottom of the screen, so you can make simple adjustments without having to go into a menu. And frankly, with a vehicle like this, we should be happy it has climate controls at all. But indeed it does, and some nice luxuries in here. Dual zone climate control, air conditioning. You even have a lane centering, where the car will steer you back in your lane if you drift out. And there's even Amazon Alexa integrated into the infotainment system in your $325,000 track-ready Mustang GTD. So you have the money, you think it's cool, you might be wondering, can you get one? Is this car even still available, or is it all sold out? Well, Ford told me their plan is to build around 300 to 700 units of the Mustang GTD each year, with no stated final production number for this car. Ford also told me that the GTD is sold out for the 25 and 26 model years, but I have a suspicion that it's going to continue on longer than that. Meaning, if you want one of these and you're willing to wait a little bit, you could probably get one, configure your own, and have your own GTD. But it's worth pointing out that if the new Ford GT is any indication, the one that came out 10 years ago, if that gives us any idea, Ford probably has more tricks up its sleeve with the GTD. There are probably more special versions coming, special editions, cool paint and cosmetics, and maybe even some extra sporty models. So if you like the GTD and you're disappointed you have to wait, don't be surprised if it ends up working out. Maybe you'll get something cool in a couple years as this car goes on. For now, this is the GTD we got, and I want to get behind the wheel. I want to drive this car for months now, and it's finally time. Let's see how the GTD drives.
Cascade Platinum Plus has the cruise-fighting power of Dawn, of stuck-on foods. Cascade Platinum Plus.
Whether it's a scrape or a smash-up, a rental car accident can ruin your trip. Allianz Travel Insurance gives you worry-free protection for rental car theft and damage.
for a long, long time. This is a very special car. Let's see what it's like on the road. First impression, getting into this car and driving it, your first thing when you climb inside, it's a lot like a Mustang. And honestly, from a driving perspective, initially, or if you just drive around town, it is also surprisingly Mustang-like. Which is to say, well, I was expecting this car to be so punishing that it would actually be kind of annoying or difficult to drive. That's actually not true. It's a lot like a 911 GT3, which is a similar sort of thing. It's like the road version of sort of a race car. A little bit less so in that case. That's definitely more road car. But nonetheless, I felt that this was going to be, I'm worried it's going to be crazy punishing. It's not really. And I'm actually in sport mode right now. And yeah, it's a harsh ride, again, like a 911 GT3, but it's not just over the top, insane, terrible, awful. It's like totally acceptable if you know what you're getting into. And if you have one of these cars and you're driving one of these cars, you know what you're getting into. All right, let's step on it here. Oh. What's this? Oh my God. I'm not gonna lie, y'all, she is super thick. I gotta say something. This, oh my God. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how are you doing?
Plus, what's your name?
Hey.
Jay? Nice to meet you. My name's London.
Hey.
You from out here?
Yeah, I'm from out here.
From Atlanta? Okay, that's what's up. I just moved out here from Houston.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You stay in the area?
A little bit this, a little bit of that.
Cool, but what that mean?
What that mean?
I stay in Gwinnett.
Okay.
Yeah, but my people stay over here.
Okay.
Maybe we should get to know each other.
Maybe.
What's your number?
You taking me shopping?
You said what?
You taking me shopping?
Why would I do that?
I mean, cause you know, that's what we do when we spend time.
No, that's not what I do though.
That ain't what you do?
Nah. Why would I take you shopping? What?
Why wouldn't we take you shopping?
I don't even know you.
Well, we get to know each other over shopping.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. To be honest.
That's terrible.
It's all good. Have a good day. What you mean? Yeah, this is my car.
Wait, you want?
You said what?
Why are you working so fast?
What do I need to be right here for?
Huh?
What do I need to be right here for?
Get a number.
Remember for what?
Get a number. Why you don't remember?
You literally just told me I gotta take you shopping. I'm gonna take you shopping.
I didn't know you were getting this way.
What does it matter?
It don't matter.
Huh?
It matters very much. I didn't know you were getting this stuff.
What does that gotta do with anything? What does the car gotta do with
I
anything?
feel like I'm gonna look at this car. Like, we will look at this car.
Were you sexually abused by staff, guards, or other adults in a juvenile detention center? Many victims have already received up to...
We will look at this car.
Shut this up. Understand something? I'm not one of these trickers from Atlanta. I'm not going for that.
What you mean?
I mean what I just said.
I take all that back.
No, you already exposed yourself. It's all good. You said that usually be taking you shopping, doing this and that, but I'm not doing that.
I take all that back. You don't gotta take me shopping. We can do a nice little dinner.
Oh, a nice little dinner.
Yeah.
You about to get hit.
We can do a nice little dinner, you know.
I don't know. I think I'm good.
You good.
Yeah, because you already showed me who you was right there.
But you didn't show me this car.
What you want me to pull up on side of you? Hey, what's up, woo?
Yeah, because I didn't know you was, coming like this. This is cute. Look at the shoes. She's cute.
Yeah, I'm not doing that though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what you're used to, huh?
It is nice too.
It's just blowing it for you and all that, huh?
You know.
So that's what you thought I was gonna do?
I mean, I don't like giving you time. That's what you can do.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
We should hop in then. Got me f***ed up. Got me all the way. Cops right there. I had to stop for a second, y'all. But yo, why do they just feel like because of their body?
I've been told hundreds, maybe thousands. I mean, I also wanted to say, because there was some conversation around concern around the revealing of these materials, revealing the source collections, but some of these are shot from helicopters using normal videos of oceans. I just think that's absurd that somehow you're going to be revealing some secret U.S. technology by revealing that you've photographed orbs off the coast of Kuwait.
Okay, thank you. 8 seconds. Mr. Gold, did the NASA Independent Study Team get briefed on what you call OSAP? Very quickly.
I flagged the Advanced Aerospace Weapon System Investigation Program to our chair and our DFO. We did not get briefed, but I believe it is definitely worth looking into. That was probably the largest UAP review effort ever, and I think we used a lot of interesting data, including revealing Nimitz. I don't know if my fellow witness Lou might want to, he did yeoman's work on it, might want to comment.
Okay. All right, I'm going to turn to Mr. Moskowitz, who will be recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So, Mr. Gold, you gave a whole diatribe for a couple of minutes about UAPs, science, data collection, stigma. A lot of non-believers in all of this would just ask a very simple question. Why? Why is it so hard? Right? Like, why are people, anytime they ask, why are they always thwarted? Why are they always judged? Why is they always have misinformation spread? Why is there always retribution? Why is it always met with an ear? What's the why? If it doesn't exist, why is it such a problem?
I think if you go through the history of science, Representative, it's always difficult for breakthroughs and new information, regardless of whether it's UAP or any other kind of discovery. And in science, we're supposed to be open, but when you break with the orthodoxy of what's believed, whether it's Galileo saying that the Earth doesn't rotate, or the Earth rotates around the Sun doesn't rotate around the Earth, it's always challenging for new beliefs. And the more extraordinary those discoveries, and the more extraordinary those new beliefs, it's very difficult. So I think this is natural. There's natural conservatism that when it comes to science, but this issue in particular has been very difficult, where again, even to attempt to study it becomes problematic. But every hearing like this, every news report, every video, documentaries, I was privileged to be a part of something Dan Fair is putting together. I think many of us have interviewed for it, documented over 30 different government officials. Every brick in the wall will help get us closer to getting to the truth.
I appreciate that. Mr. Elizondo, is that correct?
Sir.
I'm a recovering lawyer, so I'm going to put my hat on for a second. You said you signed a document. Love that. Who gave that to you?
The U.S. government, sir.
Okay, you have a copy of it?
It is stored in the SCIF right now. I do not have possession of it. The U.S. government does.
What department of the U.S. government gave you this document?
I will say the Department of Defense. Unfortunately, I can't say in this forum much more than that.
You specifically said the document said you can't talk about crash retrieval. Well, you can't talk about Fight Club if there's no Fight Club.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just making an observation.
Yes, sir.
So, that document that you signed, that you said exists, specifically said you can't talk about crash retrieval.
Correct, sir. It was a limitation on what because I've already been speaking publicly about the topic, and so the document said you can continue saying XYZ, but you cannot discuss the topic.
When you give me the atmosphere of signing this document. You're in a room by yourself.
I'm in a SCIF.
Thank you, sir. That is a nice car. Where are you going next, Dan?
Greetings, automotive enthusiasts. Becky and I are off on another amazing Tales from the Trip. This one is really going to be amazing. Got the quick recovery vehicle fired up. Had to go. We keep hauling parts cars into the house. Keep having them on the trailer. I wish somebody shaking their head. Well, at least it drove in its own power. But we're on our way to go to an estate sale to buy an awesome car. This is crazy circumstances. We're running behind. We're going to jump in the Audi. We'll tell you more about it. Rolling. Rawhide. We've been on a lot of Tales from the Trip adventures lately. And it's been a lot of fun. Just got back from California, Monterey Car Week.
Monterey Car
I know, and drove a Maserati back. Got one. We rode America, drove a Citroen back. This is an awesome day. It's Saturday. We're headed to kind of an estate sale. I don't even know.
I guess.
Giant garage sale.
No, I mean, I guess an estate sale, but maybe random people throwing stuff in the auction too. So.
Because it's like at an armory. Right. So people are bringing stuff to this sale, and
Today we've got an extraordinary lineup of weapons that deliver a punch without using traditional ammunition. Get ready for some serious excitement. The Air Force Texan big bore air rifles have become the most popular of the big bores over the last few years, and there are several reasons for this. The bottle for a buttstock design and inline valving are well proven in the field. The guns are adjustable and lend themselves to customization. Also very well made and available in several calibers, including 257, 308, 357, 457, and 50 caliber. The performance of the Texan with respect to both accuracy and power is rock solid. The version of this gun out of the box is the Texan LSS 50CF, which is a 50 caliber gun generating over 800 feet-pounds. The rifle features a 490 cubic centimeter and 250 bar tank that delivers 3 to 4 shots per fill. That's moving a 620 grain slug at 620 feet per second for about 800 feet-pounds. I find that the Texan's excellent trigger helps wring the most accuracy out of the Lothar Walther barrel and the rifle as a whole. The world's most fun air archery gun just got more. More velocity, more power, more air. How? To start with, Umarex boosted the speed and power of the air javelin by swapping the CO2 cartridge of the previous model with an upgraded PCP power plant. Now you get an arrow-firing air gun that uses 170 grain Umarex straight flight arrows to give you speeds up to 370 feet per second and power up to 52 foot-pounds of energy for hunting medium and larger game. You'll also enjoy the other big feature of this air archery rifle, which is a regulator with a limit of 1500 psi. That's why you can still use Umarex's high-pressure shaft technology arrows, even though the 7.4 cubic inch air tank on this PCP-powered arrow launcher fills up to 4500 psi. You get 25 shots overall at effective, ethical speeds before it's time to top up the tank, with the first 15 shots coming at full and consistent power on the regulator. The Umarex Air Javelin Pro also gives you an upgrade in the looks department with flat, dark earth highlights on the forearm, butt end, and trigger blade. No fill probe is needed as the tank's fitted with a male Foster-style quick connect fitting on the end and optics be attached to the generous Picatinny rail section on top of the gun. M-LOK accessory also easily attached to the M-LOK slots found on either side of the barrel. I could see this airbow being beneficial to a hunter who is recoil sensitive or someone who needs to control pests in a quiet way. It's accurate, extremely simple to use, hits hard, looks cool, and it's priced to sell. Can one platform fire both bullets and arrows? That's the design premise behind the Traditions XBR, a single-shot 22 LR rifle that converts to an arrow launcher. The Crackshot fires 22 rimfire ammunition in its standard rifle barrel, but swap that barrel with the package's dedicated XBR upper, and the unit transforms into a gun that propels arrows with enough speed and accuracy to take big game. The XBR power load is similar to a blank, and it pushes the arrow to speeds of up to 385 feet per second with a relatively quiet report.
Donald Trump calls Jack Chitterelli 100% MAGA.
I support the president wholeheartedly.
Chitterelli supported Trump's Medicaid cuts, targeting 300,000 in Jersey. Jack Chitterelli, 100% MAGA, wrong for New Jersey.
Get it before it's gone. Gotta have a Wawa.
Report. Hitting the bullseye at normal archery range is as easy with the arrow as it is with a 22 caliber bullet. Recoil is low and the rifle is lightweight, meaning the whole family can use it. A small Whoa,
this sounds ridiculous! What's up, guys? Welcome back to another episode on Proven Power Cycles. For those who don't know me, my name is Eric. I'm the tuner here at Proven Power Cycles. So we got this 08R1 in, okay? And I wasn't going to do a video. Like, at first, it was just kind of like basic stuff. And now we're kind kind of getting to the point where it's being a problem child. So I figured, why not? Let's go ahead and start videoing it and going through what we're going through, so you guys can come along the journey with us and explore how great R1s are to own. This bike came in originally, and the story is they went to install a Power Commander, a used Power Commander 5, and something happened, and the electronics got shorted out, and they went ahead and brought us the bike, okay? The guy was only on the bike for about 2 months now. Within those 2 months, he said it would start up, it would run, it would drive, it would do all these things, but, you know, it wasn't fully there. So he's like, all right, I figured it needed a tune. It's got a slip-on exhaust system. And that's really about it, I want to say. I don't think this is a full system. Either way, it's kind of irrelevant. All in all, it is more or less a full exhaust system, okay? And I believe he's got an air filter. Aside from that, when he first brought it in, and I'll show you the bike while I'm talking, but when he first brought it in, he did in fact have an ECU malfunction. The ECU shorted out on this. Something happened during the install, and it shorted out the ECU. So we swapped the ECU, we went to go put it on the dyno, and come to find out, the clutch cable was also melted on the header, and the cable was getting stuck, so which gave it an insane clutch pull. Would not engage at all, like it was a mother lover to do it. So he was literally a couple of wires away from actually destroying the clutch cable, which would have put him in a pickle. All right, obviously, it would have been, the clutch cable would have burnt up, he would have been out. So then we ended up getting him a new clutch cable, an OEM brand new clutch cable. Got that installed. Now we have it on the dyno. Could not get the bike to fire. Went to go ahead and every time we did key on, he was throwing some emission codes, some generic codes, and again, bike would not fire. Come to find out, we gave it a generic ECU flash, with just deleting some of those codes out just to see what would happen. Well, we got the codes deleted, but the bike still would not fire. Come to find out, the Power Commander, because I had it all tucked up underneath there, and it was kind of lodged up in there. Pulled the Power Commander out, checked it out. It ended up being a bad Power Commander as well. So another issue that we ended up getting, finding out, we got resolved. Now we got the bike to fire. We're getting ready to baseline it, but we're also finding another issue. So I'm gonna start it up. We're gonna do some more. We're gonna do another baseline and just see. I'm gonna get the bike hot again, get it running again, and do another baseline and see if I get the same results. Experiencing before, we have a really funky curve here, okay? Now, it only made 136 wheel with 62 pound-foot of torque. This bike should be making more than that, but we definitely have an odd little mid-range section here. It is running, it goes from ridge to lean to ridge, very, very ridge, back to like kind of where we need to be. So, I'm gonna flash this ECU and actually put in a base map for the guy and kind of see what's going on with it and see if there's something going on in the flash, in the ECU maybe, but this doesn't seem like an ECU issue.
Co-pilot, how can we style this space?
A decorative print could back
you maybe, but this doesn't seem like an ECU issue. This definitely looks more so like something else is going on. I'm not really sure what yet, but we're gonna get to the bottom of it. We'll figure it out. And hopefully by the end of the video, we all learn something, a little something new. All right, guys, so I put a flash into the ECU, like generic flash, a quick little fuel change along with de-restricting it, some minor stuff. I don't think this is gonna be the cure. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna say it out straight. This isn't gonna like cure the problem, okay? Something else is going on, but the reason why I wanted to flash it is I need more clues as to what's happening in the bike, okay? So I leaned out the air fuel, I fixed some of the air, I should say I fixed some of the air fuel spots, or at least I think I did, based on where we're at in the mapping. And then just basic de-restrictions and whatnot. I'm gonna run it again. I just wanna see what is going on with DCU, see what the changes that we've made in here, and kind of go from there. It's going to give you more context clues, if you will. So we're going to run it again real quickly, and then I'll reanalyze the graph, and I'll kind of let you guys know what's going on in my brain. So here we go. Didn't necessarily pick up a ton of horsepower, but we picked up quite a bit right here in range and everything. So again, I'm just getting more context clues. We got the air fuel a lot closer here on the flashed map, if you will. So something else I noticed is that the exhaust servo is disconnected and it's really loose. So OSHA approved method. I'm gonna have Lewis here. Basically, I'm gonna have him basically hold that thing open while we're gonna do the dyno run. Okay, so we're gonna see if it was staying open or if it was closing during the dyno run. So I'm gonna check that out really quickly. So here we go. Don't try this at home. If you have a dyno at home, don't try it at home. So, I had a feeling. Alright, so it was cold. The engine was a little on the colder side. It wasn't fully warmed up. Look at the difference we just made. We just played out a 161 wheel with 74 pound-foot of torque. This is exactly what it needs to look like. And look, we had a very lean AFR. Kind of had a feeling that was going on because again, the mapping that we put in there. But look at this. Look at that, how it just takes off. I mean, look guys, we're dealing with, from when we finally got the bike running to right now, just on this rough run, we just picked up 25 wheel horsepower. Insane. And we picked up 12 pound-foot of torque. Again, just off of this slight little modification, if you will, whatever you want to call it. Just doing that little test. So there you have it. Exhaust servo is being shut during the run from the vibrations. So we just need to figure a way. We're going to weld it or something. We're going to pop it open. We're going to get it stuck somehow. We're going to have to figure it out. But we'll tack weld it. We'll do something to get it to stay open. Because right now it's closing. And that's why we got such a low horsepower number. So this bike went from non-running to break DCU, non-running to, fix the ECU issue, fix the power commander issue, fix the clutch issue, and now we've got a mechanical issue that we're also getting resolved. And there you have it. So we're gonna go ahead, we're gonna pull it off the dyno, and we're gonna go ahead and get working on this thing so we can get it back to them running the right way, the way it should be running. So here we go. All right, guys. So I actually missed filming this, but we had Kyle make a plate actually for the servo delete. All right. On these models, you're able to actually remove the flap out of the exhaust system. And what he did was fabricated a new plate that went in place of that OEM servo plate, if you will, with the motor mechanism. So he took all that out, and we went ahead and just put a steel plate on there, bolted it all in with new bolts. The old bolts were all rusted. We had to drill them out. This was an absolute process to get this done. But again, we are dedicated to actually doing the job correct, okay? I don't like half-assing these jobs. I don't like sitting here just throwing the customer out, like saying, hey, it's doing better than what it did before, enjoy it, bye. It's not what I do. So we went ahead and like I said, we got this fixed. Kyle got it all fixed up, so I'm gonna show you guys real quick.
Tear up your car insurance bill and try this instead. I used to let them raise my car insurance every year until I found this huge loophole that insurance companies don't want you to know about. I was paying over $150 for car insurance. It sucked. I was getting ripped off. That was until I found this Agile Rates site, and now I'm paying $38 a month for the same exact coverage. Stop overpaying, it's so easy and it only takes 2 minutes. I dropped a link for you below the video. Answer a few questions, enter your make and model, then you get your brand new rate. Let's see if you can beat my $38. Thank me when you're done.
We went ahead and like I said, we got this fixed. Kyle got it all fixed up, so I'm going to show you guys real quick. So right here is the plate, is the new plate that he fabbed up. And he was also missing a clamp, an exhaust clamp for the on the exhaust as well for this Y pipe. So Kyle noticed this while we got it all fired up. So he got the clamp on and he got the servo plate on. So we're solving an exhaust leak issue that he had, another issue. We solved the exhaust leak, and we also solved the servo problem. So we're gonna go ahead, I'm gonna get it fired up, and I'm gonna be able to finally start tuning this bike and get this thing on the way. So I cannot wait to show you guys the differences in all this, but it's obviously you've already seen part of it. It's pretty incredible. So we're gonna go ahead and wrap this thing up and get this thing tuned for the guy and make some power. This thing's gonna be a rocket ship compared to what he was used to even before all this, because it was only making 130 horsepower. So here we go. I'm gonna get it fired up. Let's start doing some runs. Got this pretty much figured out. The R1 is getting wrapped up. I'm doing some final pulls with it, some final testing pulls, but all in all, problem solved. This guy's going to be one very, very happy camper. I'm ecstatic, very excited for the guy. So we put a lot of hours, a lot of time, a lot of figuring out on this bike. So, but I'm glad, hey, it came in not running, having electrical issues to not only running, but making more and more power as we go with this thing. So to pick up an additional, well, you guys will see. But let's do some final runs and then I'll walk you through it. We are actually going to end this video in the new dyno room. So we actually, believe it or not, we haven't even posted the really, we kind of gave a teaser on YouTube so far, but so far we haven't even actually posted the new room. So for those of you watching the ending of this video, you get to see the new room kind of before we're done with the rest of it. As you can tell, we still have some final renovations. We still have a table full of crap. We still got an AC unit in the back here. Still got to sticker up this wall a little bit here. So we still got some stuff to do, right? But all in all, here's the new room. Still got some things to hide, but pretty dope, right? Pretty badass, I think so. Came out pretty clean. So what we're gonna do though is we're gonna go over the final numbers on this Yamaha R1 and get you guys kind of the story on it. So here we go. All right, guys. So here is our baseline, 136 wheel, 136.8 with 62 pound-foot of torque, right? So that's how the bike came in. We went ahead and I went ahead and flashed it. So I was trying to see if there was something else going on with the bike. I just wanted to see, did we make an improvement with flashing it and what all would change with the flash, all right? So we did the flash, we got up to 143. Now this is just a baseline. This wasn't like anything final tune numbers or anything. I just wanted to de-restrict the bike, see if there was something I was missing. Got it up to 68 pound-foot of torque and 143 wheel horsepower. Again, not where it should be, but getting better, okay? Saw that we had a servo issue going on, the exhaust servo. So we went ahead, we had Lewis go ahead, get down there underneath there, and hold the servo open, and lo and behold, that was the issue. The flap was closing. Got up to 161 wheel. Now we're cooking. All right, now we're starting to cook with 74 pound-foot of torque. So now we're starting to move in the right direction. Okay. Once we had that finished, then we went ahead with the full dyno tune. Once we had it all rectified, and here are the final numbers: 164 wheel horsepower. And 79, almost 80 pound-foot of torque, which is incredible for an 0708 R1, okay? So let's take how we came in.
Okay, so pretend this is your...
With the, what do you expect to see with the 2026 Suzuki GSX-R? I promise, boy, and I'm not even lying. If they give us some wings and a colorway, the new 2026 Suzuki GSX-R 1000R is here. Get it while it's hot, the dude Mungus 3000.
What do you want from me?
Alright, dude, say what up, it's your boy Dude Mungus, and we about to jump into this bad boy. The new 2026 Suzuki GSX-R 1000R is here. Shout out to 44 Teeth. I am going to be using their video to play in the background as we talk about this 2026 Suzuki GSX-R 1000R, because out of all the videos that I've seen, this is the one that I like. Now, I've edited and chopped this video up. Please go watch this video in its entirety if you are interested in watching the full uncut version. But I just wanted to chop this up so we can talk about this, because I just found it amazing that I am a normal guy, and this full-blown motorcycle editor has the same view that I have. But anyway, let's go ahead and jump into it. I'm gonna play it. I'll be in the background. You'll see me in the corner somewhere, and then we will chime in as we need to chime in. And again, I just picked out the highlights of what I feel like we need to know about the new
up? It's my fall collection. Good news, good news. Huh? There we go. Thing.
2026 Suzuki GSX-R 1000R. Without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into this bad boy. Can't believe I called it.
Well, here we are, everyone. Okay, so there's a detailed PDF and then there's a brief one. So I'm going to run through the brief one, and if we need any more information, I will refer back to the detailed one. So here we are. I mean, first of all, let's show you some pictures, because that's what everyone wants to see.
Thanks. This year, there are 4 exciting new iPhones.
That's what everyone wants to see.
Absolutely, 100%. We want to see pictures. Let's like out these bad boys. Now, out of these 3 new colorways, which one will be your favorite? Y'all already know your boy Bungus loves yellow. Now I know yellow and blue is a Suzuki thing. I would have really loved to see a yellow and black. Of course, you know, I had black before, but now we're running the inverted black and yellow. But I really would love to see the a yellow and black. But this red, this red and white, that joint smacking. And even the OG color of the red, white, and blue, or the blue, white, and red, that joint slapping too. All of these colorways are slapping. I really wish the yellow one had more black in it, but hey, it is what it is. But I love these colorways, man. Absolutely love these colorways. All right, we're gonna jump into some big things, but man, let's just keep on rolling, bro. Keep on rolling.
So that's what it looks like. Looks like it's got a new exhaust, which is good. I mean, it's still a biggie, but Euro 5 Plus, etc., all that stuff that the manufacturer has to conform to, just stop thinking about it, because that is the law. That's what you all voted for, and that's what our powers that be that we love so much are implementing, even though they probably only sell 200-300 a year in this country. But there we go. We've got to keep those emissions down, haven't we?
Man, let's just start right here, bro. Bro, no cap. No one cares, bro. 0 people care about the can. They had the stock can before, and then now this is the new stock can. We don't care about the shape, we don't care about the size. We flat out do not care, because we're all going to change it. Whether it be a slip-on or a full system, it's getting changed out. So no one cares about the can, bro. It's so irrelevant, it does not matter. But I understand you guys had to do it because Euro 5 Plus. I get it. I just want to throw it in there, bro. We being real right now, okay? We being real. We ain't being technical. We ain't being politically correct. We just being real, my boy.
An updated suite of electronics and winglets that increase downforce for high speeds. I mean, it wouldn't be a new bike without winglets, would it? But there we go. Like them or hate them, they're here.
Bro, I knew it was coming, bro. It's such a thing that it has to be a thing. Winglets are a daggum thing. As much as I'm annoyed by them, they're here to stay. Hey, man, it is what it is, boy. It is what it is.
Despite a number of changes made to satisfy the latest emissions standards, the updates to the engine also enhance the GSX-R 1000R's performance potential, making it capable of withstanding the tuning required to compete successfully in Premier Class endurance, sport bike, and super stock racing competitions.
I feel like, and I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself because I know where this video is going, but I feel like you need...
It's good to see you again. You know, I gotta tell you, it's a bit overwhelming. But I gotta say, I feel great. Here's to a good long future.
We really feel that you're back with your family.
Mikey Sherrill supports the failed energy plan that tripled our electric bills this summer. Sherrill said,
"We need to move into clean power. It's going to cost you an arm and a leg, but if you're a good person, you'll do it."
Mikey Sherrill, more of the same, but worse.
It's going to cost you an arm and a leg.
And his best friend is a 70-something-year-old chicken. So that will be my next role Benny this afternoon. I'm so excited to get a chance to transform again like I was able to do in Smash Machine. So can't wait.
The reason for all his weight loss is he's going to be starring in a new movie called Lizard Music, where he plays a 70-year-old man whose best friend is a chicken. How do I even start this? I'm riding along racing bikes only to find out the real, actual reason why The Rock lost all of this muscle, and you're not going to believe it. I mean, how could you believe it? Well, I don't believe it. He's, again, lying through his teeth. Do you think he's going to admit to coming off of steroids, HRT, SARMs, peptides, growth hormone, any of this stuff? Of course not. And so you got to watch the video. Wait till you see what The Rock is spewing. Yeah, he's not cooking, he's spewing. And one thing he's not cooking is chicken breasts. Just wait, just wait. You just wait and see. Shut up!
We're going to make a film called Lizard Music, which is based off of a novel written by Daniel Pinkwater. And a little bit of backstory for you guys here is Benny pitched me this after we wrapped the Smash Machine. And after about 45 minutes, it's projected, and I said, I am your chicken man. Now what that means is there's, without giving too much away, the role that I will play is a very whimsical and eccentric 70-something-year-old man called a chicken man. And his best friend is a 70-something-year-old chicken. Yeah, and so that will be my next role of being a staff unit, and I'm so excited because I get a chance to hopefully transform again like I was able to do in Smash Machine. So can't wait.
The reason for all his weight loss is he's going to be starring in a new movie called Lizard Music, where he plays a 70-year-old man whose best friend is a chicken. This man is eccentric, he's a little weird, he's obviously a little bit more frail. I mean, how many men in their 70s look like The Rock? And so The Rock went from playing a 20-something-year-old jacked up behemoth of a man, juiced out of his mind on steroids in his 20s, to now a frail man in his 70s. Apparently has nothing to do with cardiovascular disease, atherosclerosis, the fact that his circumflex artery is getting closed off.
They thought was blocking the circumflex valve.
And so I do believe that he's playing his role, but I don't believe that The Rock is just losing all of his muscle for that sole purpose. Now, Rock, how are you going to lose all that muscle? You know, you're in your 50s. How are you going to go from a man who's juiced out of his mind, looks incredible, is in his 50s, to a frail man in his 70s in a matter of what, a year? How are you going to do that? What exactly is involved? Like, imagine I'm about The Rock's age, so going to be 50 this week. How would I go from looking like Coach Greg? Perhaps I look 50, you might think I look 60, whatever. Some of you just yap a lot. I think I look perhaps 40. How would I go from looking like a jacked up cyclist to a frail man in his 70s? Well, the first thing I would do is I would stop using performance enhancing drugs, namely HRT. The next thing I would do is I wouldn't work out ever. Zero working out. The next thing I would do is I would starve myself. I would eat hardly any protein. Now, would I ever actually do that? Oh, well, they would pay you $20 million, Coach Ray. I would say no. Why would I want to go from being healthy to being a frail old man for money? I mean, I would pay every ounce of that money, $20 million, to not have to do it. The Rock is almost worth $1 billion as is. Why would he do that? And so, does it perhaps not make a little bit more sense where they would have told him, Rock, you have to get off the steroids? And he's thinking, oh shit, now what? And so upon hearing that, he thinks, oh wow, I'll play a chicken man. What makes more sense? You are told by a doctor you need...
Charlie Kirk had shit to do with them 600 motherfucking kids getting rounded up and shipped to Guatemala. Lawyers had to stay up all night on a Sunday and get a judge to motherfucking okay for them planes to land and the kids go back home to families. We don't have a whole lot of shit to do with a whole lot of shit other than kill each other. All the white people that are shut down the HBCU schools because we didn't have shit to do with the sniper shooting of Charlie Kirk. That's just retarded. You hated niggas from the jump street. You just needed a reason. And I don't even know why you gonna blame us for his death. Huh? The fuck? Y'all need to go and find somebody white and take it out. It's white on white crime. Niggas shoot another nigga, we go hunt niggas. We don't go hunt somebody white. Because y'all don't even live in our neighborhood. So nigga, I got shot by a nigga, I'm gonna hunt a nigga. Y'all got shot by somebody white, y'all need to go out in the woods, a couple of trailer parks and hunt him down. Leave us up out of y'all shit. HBCUs, those are quality young black children who are trying to get a fucking education to add to the fabric of this motherfucking country called America. But y'all just want to shut them down. Why? Because they getting an education? Are you too dumb to get an education? So I'm just gonna shoot a motherfucker for being smart. Y'all need to go and figure y'all shit out and leave us the fuck about it. We'll be right back after this commercial.
I'm Dr. Jeff, and today we'll explore the science of magnets and static electricity.
Leave us the fuck about it. We'll be right back after this commercial. Turn the temperature down in this country. Turn the temperature down. Dug a little deeper. Why did a private jet take off from a private airport 12 minutes from the shooting with this radar illegally turned off for 20 minutes after the assassination. It's gaslighting. They're trying to charge up. They want a race war. They want mayhem in the streets. We know that this is a professional hit. There was a clear spotter in the back that grabbed his hat twice. And that's a signal for a sniper. And then somebody judged the distance, checked the arm coming right up to Charlie's neck.
Townsend are not coming gang violence. Clearly, those are signals by two men to someone in front of them. Townsend are not coming gang violence.
It was a professional hit. They seen somebody crawling on the roof, and then, you know, they just found some old wrinkled up man and said he did it up, you know. So he can carry a high-powered rifle and shoot and all that shit. And he yelling out, kill me, kill me, kill me. Who does that? Unless he's a paid actor. There's a play going on. Just hear me out. There's a play. There's too much shit happening at one time. Somebody is trying to kick off martial law. Somebody is trying to lock this country down. Be careful what you ingest. Some of this shit is paid actors. Everybody keeps telling me that it's real. This young lady was stabbed to death on this train. But the shit that was fucking with me, how come none of them women went over and helped her after the dude got off the train? Do they see that shit every day? I mean, what the fuck was that about? That's what makes me feel like the vault is paid for actors. If he's stabbing her in the neck, I'd see no blood until she fell on the floor. Then there's a big old bowl of blood. Everybody that was on that train did nothing. They acted like what they were, extras. I'm telling you, it's being played. It's a movie. They're trying to lock down this motherfucking country. Not buy into the motherfucking bullshit. We'll be right back after this commercial break. And if she is dead, my condolences to this young lady's family. But I'm quite sure she got a first class ticket back to Ukraine. Brand new apartment. All that shit. Actors! All actors! Chicago National Guard has finally arrived. They said they got YNs on rooftops. To do what? You have no sniper skills. You can barely hit your target when you're in the car at close range. You can barely shoot a motherfucker right when you're right next to him. I mean, huh? Y'all really need to think things through. I know you're upset. Chicago ain't no man. Chicago ain't no monster. A bullet hitting the tank is just gonna bounce off. They got the high ground. I don't care if you're on a rooftop. They got a helicopter that flies above the roof. They got jets. They got some shit. So you really need to think it through. You want to kill this. Join the army. And you can kill legally and get a check on the 1st and the 15th. I understand them, you know. I understand the YNs, you know, they ain't got nothing to live for, so they like, fuck it. I mean, the school system let them down. The housing market let them down. They can't own a fucking house. They can't rent a fucking house. You know, they left hustling dope and shit. That's what it means. Making some goddamn money. And they can flash, get face on TV with all these rappers and shit. So, you know, everybody wants what they see on TV. And they see it, they can't have it, nigga, they gonna go take it. So this is the problem. It ain't the violence. The violence is just the aftermath. The effect is no income. Hungry motherfuckers. Fatherless homes. They locked up most of their daddies or sent them off to a war and got them killed. So now they just wander around trying to figure out what it is to be a man. They can come praying upon them. Some motherfuckers say, hey, nigga, join this, nigga. I'm gonna teach you how to be a man. I mean, we're gonna jump you in, whoop your ass. Now you got a membership to go to jail and get some stripes. That's it. Stop blaming YNs for everything. Grown ass motherfucker, conniving ass men at the top. They wear suits and work for corporations like BlackRock. Yeah, I said it. We'll be right back. After this commercial break. I don't know what the hell's going on in this damn country. Right? I need to loosen up the purse strings, billionaire motherfuckers, and raise the pay so the parents can spend more time raising these kids right. And yeah, they said he was radicalized by an extreme network. Fuck out of here. Ain't no extreme network on radicalized shit. Parents did that radicalization. It's what you're taught at home that makes you crazy like that. I can watch a movie and think I'm gonna do the shit that Tom Cruise did in Mission Impossible, jumping off of airplanes and shit just because I seen the shit. Get the fuck out of here. My condolences to those parents and those children that lost their lives. Nigga, who's revolver was? And how do you get the ammo to reload multiple times per the story? Check the details and figure out who's behind what. Damn it, your parents taught that boy how to shoot that, how to reload that thing and all that shit. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Lock your goddamn guns up in the fucking house. Snatched them out their beds in the middle of the night on a holiday weekend so that the news would not pick up the feed. Not that they would pick it up anyway because they all work in cahoots. They don't give a fuck. MSNBC, Fox, CNN, they all full of shit. You want the news, you better get it from me or some other source online because this is straight up and down some bullshit. How the fuck you gonna snatch kids? And they taking them out of foster care up here. They don't give a fuck. Black, Latino, no white children. Need to pick them Ukrainians up and send their ass back. Huh? Oh, I'm hearing silence out there. Yeah. They're trying to break up families. That's what it's about. You know what I mean? If the child is illegal, that means the parents is illegal. So why the fuck you don't separate the child from the parents? Send the whole family back. But it's really to destroy the family unit. Like they beautifully did with Black America. By taking black men out the house in the 60s and giving them sisters Section 8 house and free food stamps. And that way the bitch saying, I don't need those. And some of the bitches still saying that shit to this day. But they couldn't do that with the Mexicans because the Mexicans family unit was built off of their motherfucking culture, which our culture was taken from us over 400 years ago. That's a whole nother motherfucker story. But now, the way to get the Mexicans is just snatch the child away from the Mexicans. They ain't gonna get that Mexican woman to leave her age. Like, no, I ain't cross the river together, whatever. They gonna take the kid. Now they gonna drop the kid back off of Guatemala, grows up with no parents, and now the motherfucking disease that spread across the motherfucker.
You live? Okay. You know when people go to the doctor, sometimes they don't come back. My grandpa went to the doctor, he ain't never come back. Seen this nigga since I was 11 years old. I'm scared of the doctors. be around. Whether it's a jar on a mantle right next to it. No, I'll be having checkups. I'm just playing. I'll take care of my seals. There's only one of me, you know? There's only one of me. I gotta take care of me. I love me. I love me. I want some. My child stay at the doctor's. He was just there the other day. You still there? Hello? Okay. I don't know. I'm sitting here talking to you, and all of a sudden I was talking to myself. I was like, my son was just at the doctor the other day. I said, my son was just at the doctor the other day. He's fine. Except for this knot on his head and the concussion. He was playing. Nah, he was playing hide and go seek with his friend and ran into something. He always climbing under something and then trying to stand up like he out from underneath it and busting his shit out. That boy done had CTE before he gets old enough to play football. Cussed twice in 1 year. Yeah, at the end of wrestling season last year, he ran into a door. I'm gonna be tearing his ass up. Yeah, definitely. He's a typical boy. Alright. You gotta hit your head on all sides so you know where they at. Pain teaches. Pain teaches. He didn't hit his head in the same spot. That's right. Well, we're testing the tensile strength of his skull. Yeah, but you use like right above your forehead, right above your hairline on your forehead is the hardest part of your head on your body. That's it. It's been pretty smooth here. Connecticut, no, Massachusetts, about to be in Connecticut. On my way back down. Wow. Did you watch it last night? Yep. It was everything you wanted to be. You shall see. You shall see. I don't think you'll be disappointed one bit. What did you see? Oh, you did see the long walk. I'm bet. Well, don't tell me about it, 'cause I ain't seen it. I see the previews that look crazy. They said if you fall below 3 miles an hour, you're shot. If you stop, you're shot. So what do they do? Should they pants when they walk in? Yep. Okay. Shit. I seen people doing the marathon shit, they pants that kept running. So he should have too. Yeah. Matter of fact, a lot of people trying to get that good time will shit their pants and keep running. Well, the race is for hours, and you know how it is running around. Sometimes you just shook some shit up. And you running for between 3 and 5 hours. Yeah, you might have to take a shit. Have you done a marathon? All right, then. That sounds fun. I want to see it. All right, okay, all right, okay. My boy was stepping off. Shitty play. Oh, you that shit quick. Man, they ain't get them boys no leeway. That's a shame. That shit's a shame. Said it was a shit show. There's probably at least 5, 6 people who got out for shit, huh? Yep. That's it. Shit, and time limit, huh? I know you got a gun on you, shit pretty quick. Let's push that out. Keep it moving. Not for no 300 miles. You can't even hold it for one truck ride. What you talking about? 300 miles. So that's like from PA to. If you're going down south, PA to Virginia. Yep. Because if you take 80, 78 to 81, yeah, you get down. You gotta go all the way, like down, across and down Pennsylvania. That's gonna take a couple hours. So you gotta think 60 miles an hour, 6, 12, 18, 24, 32. So, yep, PA, Maryland, West Virginia, Virginia. That's a lot of fun. That's 12 marathons. Not with no gun on me. I'll definitely try it. Like if there was something like some kind of challenge, like yeah, we're going. No, just the walking. So they have century races where it's a 100-mile race, and I think they give you 24 hours to finish it. But it's essentially 4 marathons. They just have them. That's one. We have this ultra marathon, which is 30 miles. That's just a lot. That shit is a lot. Shit, half a marathon is a lot. Yeah. Oh, that's not. What they win? Free tickets? I'd have got me free tickets. I'd have got them free tickets. That's great. I still want to see Nobody too. I still want to see Nobody too. I didn't see the new Conjuring yet. Oh, what is for dinner? Nah, I ate all the broccoli last night. And I had a steak and salad for lunch. And a nice wagyu for Walmart. The air fryer. Steak in the microwave? Blasphemy. No, they don't. No, they don't. Not the microwave they don't. Let me see. So tonight I'll probably do chicken breast, wraps. Yeah, I had steak this afternoon. And I had grapefruit for breakfast. Now I got one left. The grapefruit is nice and ripe, ready to go. Sweet and juicy. I got one on left. One on us. Okay, let's go Connecticut. Here we go.